Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically, what you said is Floyd. Get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No.
Stoop to everybody else. Stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying. When you get older, do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. The coolest thing I can do, I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great timing and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had a heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not really. It's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Baldamir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win. Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. I beat them with smarts. I'll think about it. Yeah, it's more up here than here.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell ring, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. You can get killed in this shit, man.
You want honesty?
His channel. It throws real punches.
Just Do Boxing gives you skills, heart, and culture.
Straight up.
I catch every drop on my lunch break. Can't miss it.
Good, what's going on? Salute to the family. We back on this good Wednesday to build on this boxing and give it its just due. Y'all know how we do. Y'all know the etiquette, man. Hit the like button, sub to the channel. Support the grind. We gonna talk about it, man. We had to run it back. I told you we was gonna have to talk about this because, you know, I keep getting sent this little clip and, you know, people keep asking me my thoughts. So what better way to get my thoughts on this situation than to come here and talk to the fam? You know, gotta talk about it, man. You got to talk about it. Hit the like button on the way, and we just can't. This has been a hell of a ride, man. Extra Mill Bill, man. I'm nicknaming him, man. Renaming him Extra Mill Bill. He was 100 Mill Bill. It went from 40 Mill Bill to 100 Mill Bill. Now he just Extra Mill Bill, man. Extra Mill Bill. Bill said, I got an extra million. Now you seeing the videos. Yeah, he got an extra million. And we was talking about this yesterday, man. I was saying it. You can see it is what it is. The purse bid situation fell out. Keyshawn is the duck, right? I ain't arguing with nobody, right? That's cool. But who's better to overpay or end up paying an extra $1 million to? Liam Paro, Jack Catterall, or Keyshawn Davis? You made it. You going. It is what it is. I'm gonna play the clip. You go on they podcast and you make it sound as if that extra $1 million is for Keyshawn Davis, and because he said get the F on in his DM out of his DMs, he blew the $1 million. Like, that sound like child's play. Like, the fact of the matter is that was a really good fight. If you had any intent on offering him $1 million extra, you should have done so, and maybe y'all could have made something happen. Maybe even so now you can make something happen. I don't know, because from what I'm hearing, you still ain't got no fight. I'm still hearing I'm hearing y'all double back to Liam Paro or something like that. But it's people saying they ain't really heard nothing from y'all. So I don't know what's going on. We revisit this once again. Extra mil Bill is back up to his original tricks. And they like he call it Keyshawn bluff again. Like, how? It's over with. Bro, if you want to get that man some extra money to make a better fight, because look, we boxing fans. We get it. We get unifications, but we don't care about belts. That's for the fighters. We just want to see fights. And the best fight out of all the fights they was talking about that could have realistically been made, Shakur Stevenson not being one of them. I kept telling y'all that. But Keyshawn Davis being one, that's a better fight than Jack Catterall and Liam Paro, in my opinion. Skill set, skill-wise, right? Man, he going to beat Liam Paro. Jack Catterall seen better days if we being all the way 100. Keyshawn Davis is on the way up. I would gamble on that before that being a better fight than either one of them other two. I'm telling you now, and they're not going to be big fights. They're not going to be something that people are going crazy for. I'm telling you, it's not. Nobody's going crazy for you fighting Jack Catterall. Ain't nobody going to go crazy for you fighting Liam Paro. And I was joking yesterday, but I'm serious today. You better take that. You better take that damn fight to Aussie. You better go take it to Australia, where like you fought in front of more fans in Australia when you fought Cambosis the first time than you've ever fought in your life. Like, it's safe to say, man, you might have more fans over there. He might have more fans in the down under than he do in his own hometown, man. I'm just saying. They fought in front of like over 40K, I think, the first time in that stadium. You get me? You better take your ass back over to Australia. I'm trying to tell you. Let me say what's good to the fam. Rico, what's good with it? Talk at SD, what's good, family? Clay Moore, my dog, what's good, Clay? How you feeling? Jordan, my brother, what's good? He said, I guess the zone ain't interesting. Catterall, hey, Clay, talk to me, fam. What's going on? Hey, you get me? Sonny, what's good with it, man? He said, sipping. He's slipping. They're going to use Boost Ennis to sell the next fight. Oh, they already doing it. Of course, said Zuffa, he can get any fight he wants, but they're saying Rayo fight he said he doesn't want. Yeah, he said over and over he don't want that. I don't even know why. That's not even relevant. Far as that shit, Bill Haney said even signing to the zone, he could fight anybody he want to. And the first name he mentioned was Shakur. Did we cover that or did we not? We got almost 50 people in the building already. Everybody hit the like button, sub to the channel, support the grind. Hey, cut. Extra mil bill is what we doing, man. They said they got an extra milli for Brickhand Davis, man. Who you gonna pay an extra $1 million to? Because y'all already said Liam Powell tried to break the bank. Jack Catterall said y'all playing with his name. It's crazy. Jack Catterall said y'all playing with his name. Y'all ain't never want to fight him. He wilding. Jack mad as hell. Jack like, yeah, they ain't never want this smoke. You get me? That Bill say he was signed to the zone. Where you been at, fam? Hey, Mac Majestic, where you been at? Hold on, Mac. Where you been? Are you serious? That's a serious question? Hold on, I got you. Say no more, because that's what we here for. Hold on, please tell me I didn't delete this clip. Shout out to Bam Bam. What's good, fam? Everybody hit the like, sub to the channel. Y'all know the drill. Let's get to this conversation. And look, shout out to Team Haney. Keep making it interesting. Keep being the topic of conversation, because y'all got me talking. I'm gonna just be fair every time I come up here. Catterall headed to the road versus Teo. Extra mil bill. Hey Clay, what's going on in the world, fam? Anybody want to come up? My link is already in the community section. This is a good conversation. I just want to know what's going on in Haney land, fam. Y'all let me know something, man. Talk to me, man. Is it Liam? Is it Liam Liams? I never heard him confirm it. You dead serious? Okay. Say no more. I don't think I deleted the clip. I think I still got it. I better still have it, fam. If I deleted the clip, I'm gonna be a little annoyed at myself. Oh, nah, I still got it. I got you, Mac Majestic. Fofo, what it do, my dog? I got it. We fight all night. Bill might be the best in the business. Ain't no doubt he one of the best managers in the game. And I'm not even joking when I say that. Cap, I still want to see Keyshawn versus K. Sonny. I'm with you. But hey, I ain't even joking when I say that. He is one of the best managers in the game. He know how to keep the news going. He just know how to do it. For better or for worse. And I ain't mad at him this time. I be trying to have fun with this stuff, man. But you better take this fight to Aussie. If it's Lynn Paro, better go to Aussie with that shit. Y'all probably can make some money. I'm trying to tell you, because that undercard gonna be weak as hell, man. You getting all that bread, then your opponent want to get paid. You still got to get an undercard. That undercard gonna be vanilla as hell, fam. But he said he ain't hear Bill confirm them going to the zone. Not only is he about to confirm that they went to the zone, he about to confirm that they took less money to go to the zone. So not only did he go away from Zuffa, who had more money, they had the fight that he said he wanted with the Shakur and Devin thing. He not only did he go away from that, but he went away from more money. He took less money to go to the zone because he said they had more fighters. But then immediately went on to say, but he could still fight guys like Shakur Stevenson. So my thing is, why would you even go that way? Why would you go to the zone and have all this problem making a subpar fight? Because that's what it is for the public. These shits ain't it. The Catterall, no disrespect to him, it ain't it. Lynn Power, they not bad fights, but that's not what the people want, right? You got people hyped for the Bash Brothers. You got them hyped for Keyshawn and Shakur. Hey, you giving them Jack and Liam? Nah, somebody gonna beat one of y'all up for this shit, man. You get me? And now you run around here talking about you got an extra milli. Hey, man, you better call Keyshawn, J. Prince, do something. You better revisit that. I'm telling you, that's the fight to make. Or better yet, get that Millie to Tiger Johnson. While y'all playing, all them fights better than that unification and that Jack Catterall fight. No lie. No lie. Now, legacy-wise, yeah, Lynn Power fight makes sense. Unification, I ain't going to cry if you fought him. But I'm telling you now, you better take it to Aussie, where you fought Cambosis at. You better try to work that out. Fight over there. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I can get some people interested, but I don't think that people care about them two fights, fam. I'm telling you right now. I don't think so. You out here, you about to dig it. You it's like you picking a scab right now. You opening up old wounds with the Keyshawn shit. You like, yeah, man, I got an extra million. All right, okay. Extra mil bill. But let's get to this clip, though. I got y'all. Say, why did he argue with Coach Dorsett about not giving Key any of their money? This is what I'm saying, Cut. It ain't lining up. He said he don't work for Keyshawn. It's not his job to do none of that. It's not his job to do none of that. That's what he went on to say. And he is telling the truth. It's not their job to do none of that. It would be Top Range job to satisfy Keyshawn, right? But then when you get on It Is What It Is podcast, now all of a sudden you got this extra milli. This is why I don't be believing stuff, because when a person is not being honest, they don't tell the same story the same way twice. They'll switch it up. Like if that was the case, he would have been saying that right to Dorsett. Like you saying, he'd have been like, bro, we had an extra million for y'all. Y'all still ain't take it. Y'all ain't want it. Not one time did he said it, but he said it to Cam. It's news to everybody that they so-called had an extra mil. I should hit Dorsett right now and see if he's free and ask him about it. For what it's worth, did you know anything about this so-called extra million that they said they had for you now? You get me? Come on, man. Y'all playing games. Tego, my dog, COE, my guy, what's good with it, man? We gonna build, man. Shout out to Tego. Good build, man. Shout out to the homie YSM too, man. That's why I rock with Tego. Tego, a student of the game, man. You know what you know, and what you don't know, you willing to learn. Shout out to you, fam. That's how you gonna go in this space. That's how you gonna be on. You gonna stay on point with that kind of mentality. Student of the game, you know what you know, but you willing to learn the shit you don't know, fam. Shout out to you, man. YSM, he been doing that to my channel for years, coming up, dropping jewels and adding to the conversation. Shout out to the homie Mill, man. BJ, what it do? Yeah, man, I should hit Dorsett up, man, for real, and see what's up. But let me play this clip for y'all. because bro said he ain't hear Bill. You know, he ain't hear this clip. Yeah, you probably ain't hear this interview, but I got you. Your boy got you. Your boy got you. Don't even worry.
Blood to fight Devin Haney. The message is out there, bro. Everybody wants not just 10 bungalows, 100 bungalows to fight Devin Haney. And the problem is Devin Haney has put that persona out there because he has shown that not only has he grown as a fighter, he's not just more of a complete fighter. He's shown things in himself that can adapt to any style that a man is actually shook in their own terms to think, wait, there's a chance to lose to this man. And when you've got a chance to lose to this man, that means that there's no
shout out to ETB. What's good, bro?
Well, we could have took more money and went with Zuffa. And we could have took more money and went with Zuffa and pay. Well, we could have took more money and went with Zuffa and
you know your boy got the receipts for you. You get me? Not a lot of people talking about that. They want to talk about everything else. Well, we laughing at this shit again. Marcus, my dog, what's good with it, homie? What's good with it? And he ain't even done, Tego. He going to explain some more. Yeah, we could have took more. And we went with Zuffa. Yeah, imagine promoting that a certain individual, a certain entity want a fight, and you like, yeah, the money is good, the time is now, they want it right now. They don't want the Keyshawn fight, they want the Shakur Stevenson fight. And then imagine not accepting not only the fight, the deal that they got for y'all that's worth more money, but then going to the other side when you're supposed to be backed by Turkey and then signing directly with the zone. Tell me how that makes sense, fam. And then the first name that come out your mouth that you say you could fight is Shakur Stevenson. If that was the case and ever the focus, that would have been the place to be. That would have been a place to make the fight. And we all know that. Smoke and mirrors at its finest. Hold on, we ain't done.
Hey, well, we could have took more money and went with Zuffa, and there would be no opponents necessary to do all that, and still
it'd be no opponents except for the one guy that you told the world that Zuffa was pushing to make the fight. And we heard from Chris Mannix that since they even signed the zone deal, Zuffa was still pushing to make that fight, but it was a certain somebody that wasn't interested. I'll let y'all figure that out by what he's saying.
So what happened with the Zuffa deal? Why is Devin Haney Promotions not teamed up with Zuffa yet?
Because we took less money to go with the zone because it's more opponents, and we can still go and fight fighters like Shakur or Kyle. Less money to go with the zone because it's more opponents, and we can still go and fight fighters like Shakur, or still go and fight fighters like Shakur or Connor or anyone that's over there. No different than what Ryan Garcia is doing right now with Connor.
This shit is fun.
Zuffa and the UF and Zone Global.
But come on, just like that.
Man, it's amazing, isn't it? I love to hear Bill get on these platforms and talk. Get up there, Bill. Tell it all, Bill. Tell him what you really could have did. You already know, Mac, I got you. Look, I want to be clear. Nothing is personal. It's just entertainment. When y'all over here, let's enjoy boxing. I have fun. I laugh. I got my perspectives. I could be wrong. I could be right. It's just opinions until it's time to talk the facts. Now, when I was talking, about him promoting the fight for 2 months, talking about how Zuffa wanted it, that's true. That's what he was doing. But to go away from that fight and then make it seem like, it's no opponents over here. But the number one fight that you said you wanted is over there, right? Right? You get me? You wouldn't have had to move no mountains, and they had that bag for you. Now it's all the zone got all these opponents. And look, you might be right. The zone, it looks that way, right? Because everybody under the umbrella. But how is that changing the fact that you still finding it tough to make a fight? Now, I have no doubt in my mind that he's going to make a fight. The only question that I have is, when is that fight going to be made? Like, are they going to be able to salvage the October 3rd date that I heard they were shooting to make? You know what I'm saying? They're shooting to try to, maintain that date. So I'm not mad at his fights because I see what his option was. The first fight didn't happen. You got to go down the list. But like I said, man, your father don't do you no favors when he put his foot in his mouth and talk about how he got an extra $1 million all of a sudden out of nowhere. Like, where was this extra $1 million when y'all was negotiating? Like, is it me? And anybody, click the link. Feel free to come up here and talk to me. Am I missing something? If you had an extra $1 million that you was intended or willing to put, towards making any fight, whether it's Keyshawn, you would think the time to expect. Well, we're gonna focus on Keyshawn because that's what he making it seem like, right? Don't you think the time to bring that up will be when y'all negotiating? You get what I'm saying? Even before the purse bid thing, right? Like, you would think, right? Before or after, at some point, you wouldn't let y'all the fight completely fall out and then go on one public platform so far and say, yeah, we had an extra $1 million. Man, that shit be smoking mirrors, man. Be sounding good. That just be a way to make it sound even better. Because it's like, how is that real if nobody was aware of what you had for them? If you had any extra, man, that shit, that extra 7 figures, man, that could change somebody's mind, bro. Shit, you getting 3 and you getting 4 and you saying they want 5. Shit, you met them halfway. You would really be calling this bluff. Not saying that you didn't already do it, but you get me, you would have gave him every reason to take the fight. But instead of that, you rather just go on the platform and try to find an extra way to make him look like he just didn't want the fight. Yeah, we had an extra $1 million. He told me to get out his DMs. Bill, if I'm Keyshawn, I would have told you to get the F on too, fam, respectfully. And why? Because when I talk to you face to face, you was asking about Shakur. I'm asking about fighting your son and telling you I'm gonna beat your son ass. You asking me where Shakur at? Get Shakur on the phone. The next time I talk to you, you get me? It's like you telling me you sent me a contract. Now you lying to the people. So tell me right then and there, are you wasting my time when you got me on the phone? You don't want to talk to me about me and your son. You want to talk to me about Shakur and your son, right? Or you want to lie and say it's a contract sent, then you know that was false because y'all end up going to purse bid, right? So it's like, you get me? So it's like you was playing games and you probably jump in his DM. He probably like, man, Bill, I ain't with this no more, man. Get the F on. Like, whatever he said to you was probably why. So you can't fully blame him. But, bro, if you really had intentions on offering that man an extra $1 million, I think you should have found a way to make sure he was aware of that, so that he could have explored all options, right? Like, I that could have changed the situation in my mind. I'm not gonna lie. An extra 7, I don't know, man. You can't walk away from that. An extra 7, and they giving it to you out of their purse? Nah, fam, you can't walk away from that. You get me? So I look, I ain't here to point no fingers nowhere. I just wish it would have went a different way. Instead of going on a platform over sensationalizing the situation and trying to make it seem like it was so much more that, like that's talking, bro, that you wasn't talking no chump change, fam. You're not 6 figures, you were talking 7. You saying an extra $1 million, fam. Let me cue the clip up. So you get what I'm saying? Like, hey, man, that shit would have worked, man. I don't say, and that's what I want to know. Like, that's why Keyshawn need to come out and speak, man. You get me? Because I love to hear his thoughts on this. Like, he ain't got to talk to me, talk to the people. Like, I just want to hear what he think, right? Because if we just being all the way 100, like I told y'all a little earlier, this is the best fight. This is the best fight out of the fights that they've been talking about, whether it's Keyshawn, Jack Catterall, and Paro. We get the unification. If you go that route, I don't think nobody should be mad at you. Me personally, I won't. You know what I mean? I ain't jumping out my seat for it, but it's a boxing match. I'll support it for what it's worth. You know what I mean? I ain't mad at it, but, my question is going to be remain the same. If you had this $1 million, at what point, did you make anybody aware of this on the team? Keyshawn, anybody on this team? Shit, like, or was the first time that ever came out your mouth when you was on Cam and Mace? You get what I'm saying? When you was on Cam, talking to Cam, like, was that the first time you've ever uttered those words that you had extra money for a particular fight? And my question is, did that extra $1 million, does that apply just to Keyshawn? Y'all said Lynn Paro was trying to break the bank. Are you willing to give him an extra $1 million? Is Jack Catterall the guy that you willing to put the money on? Like, that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Who do you put the money on now? Because I think the book is out. I think either people want to get paid, you got to run the risk of having to pay or take a subpar fight, man, that people don't really care for. I'm telling you, Marriott said the word part Bill would tell a fighter, sent them a contract when they both know he lying. Yeah, Keith jumped on that shit immediately. He's like, yo, Bill, man, where we fighting at then, bro? He's like, if you send me a contract, he started saying some very specific stuff that everyone is at the zone now. Everyone is there. But you know what, pugilism? When a certain somebody went to go work with Eddie Hearn, I heard people complain and say that was the worst move. Now he ain't exactly there. Now all of a sudden the zone is the place to be. You get what I'm saying? I just hate this whole notion that now the zone is the greatest thing. Everybody's there, and it's true to a degree. But when a certain somebody was there and are working on that side, I mean, you heard that Eddie Hearn was working with Shakur. It was the dumbest move. He should have never went there. It's crazy how fast things change in boxing, especially when a certain somebody is no longer aligned with a certain guy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Let's get to this, though, man. Extra Mill Bill is what I call them, man. Hit the like button. We just getting started, man. Extra Mill Bill is what they call. Shout out to the OG. What's good with it, Fana? How you feeling, man? How you feeling? I'm just having some fun laughing today, man. You ready? You ready for this Lynn Paro? You ready for this big unification, OG? You got your money ready? You ready to go get a ticket? or should they take it to Australia and try to hope that they could get a big crowd like he did with Cambosis? I'm telling you, I think that's a real thing, man. Taking it easy. Let's go, Lynn. Should they go to Aussie with it? Yeah, I really was serious. I was joking the other day, but I'm serious today because, I mean, the first time around, could he pull off something like he did with George Kambosos? They had a lot of people over there. In the first fight, the second fight was a different story, but that first one, they had a nice crowd over there and down under. Because I don't see none of us being interested, like, excited for the fight over this way. Like, I'm not saying I ain't going to watch it. Don't get me wrong. I ain't trashing it. I don't think it's a bad fight. But it's the way that they go about making their fights is what make things confusing, right? It's like they'll tell you a fighter is ducking, and then that'll be somebody they fought. Like, what the hell? You just said, because they already said Lynn Paro ducking them. And it's like, how are you fighting? You going to fight him? How is he ducking you? And you end up fighting him. And what's about to change? Bill going around talking about this extra $1 million. He making shit sound good, but you got to show me, man. That shit sound good, but I ain't no fool. If you had an extra $1 million, why would you allow a fight like Keyshawn Davis to pass you by without letting him know that was an option for him, right? If the whole reason he didn't accept this money, this purse bid situation is because of the money, and you had an extra $1 million at all to throw on top of whatever he was making out of your purse, that makes it almost a damn near you can't refuse it. You get me? But instead of doing that, you claim he went back and forth in the DMs and he just told you to get the F on, and because of that, you get what I'm saying? That should just sound too convenient, fam. And then he's still doing the Shakur shit too. That's what I'm saying, y'all. Like, you was never fighting Shakur. The fact that you would even bring him up in this situation is ridiculous. It's redundant. That shit ain't happening. Y'all ain't never trying to fight at 44 again. And if you is, it ain't gonna be Shakur Stevenson you fighting. Nick and Dana, thoughts on Devin going to the zone route? Yeah, man. With that, cause I remember Mr. Art, man, they was backed by Turkey. How the hell you backed by Turkey but signed to the zone directly? It just don't make sense. How you want to fight with Shakur and you tell the world for 2 months that Zuffa is the ones with the money, and then not only do you not sign with Zuffa, who has the fight that you told everybody you was chasing for 2 months, you take less money and then go to the zone, and then the first person you mention that you're allowed to fight, even though you signed to the zone and took less money, is Shakur Stevenson. It's just like, it never ends, man. Let me pull this clip up. Yeah, it's very convenient how he just, now you got extra money. That's should be funny. That's why I'll be up here laughing. People be too mad. This should be funny. You got to give it to Bill, man. He's a salesman, man.
I was literally on vacation preparing for football season, but I got a call from a friend, a real good friend, and he seemed to be upset about some shit. And I looked more into it, and I'm like, he may have a right to be upset. And I didn't think it's a bigger platform he could go on than to come here. And he's here today, man. He is not only the manager or trainer, but the father of the one they call Debo right now. My man, Bill Haney, BH in the building. What's up, baby?
Hey, killer.
What's good, baby?
Thank you.
What's going on, my co-host as well, Sin City on line one. What's up, Sin City? How you doing, man?
Sin City.
What's up?
Yeah,
I've
listen.
been watching you. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
Listen,
you hear me?
listen. We gonna cut this. We gonna and listen. Bill brought the whole family here. Everybody's here in the building. You said you wanted Keyshawn and Shakur. We seen some back and forth going about Keyshawn, with you and Keyshawn lately about money, so on and so forth. We'll get into detail with that, but let's start with Shakur before we get into Keyshawn, because I believe with Keyshawn is a little bit of layers there. What happened with Shakur?
I mean, well, the only way that I can see it is that Jay Prince and Shakur put Keyshawn Davis in the Malachi Crunch. You know what the Malachi Crunch is?
It sounds crazy.
He said it was a double barrel shotgun at y'all.
Well, he has
First he said it was a double barrel shotgun.
Well, he put both of the barrels at Keyshawn and Shakur and said, if y'all don't get me out of this shit with Bill Haney and Devin Haney, yeah, believe that. Shakur, like I said, man, you know the champions. It's at 147. Devin is the champion, and the same exact people that wanted the Boots and Devin fight, they wanted Shakur and Devin.
Okay.
Right? So they approached us. We agreed to the fight at 147 pounds. Right. They approached Shakur about it, and then they said that they were getting some resistance. They weren't getting what they initially thought that they were going to get out of him that he had agreed to. So we waited. So he came back out on Gillian Wallow. I think he had called Jay Prince on the show.
Spinning a yarn, man.
Because we call him up.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. But because Wallow called him. Right. Because, and so he said 144 with this very peculiar math, almost like a Texas kind of math. Because he said
math is great.
He said he was in the 135. He said 135 plus 2 plus the 5. And he said 144. I'll meet you halfway in the middle. I said, now he's a 140-pound champion, right? And to be in the welterweight division, you can come in 140. I mean, no, excuse me. You come in 141, 142, 143, 44, 45, 46, all the way up to 47. So this guy came back with this full-blown campaign to people that he wants to fight at 144. I said, what the fuck? You come in at 44 or 43, whatever you want to come in at. Right? So he started this campaign.
Do you think he wanted...
He started this whole campaign because y'all started this whole clout chase move. The problem has always been, the biggest problem with this fight outside of anything has always been weight. The fact that y'all try to ignore that and expect people to be fools is ridiculous, fam. Was 44 a whole campaign when y'all did it with Ramirez? I'm just trying to figure it out. Like, y'all did that. Like, 44 would be 2 less pounds than what you weighed in for Brian Norman, right? Y'all claim you agreed to it. Now, this is how you know it was never no intent. It's just a bunch of smoke and mirrors, man. It should be like, yeah, let's play with Shakur's name again because it's popular to do. Yeah, let's take him for a ride. That's why I'm glad he stopped entertaining this nut shit. This is nut shit at its finest.
Devin, the B144 or low.
It was cap all along.
Got
cap all along because, man, right? So while negotiating with him, Jay Prince, the manager of Keyshawn Davis, sent Keyshawn Davis to petition to the WBO for that beautiful belt right there. Right? So while I'm negotiating with the manager, I'm negotiating with Shakur for a fight that ultimately will determine the pound-for-pound best in the sport on everybody's list. Dev is number 1 on my list. Everybody know it. But they're both on the pound for pound on pretty much everybody's list, right? So it would have been a great opportunity while continuing negotiating with him, while continue to getting pressure from the WBO. This guy says, drop the belt.
I just want the record to reflect all this negotiating that he's talking about is with him already on record saying he not reaching out to Jay Prince. I don't know what kind of negotiations you doing, leaving the other manager out of the equation. You're a manager, but the other manager ain't involved. You just you're gonna negotiate directly with the fighters, and you want us to believe that, right? So Shakur just got Jay Prince for absolutely nothing, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, fam. Oh, and then while you doing all this negotiating, he led us to believe that he was in talks with Zuffa, and that was the fight. That was them pushing that fight. It wasn't no DAZN. It wasn't nobody else. It was clear it was Zuffa that he was talking about, right? So you doing all this negotiating. What happened to this so-called contract or fight that Shakur signed? Remember, he signed for the fight, but then signed a bout agreement. All this stuff that he's saying, none of it makes sense, and people just be like, they'll handpick things that make them feel good so they could push the narrative and ignore the inconsistency in what he's saying. Shit just don't make no sense, fam. You negotiate. Where would the fight have taken place if he would have so-called accepted this fight when y'all was doing all this negotiating? Zuffa, right? Zuffa, where he eventually ended up at, right? And then you went the opposite way and took less money to do it. That shit makes zero sense, man. You don't got a leg to stand on. There's no way you could sell me that the number 1 fight you won is the fight that you went away from. That shit don't make sense, man. But we already cooked on that. We gonna focus on this extra $1 million he talking about.
So we figured it out. And our next message was, we're dropping our nuts and we're keeping our belt.
Okay.
And Keyshawn Davis became the mandatory. We went to purse bid, whereas he was offered $3 million for the fight. And I was hearing
that's what I was going to get to next.
So I was hearing that there might be a little bit of riff or static, because I'm like, well, he hasn't signed. Like, we don't have an announcement. Like, what's going on? So I reached out to the kid. The kid said, yeah, the OG reached out to me too. And I told him, get the fuck on. And the OG hearted it. I said, Nick, I was trying to come to see, was you all right if we had to give you some money, if we had to put an M on top of it. Right. So not only did you blow the 3, you blew the 1 that you might would have got from the OG. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
So because he told you to get the F on out his DM, so you was trying to offer him $1 million through a DM. So you was hitting him up to see if he was all right. But when you talked to Dorsett and you talked to Coach Malachi, you said he's with Top Rank. It will be up the Top Rank. It will be up to Top Rank to pay him what he was looking for. You don't work for Keyshawn at all, which is true, right? But then on this particular platform, after you done had multiple conversations where you could have offered up this information that I think would have been, wanted, people would have wanted to hear this. Like, damn, so not only did you not take $3 million, would it be $4 million, right? That's $4 million. What they said he wanted 5, that's meeting you halfway, and you going in your own pocket to do it. That makes a situation with Keyshawn almost like impossible to ignore. You can't walk away from that. But because you went to DM him, and I'm pretty sure, like, you agitating, bro. You want to DM people and play games. You playing any other time. But now, today, you reaching out to him to make sure he good, like to see if he need more money. Bill is hell, fam. And he's sitting there with a straight face, too. Look at him. Look at him. He got a straight face, too. He's like, man, look. I was trying to see if the youngin was good. I was trying to see if he was all right, to see if you needed an extra couple hours. Like, nah, man. Look, I ain't gonna say he lying. I can't say if he lying. I could just say that this sounds like he's having fun with the situation more so than like I don't see this being believable because I don't think. I mean, maybe I got it wrong, but if you're negotiating with somebody and it's any type of money hang up, you would think that time will be the time to include the fact that you're willing to pay an extra $1 million. When the guy is about to walk away because he's not cool with the money, I think that would be the last attempt to let the guy know, like, look, I know you're not cool with the money. This is what we could do for you. Am I missing something? Am I being crazy to think that you would pick a podcast and this is the first time that anybody heard this? And like I said, he's done multiple interviews where they talk directly about this situation, and not one time did he say, hey man, hey yo, yeah man, I had more money for him, because the DM situation been happened. It ain't just happened, right? We heard when Keyshawn talked about that. So it's like, that's all. Am I looking too deep into it? But it's like, why wouldn't you include that information in the negotiations? Why would you allow what looks to be the best fight on paper that you've negotiated in, I think, truly out of any of the fights? I don't never think Shakur was an option. You got Catterall, Paro, and Keyshawn. So if you end up having to pay somebody more money, who you gonna pay more money to? Catterall, and fight him? Get what I'm saying? After saying he ducked you and he tried to break the bank, that would be, I don't know. It's silly. The whole shit seems silly to me. Seems silly. I want to know, what is this posturing about at this point? Is he still applying pressure to Keyshawn and Shakur, Catterall, Paro? Who they fight next? And look, this is what I'm saying. Clay just did it. He just did it. He just did this interview. This is new. It ain't like we making this stuff up. He like rehashing this stuff. And then it's like, if you pay attention to the news cycle that they got out there, everything he say, they hold on to. So they saying like he got an extra $1 million for Keyshawn right now. Man, so who are y'all fighting? That's what I'm saying. Like, who is it? Who is it? Like, this, the $1 million is for Keyshawn, is still on the table. Like, shit it's just silly, man. So why not talk with Bob since he's a co-promoter? Why not talk to Jay since he's the other manager and let him know, hey, look, Jay, yeah, I know I'm hearing your man ain't liking the money. This is what we got. Like, at no time do you go through the proper channels to handle business. It's always about shock value and how can I get the people entertained? Yeah, I had an extra $1 million for him. It's like, did Keyshawn know that? Did anybody on that side know that? The top rank know? Did anybody know besides you and Cam when you just said it? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. Because you're going to do all of this to fight a lesser guy. I don't care. Keyshawn to beat Jack Catterall and Liam Paro up right now. That's just my opinion. He'd beat both of them up. It's a better fight for you on paper. And if it's a situation where you had to overpay either three of them guys, Keyshawn Davis will be the better guy to overpay, in my opinion. I think so. I think that'd be the fight that people want to see. Shout out to Conquest. Nah, I don't think I missed the whole thing. I think you missing it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm missing it. But feel free to click the link and tell me what I'm missing. Tell me what you seeing that I'm not seeing. That's what this is about, man. You can have a conversation. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is not fact. This is just my point of view, but I think I got a reasonable point of view, right? If you claiming you have this $1 million, why is this news, right? Why is it the first time you spoke of it on this platform? And it seemed like you know exactly what you're doing. You know how to stretch it out, right? Bill, like a hustler, man. He know how to cut it. You know what I'm saying? He like, hey, cut it, remix it, add to it. You know what I'm saying? And stretch it out. Like, that's what he doing with this situation. Like, instead of just letting it be what it is, right? Yo, he ain't, we went to the purse bid. He ain't like the money. He ducked it. Say whatever. But I think to create this whole another new narrative that you got $1 million and dig this. This is why this doesn't make a lot of sense. Because, okay, cool. People say Keyshawn ain't got shit to offer. So remember, it was telling Dorsett, like, why would they go in their pockets pretty much for your guy? Why are we going to do that? You get what I'm saying? And I understand where he's coming from. Why would you make the sacrifice? You already given him the opportunity. That's cool. But then you go negotiate with Paro and say he's trying to break the bank. He asking for too much money. He pricing himself out, right? But then you go on this platform and talk about an extra $1 million. So do it apply to the guy that could potentially be a unification fight for you, right? The guy that was asking, do that extra $1 million apply there or nah, that's different. Because you cannot tell me that he's looking for something that's that unreasonable. And you know what's funny? When it's Keyshawn or anybody else, they'll tell you directly what the number is. But with Lynn Paro, I ain't hearing no. What's the number that he asked for that's trying to break the bank? Y'all release everything else, right? Like, what is it really at? Is it that unreasonable? And remember, you on your way almost 10 months, closing in on a year in November out the ring. So who you gonna fight? I'm cool with either fight at this point.
You know, you're spot on, Just Do. Like, I'm gonna be honest, and like I said, I'm speaking for myself here. I don't find any of I get it. I know we want to I know people want to just kind of give accolades. I personally don't find any of what he's doing respectable. I think it's very disgusting. Maybe it's because I do business, and that's just people that do business like that in real life, bro. It's not a good look. It's not a good taste, and that's just the harsh truth. And I get it. We like to just we look at the positive things. Yeah, father. He's doing this. All this stuff is just crap. Because like you just said, you made a very good point. When it comes, and now I'm gonna take it this way. When it comes to brothers that look like you got no problem disclosing personal information in business. You got no problem doing that. You run to the internet. You're discussing dollar amounts, deals, and misleading the people, creating division. You're doing all this stuff. You put so much crap out there that people don't even they no longer lose perspective, absolute perspective, because most people don't understand the business of boxing anyway. So when you're trying to bring in the business of boxing, go ahead.
He plays on that.
Yeah, he preys on the ignorance of others, right? But when it comes to the other side, when it comes to the Paros and the Catteralls, you're not saying a dollar amount of what they're asking, what you're offering, what you're not offering, whatever. You don't say anything. Why is that?
Right.
And that's the problem that I have, bro. That's one of many problems. You know what I mean? I personally don't like the fact that he's just the complete mouthpiece. I don't care what nobody wants to say. I don't care what nobody says. At some point, you do become a man, and you do have to speak for yourself. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to say you got to do it all the time. Yeah. But
that's my only right with that.
You got to have balance. You got to have balance. Like people,
he don't speak enough.
Yeah, you don't speak enough. You know what I mean? And for me, it just allows the smoke screen. It allows the malarkey, all that crap. You know what I mean? And that's it, because you can always wrong. I didn't say that. My dad said that. Or, that came from Bill. That didn't come from that. No, Devin didn't say it himself. That came from Bill.
Look, he tried to send a message out there to the fans. Hey, man, y'all got to stop trying to read between the lines. He tried to tell them. They kept doing it. They talking about he going to zoo for $100 million. They keep showing the sign, and that was part of the deal, this and that. Blah, blah, blah. Then after he goes somewhere, the zone counter offer. They counter offer what? Goofball? Because usually when you think somebody countered, you think they countered for more money. But if the man said he clearly took less money, what kind of counter? It just seemed like they had an offer. Counter to me, a counter offer to me sound like somebody gonna offer you more money, right? That's what they was making it seem like. That's the better way. But nah, according to man, it was less money. But less money, more opponents. I understood the sacrifice, but the first name that came out your mouth after making the sacrifice was the guy that you already could have fought if you would have just went.
Also, too, and I'll say this.
You said it was going.
I'll say this, and I'll leave it alone. Bill Haney does listen to a lot of the YouTubers out here. So trust me, his job is to make sure that any narrative or truth that may be developing, he's going to get ahead of it. Most likely, he's heard on a few podcasts, people actually making the example of Boots Ennis giving some of his purse to Stanionis to make the fight because he valued the fight. Well, trust me, I know Bill has heard that. And so I think Bill going on that podcast, flexing and saying that he had a meal for him is to also cover up that loophole as well in the narrative. And that's all. That's why I think he said that now, opposed to saying it before. It's just him doing damage control and just doing what he's supposed to do as far as being a PR person for his son. I get it. You know what I mean? It's just cleanup. So guess what? Now, guess what? Nobody can ever say that wasn't an offer because guess what? Bill said it on his podcast. He said that he had an extra meal for him. But if you're using common sense like you're using, you would see that that's also bullshit. Because why are you saying that now when that was never a part of the conversation anywhere prior? Come on, man.
Yeah.
But you got it, man. I'm listening.
And like I say, we have questions because we see through the inconsistencies, and I don't care what nobody say. Logically speaking, like if this situation right here was genuine and authentic, I think somebody else would have spoke about this at a different point. Cause this exact conversation came up with the opposite party, with the coach. And you telling me out of all of that back and forth y'all was doing, not one time did you think to be like, hey man, I had an extra million for him. He blew it. Like you didn't do that because I just think this is part of what makes you you. This is the fluff, the smokes and mirrors, the dog, the pony show. Like this is what his Haney acts eat up. You get me to eat this up, and we got to sort through the mess that y'all make because y'all muddy the waters and y'all make it very weird to make a fight. Now you done backed yourself into an interesting corner. Like I ain't saying it's over. You're gonna figure it out and make a fight. But now, like what you talking about extra funds, how does a guy like how does Liam Paro and company hear that if they seen this clip, heard this interview? Because I'm pretty sure it's been
just the first offer of $3 million. The first offer of $3 million. Who was that coming from? To Keyshawn. Who was that coming from initially? The $3 million offer quarter.
Top rank.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I heard Bill say that he was offering it $3 million in negotiation. I heard him say that on a podcast.
I mean, well, they said before they initially went to the purse bid, it was some talks about $3 million being on the table for him.
Oh, okay.
So, but on top of that, he was saying he had an extra $1 million on top of that, which would have put it up to $4 million. So my thing is, I just want to know realistically, and I always got questions. I don't got all the answers, so I damn sure gonna have a bunch of questions, and I just want to know, like, did you ever like at any point be able to get this point or this information across to Team Davis? Anybody on Keyshawn or Top Rank? Anybody there, or was this just something for shock value? And I gotta ask that question because again, you had multiple times to talk about it, different interviews, platforms you went on. And this shit ain't come up, and now it just came up. I'm like, yeah. And the way you present things is usually like in a very WWE fashion. Like even the way he was sitting up, folding his arms, like describing how Keyshawn was. Well, get the F out of my DM, OG, get the F on. Like, and he hearted it, and I'm saying, well, I'm looking at, I'm calling you to see, I'm checking on you to see if you all right, if you need some money or something. I had an extra $1 million, like. Come on, man. You trying to offer me an extra $1 million through a DM is dumb to me. Not so my manager, that's not business for my manager. Seriously, though. I ain't saying you can't let me know, but you get me? If you serious about that, you don't reach out to, so you gonna go DM the fighter about an extra, man. I just don't see how that makes sense, man. And anybody could feel free to come up. Y'all see it different. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this clip because it ain't that long. It was only like 10 minutes. We played about half of it, and y'all heard it. But I'm gonna run it back a little bit. And people. The thing is, the difference is, I seen somebody comment that Boots don't talk. This one don't talk. Abdullah do. But you know what else? They don't got nobody else that spreads this much rhetoric and misinformation out there and muddy the waters. Now I still think overall Bill is great for boxing, but the problem I keep running into and over explaining to y'all is it's nothing personal. It's just things that I have questions about that I feel like if y'all was not being drunk off the shit he's saying, you would have some questions too. Like some of this should just be good promoting. You know what I'm saying? Getting you something to talk. Look, I'm talking about it. This is obviously a good job, but he's still extra $1 million bill to me. And I want to know how this would affect possible future fights with you, or either of these potential fights that you can make. And it seemed like Jack Catterall's completely in the cold. And real quick, before I even get back to the clip, I had a post like from these Australian folks, man, from No Limit, whoever this was from, man. They was saying a lot like This was like the most recent thing that I seen from me and Paro. You know what I'm saying? He's saying he good to fight. He'll fight you anywhere in your backyard, his, it don't matter. And think about it. I'm glad they tagged No Limit because just due to history on how they move their fighters, they're not known to have fighters to duck shit. And Tim Tszyu is one of the more recent guys that you could think of that's over there. Look how they moved him along. You get what I'm saying? So it's funny how you run it. It's always a common denominator, and maybe that's just how they promote, and you got to get used to it. But it's a part of the game that they push that I'm never going to appreciate. Just the sheer confusion that's out there, and it's all in an effort to, I guess now it seems like they ramping it up because they really getting behind this Debo moniker. But you can only fight one person at a time. I'm so sick of hearing he trying to fight everybody. Who the fuck like that? How logical is that? Trying to fight everybody, but you can only fight one person at a time. Lock in, man. And that's why you find yourself in a position where you X amount of months out the ring and you still ain't had a fight. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not rooting against you. It's just the same old shit. I'm here today because I question if he actually had $1 million extra to give to Keyshawn. If Keyshawn was getting 3 before that purse bid debacle fell out, right? And he was adding $1 million on top of it, that would bring it to $4 million to come out of your purse. That shit would be crazy. Like, but I just don't see them doing that.
Yeah, so just I definitely think he has $3 million to do. The question is though, was he ever going to do it? I don't think he offered it. I think he definitely has the money, but I don't think he offered it.
I wouldn't deny that they got it for sure. But that's good. I like that because that's putting it in even more perspective, so people don't hear the wrong thing. Not questioning if they got it. Shit, if he said $2 million, I would believe that they got it. But the question is, did you get the information out to the proper channels?
There you go. That's all we know.
You just you know, it's the first time that you ever said this shit on cam because y'all gotta know Bill, man. Do this. He makes certain shit up as he go along. And I don't care what you say. It's times where you could clearly see it. I played it. I've laughed at it, paused it, ran it back. It's not a personal thing, but when you got the gift of gab, you're a slick talker. That's the most respectful term I could say. Or some people say you're a bullshitter. But I know when it's being done. I know when that switches on and you getting in the character. And then I know when you being straight forward. Like, for example, we listened to some of him in a conversation with Coach Malachi. He's gonna keep you a little more straightforward, like, right? Because he got this audience that he want to get this information out to, and you can't dance around every question. So he was honest enough to talk about how he can't send and offer Keyshawn nothing. And it's like that's a more teachable moment because they was trying to tell y'all that they could send all of these offers and all of this shit, and that's not how that went. They was trying to convince people, kind of soon forget before this situation, he was trying to convince y'all that he sent the offer or contract to Keyshawn. Remember, you know what the number is. You asked for a certain number. We sent you a contract. He like, man, like, yo, who you think you talking to? He ain't sent me no damn contract. Like, where we fighting that day? Started asking real questions. And then Bill changed you get what I'm saying? He changed the conversation to something different. And I'm like, he's good at this. You know what I'm saying? But I thought he was going to trap Keyshawn in that blender, but Keyshawn was kind of on point when he was having that conversation with him because he was asking the right questions. You send me a contract, where we fighting at? And that's my whole question I've been asking y'all. If they've been sending all these offers or negotiating all these fights before their DAZN deal, where was they going to fight at? And people seem to not ask that question. If you don't have that question to ask, then you will just believe anything. And that's just not how it go. Now you're seeing more motion with these fights because he got a DAZN deal that's solidified. So or allegedly. So, you know, but I still question what the hell is the holdup with these fights? Get one of these suckers in the ring, Dad.
Yo, question.
What's good?
What up? If Bill messages him and says, have your manager reach out to me so we can make this business go through, and Keyshawn sends him that message, what is he supposed to do?
Why are you reaching out? You think he got to reach out to the fighter to get the manager on the phone when he got his number personally? And I know this for a fact.
But
and
you
they not only
when-
do they know each other, they knew each other for years and got a respectable relationship, like mutual respectable relationship. Just show me somebody else in boxing where the manager is hitting up the fighter directly to get in touch with the other manager.
I got a great rebuttal to that. Bill went on live with Mill City and asked him, can he help broker the deal between the management because they went ghost. You remember that? So why can't he message Key and tell him, yo, tell this person to call me?
You really like
That's
the
not
dog
fair.
and pony show, I see. Well, listen to this.
Am I lying when I said that? Am I lying when I said that?
Business,
yes or
right?
no?
That's irrelevant. I'm just because you saying something that just it just don't make sense. You talking about him hitting up Key. So what is the point of having Jay Prince in place if he's going to negotiate by his fucking self? What's the point of having a manager? He might as well fire him. If the way he makes his fight is negotiating directly with said manager and not without the presence of his, then he might as well fire him. Y'all be fooled by the smoke and mirrors. He has Jay Prince number. This is not something I'm guessing. This is something I know for an absolute 100% fact. If you wanted to offer an extra $1 million, you would go speak to the other team. Maybe the manager reach out and be like, hey, Jay, man, I don't know what's up with your homie. I hit him in the DM. He told me to F off. But if this is something you're really trying to do, in my opinion, if you going off some DMs and you cool with brokering deals or offering $1 million, 7 figures through a DM, when you could just hit the manager and say, hey, look, I'm hearing you don't want this money, but look, this is what we got for y'all. We got this extra. I think that's a good way to go about it instead of DMing a fighter and expecting to get what. That's what I'm saying.
Can I send you the clip of him saying
with this whole, I'm Bill Haney, this super manager. I'm so much of a super manager that, hey, y'all, I can negotiate directly with the fighters. Yeah, these fighters got the managers, especially these two. They got the same manager, but guess what, y'all? They don't need him. Not only do they not need him, I'm going to go on a public platform and tell the entire world that I'm not even willing to reach out or negotiate a fight with this particular man, but I'm going to keep getting on the internet and asking to get on the phone with the fighters directly. That's smoke and fucking mirrors. You get on the phone with the other team. You're not going to be negotiating, and damn sure you ain't going to be doing it publicly. That shit is for entertainment. And
I think you did not hear me. I think you didn't hear me.
But you cannot be fooled by it. If he's really trying to make a fight, like think about it right now. Do you think he's going back and forth with Liam Paro directly or Jack Catterall directly? No,
I don't think you heard what I said. I don't think you heard what I said. I don't think you heard what I said.
When he made a fight with Brian Norman, is he negotiating directly with Brian Norman? You really think that, or is he talking to his team? Like, this shit is smoke and mirrors. Only in this particular instance, when it's two fighters that, in my opinion, they didn't particularly plan to fight, especially the one of them. The one I give you, the Keyshawn Shakur, that shit was just a package deal, tabloid situation. But y'all, it's smoke and mirrors. Like, only these two guys. Yeah, let me negotiate right with these dudes. You're talking to Keyshawn on the phone, right? The proper thing to be doing is asking, yo, look, get Jay on the phone. Even though you got his number, but get Jay on the phone. Why would he be asking for another fighter? This shit be killing me. Like, that's the entertainment. He's trying to give us something to talk about, and I appreciate that. But what I can't stand is when people act like they can't separate what's supposed to be the entertainment and then what's reality. Reality is this. Past Keyshawn, they still having an issue making a fight, and it's more money issues. If you had an extra meal for Keyshawn, won't you apply that same shit to Liam Paro instead of running to the internet saying he's trying to break the bank, and then all your minions get online and say he ducking you. And then after that, they got to revisit it and say, oh, yeah, they still in talk. They revisit. It's like, bro, can't slow the fuck down. Make one fight. We ain't asking you to fight your whole hit list, bro. We ask you to fight one person. Preferably pick one at this point, because the one we wanted, we ain't getting, right? Cool. That ain't your fault, but move on. But this shit that Bill is doing it's entertaining if you know what you're looking at, but if you just blind and you just think it's the gospel, I'm sorry, that's not the way business go. You're not getting directly on the phone with fighters and negotiating fights, fam. Like, that shit just don't go that way. You get what I'm saying? Just don't go like that. Like, no other situation do you see this, right? And I could see if the guy didn't have no management, no team behind him, and this is just how it is. This is par for the course. Nah, bro. Bill Haney rewrite history for this dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let's run this back a little bit, though. You know what I'm saying? Just a bit. in a minute. Let's play this clip. We got 70 people in the building. Everybody hit that like button. We're going to keep rocking.
But they're both on the pound for pound on pretty much everybody's list, right? So it would have been a great opportunity. While
can you mute it real quick?
Negotiating with him, while continue to getting pressure from the WBO.
I don't think you heard what I said.
This guy says, drop
just
the
wait
belt.
till the clip done, bro.
Drop the belt. So we figured it out. And our next message was, we're dropping our nuts and we're keeping our belt.
Okay.
And Keyshawn.
And again, just to revisit this, because I know people slow. At that point, when he's flexing that they dropping their nuts and keeping their belt, that Shakur fight immediately goes off the table. And anybody with any sense, common sense whatsoever would know that. Any promotion from the very point that he opened his mouth and said that, you know exactly what you get. There's no more Shakur Stevenson because you can't do both. You can't keep your belt and fight him. It's that simple because we already know what the WBO president said, right? Let's keep going. It's almost over.
Sean Davis became the mandatory. We went to purse bid, whereas he was offered $3 million for the fight. And I was hearing
that's what I was going to get you next.
So I was hearing that there might be a little bit of riff or static because I'm like, well, he hasn't signed. Like we don't have an announcement. Like what's going on? So I reached out to the kid. The kid said, yeah, the OG reached out to me too. And I told him, get the fuck on. And the OG hearted it. I said, Nick, I was trying to come to see, was you all right if we had to give you some money, if we had to put an M on top of it.
Right.
So not only did you blow the 3, you blew the 1 that you might would have got from the OG.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Right?
Yep. So you basically saying he wasn't happy with the 3. You saying that you had another and possibly, and now what is your reason you thinking he's backing out? What's the reason behind it?
Debo.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Debo.
That's
It
what
was never. It was a fake out in the first place.
in the very first place. Sin, chime in on this for me, Sin.
I'll stop it right there. What's good with it, man? What was you saying?
I was saying, do you remember the interview with Bernie on Mill with Bill there? I put it
Probably.
in the chat. He basically said, we're trying to get in contact with the team and no one is answering. Can you help me, Bernie, get in touch with Jay Prince? You remember that? I said I put the link in the chat on.
You don't need to, but the point that you going for that. You going for that. You think
if I'm calling the manager directly,
Bernie the boxer, right?
Yeah, he said I'm calling the manager directly. No one's answering. Can you help me get in contact or spread the message that I'm trying to tell?
So you don't know clearly when the circus is in town and you being entertained. So let me say something to you directly. Regardless of what Bill Haney is saying, if the team went ghost, right? What the fuck would Bernie the boxer be able to do that Bill Haney can't himself do when he has direct line to the guy that he's claiming going ghost?
Exactly. So what is he supposed to do when he can't get in touch with James or Key?
Move on. But the fact that you in here like, yo, he told Bernie. Like, bro, move on, but that's what you believe. You only hear one side. This is more gamesmanship from Bill because
if they doing that, whose games is being played, them or him? If they doing that, if they're not
asking
answering.
Bernie the boxer about your business. Do you know how ignorant that is? Like that shit sound crazy. What is Bernie the boxer supposed to be like a close relative to Jay Prince? I could see if it was somebody that was on the team that he was asking that to. Like, yo, it kind of went quiet over there. I hit Jay or something. Say that. I guarantee you if somebody asks him as you, so you telling me right now you contacted Jay Prince and let him know you got an extra $1 million for his fighter and they ducking a phone call. That's them
playing games, not him. If they're not answering and we want to do business,
bro,
that doesn't make sense. If I want to do business with you and you're not answering,
I'm not gonna tell you what makes sense to you, but if that's the way you see it, I can't tell you because it's just my perspective and you got your own. It's all good.
If I want to do business with you and you're not answering, and I'm not answering, and I'm getting in touch with other people.
You believe that. You believe that. You believe that they offered him an extra $1 million, right? And this, mind you, this was going through the DM. It went from the DM and he was gonna see if he needed an extra million. Then he get up there and it's like, now you telling me Jay Prince is not answering the phone, or they just went ghost. That shit don't even remotely make any sense, bro. If you trying to do business, man, ain't no way in hell anybody is going to convince me that Jay Prince is ducking any phone calls when they called the man and it wasn't even planned, and we all watched it on $1 million worth of game. He didn't duck that phone call. He answered and they talk like men. You really think somebody that really about their business is running around here ducking phone calls because Bill said it?
That was after.
God damn, bro. Damn, that's amazing. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got over 80 people in the building. Hit the like button. We're going to keep rocking, man. It is what it is. It's
If
all
I
good.
want to do
We
business
entitled
with
to
you,
say how we
if
see
you
it.
want to do business with me and I don't answer, what does that mean?
You move on though, but you move on. You simply say that. But when you
But
start
who's playing the
asking
game
people,
though? Who's
when
playing
you
the
start
game?
asking people that have nothing to do with the situation, you kind of overplaying your hand at that point, and that's when you start to pile it on. That's when I said that. That's how I see things. For me, you can see it as, oh, that's being, he really trying to go through another avenue to reach out. Bernie the boxer ain't never made no fight for Keyshawn Davis. Nobody has never called him on behalf Jay Prince and try to get a line when this Bill Haney is a master manipulator. This this man got that man number and know he could call him. This the same dude that told the entire world he was negotiating with two fighters that got the same manager, right? And then went on one of the biggest platforms that support Devin Haney and publicly said, yo, so you Keyshawn told you, stop hitting him, reach out to his manager if you want to do business, if you want to make a fight, right? And he like, so you reached out to Jay. He was like, no. He was like, so you're not looking to make a fight with Keyshawn? He was like, no. Like that right there tells you everything you need to know. And when you're on the phone with the fighter and you're asking about another fighter instead of like Shakur is not going to get the fight made between Keyshawn and Devin Haney. Why ask for him and not Jay Prince? Because you know that man gets on the phone. You can't play the games that you could play with a fighter. You can go back and forth. You can try to slip little shit in there. Oh, I sent you a contract. He's a master at this shit. And I give him a lot of credit because he's good at fooling people into believing that the shit he say really be logical. Like you telling me if you got to hit up Bernie the boxer to make Keyshawn Davis fight, then it's over. It's over.
So yo, if you want to do business with me and I ignore you, wouldn't you call somebody that's closely associated with me to help it go
Ignore
through?
you for what though? Explain. All right, imagine this though. Imagine ignoring $1 million extra for your fighter.
Well, they did that with Top. They did that with Top Rank.
What logical reason would he have for ignoring an extra $1 million?
The same way they ignored Top Rank to go from 3 to 2.
It's
the same way.
You get what I'm saying? We're not even talking about Shakur, man. See that type of stuff? That's weirdo stuff. We gotta put you on ice because I'm putting everybody on ice today. We ain't arguing with the trolls. Y'all support or click the link and we can have a civil conversation, but we ain't about to be weird. We ain't talking about no Shakur. We ain't doing that. I know y'all dream about him because you know your favorite fighter can't beat him, but we ain't talking about him right now. Now, I mean, we talking logic. Aunt McQueen, the professor's in the building. What's good, homie?
Chilling, man. I just had one question for my brother up here. What would be the purpose of him talking to Bernie the boxer in public? If he wanted to reach out, he could have reached out to somebody who he felt was close to the camp behind the scenes.
Take that down to real quick.
So, and I mean, this is no disrespect to Bill, but you know that man understands the game and he plays the media very well. So in public, you address Bernie, hey, what's going on with your man? And then that further cements the idea in people's minds that there's some ducking going on, or there's some avoidance going on. So he could have had that same conversation with him off camera.
You think
you know why it happened on camera?
All right, you said for a fact he has James's number. Does he have Bernie's number?
That's irrelevant to me because Bernie is not part of Team Keyshawn. So why would you ask a person that's not in somebody's team and expect them to be able to help you make a broker a fight? That's entertainment. That's for people to have something to say. Hey, Bernie, man, could you get him on the line?
Bernie's definitely Team Keyshawn.
Like,
Bernie and Shakur definitely Team Keyshawn.
Nah, they team Keyshawn, but they're not part of it. They're not, he moved on from B&B.
The
Bernie is
number, the
B&B.
number. So you think he switched the number up on them on B&B?
I don't know about all of that, but I do know Bill got Jay number. I know that person. They know each other. They got a relationship. They've been knowing each other for years. This shit ain't nothing new. You see the respect Bill got for him when he had him on $1 million worth of game. He ain't do all that shucking and jiving and playing around. He was very direct. Oh, we at 147. I wouldn't
And then a
negotiate
week
against
later,
nothing.
and then a
Anything
week later,
against
he changed his
147,
mind.
and they said they was at 35 and 40, and they moved on. See,
We're also in the day and
that's
age where
real
you don't
shit.
need somebody's phone number. You can DM somebody if you don't have their phone number. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
But if he ain't answering a phone call, he ain't gonna answer a DM.
brother.
Yeah, I
no,
mean,
I'm not talking
obviously,
about Jay Prince. I'm talking about if he wanted to get in touch with somebody else to get in touch with James Prince, he wouldn't need to have his phone number. You could DM him. Shit, you
Yeah,
can
but
DM
if I have
Bernie the
if
boxer.
I have your phone number and you're not answering your phone, you're probably not gonna answer a DM.
right.
I know you want to believe that people was ignoring and avoiding calls,
He got
man. Like
quiet. You heard me or
you
not?
you like use common sense, brother. Like there's more to Jay Prince than just Jay Prince. There's top rank there. If Bill Haney really truly wanted to get in touch with him to discuss a major fight and all that stuff, trust me, there's multiple channels he can go through, brother. Like don't
Rob, what
don't be
up?
so basic, bro.
Doing the
Come on,
opposite.
Also,
man.
I don't think Shakur can make 35 anymore though.
Oxen
I
Dad
don't think
was
he can make
good.
You don't think he can make
I'll say
35 no
this.
more? Why you think that?
I don't think he can make 35 anymore.
Why no? What are you basing it on though?
You think he can?
No. Don't answer question with a question. What are you basing it on though? I just need to know. What are you basing it on?
Do you think Shakur can make
Don't
35?
stutter. Don't stutter. Just answer the question clearly. You said you don't think he can make 135. What is your basis of you saying that statement? What supports that? Tell me.
Oh yeah, the one fight at 140, he fought Teal at 140. He needed a whole pre-camp. It was the longest training camp of his career. He still came in light, and even after going 12 rounds with Teo said what to everybody? Man, he's a lightweight. It's a little dude. I mean, that you could go off of that, somebody that fought him. Or, I mean, you could go off the fact that he don't allow himself to blow up. He only had one fight at the weight class. He needed a pre-camp to make the weight and still came in light. He had to eat extra plates and shit.
The man was eating pizza.
Weight, man.
The man was
He was eating pizza.
If 444, if he's talking, I can't hear him. If 444 is talking, I can't hear him.
Oh no, I wasn't talking. I'm silent.
Yeah, and then Shakur was 138 facts, and then on top of that, like I said, it's just like common sense. You had one fight there. You don't have nothing to support that he can't make it. It's not a big ass dude. You just seen him step on the scale. He was 144 pounds. What makes you think he can't make 135? He did that healthy with no problem. He's not even fighting there. He's just letting it be known. Like, look, I can make it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I mean, I do know. You know, my guys see him like he ain't no fool. Like again, they was running around pushing the narrative that he was 175 pounds. They really believe that. He would be out of shape. I told people 2 weeks or so after beating up Teo, he was right back in the gym. My guy watched him work, came right out the gym, got some work in, showered up, went and took a picture with him. If you see the dude, I still got the picture somewhere. I had it on the screen for a while because we was shooting down the whole 175-pound narrative. Just not an overly big guy. And one of the things that helps him is staying locked in between them fights and not allowing yourself to blow up. You know what I'm saying? So having multiple fights at a weight class versus one, to me, like, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're an overly big guy or you struggling at that weight class or something, then I can see that. But nah, he telling people he make it easy. But for me, I guess if he gonna go back down there, it should be the right fight. Because shit, tell him that he got to Tank Davis fight for real and see if he'll make 135
And
pounds.
him going to 40, it's not like a Robson Conceição situation where it's like 130 is his last fight. He's pissing orange and he can't, you know what I mean? He can't make the weight. So now you got to move up. He went up to fight Teo because the opportunity was present.
Right.
And as you've already pointed out, it's been one fight. It's not a campaign.
Right.
One fight.
One fight.
One fight. Shout out to J Bean. Appreciate the love. T Mac, what up? He said, if you a square, Bill gonna run circles around. Yup. Fear fool, play it fool. Bill playing on boys top. shaking my head like, and I appreciate him because I guess like I follow this enough to know when I feel like he's doing that, when he giving you the extra. And then I'll give him credit when I feel like he being straightforward. He was doing it on Malachi. Like you ain't never, he was being so honest. Somebody in the chat was like, yo, can you clip that? Please clip that. Like that's how real it was, fam. He was being straightforward. You get that from him sometimes, but I'm telling you, he knows how to read the podcast. I'm gonna just say it that way. Hell with the room. He know how to read the podcast. He know which ones he can get on, and based on how you overly greet him or you just you overly praising, oh man, he about to have fun. But if you Radio Raheem and Sean Zeitel and you got real people watching you, you just want some straight answers real quick so you can give your audience something they can take, right? Now he jump off and go out the back door without answering no real questions. That tells you everything you need to know, man. I've visibly seen him. I've never seen nobody do nothing like that. Come out, make statements, and then have the people arguing their business. And then when you get him on the platform and ask him very direct questions based off the stuff he put out, guess what he do? He start answering questions with questions. The man got on Ness in real time, fam, and was supposed to be telling them about the 25% at 35 and got up there and asked Ness, what you mean? 25% of what? 50% of what? He really got up there and asked the next man, a complete stranger on the outs, about his own business. That's somebody looking to buy time, looking to fool people, man, playing games. It's okay if you see it for what it is, but when I call it out and I get resistance, it annoys me because it's not a personal thing. I laugh at it. I'd be like, oh man, Bill on this shit, right? I ain't attacking him, right? But I know the fluff and the smoke and mirrors from the substance. I know when he being genuine and straightforward. And you see this situations playing out with these particular two fighters. The link is in the community section. I'll drop it again. Shout out to J Bean, man. We're gonna keep going. This shit is amazingly funny, bro. Yeah, facts. That's facts. He did. He definitely just fought Zepeda last year. Telling you. No, that's just not an overly big dude. I would hope to see one of his fights be somewhere close. So some people need to go out and see the man in person. Don't look at TV. Don't take somebody else's word for it. Trust me, bro. I'm not a big guy myself. And every time I've ever seen him, I'd be like, yeah, I don't see what people see. I've never seen it. Maybe they just look at maybe what's big to you in boxing is something different to me. But it's a couple of them guys you walk by, you'll see like they got real size to them, right? A presence to them when they walk past. Some of them, you'll be like, damn, did I just walk? Feel like you walking past your kids and shit. I'm telling you, some of these dudes is really small, and he just one of them guys that he could walk past you, and you probably won't even, you know what I mean? You probably a double take, like, what the hell? Not a big guy, fam. That's just to me. But if you see it different, it's okay. You see it different, it's fine. Shout out to Marcus. Say literally falls a pay last year. Daddy
and we ain't never got a box again. Well,
right. When you use StreamYard,
I already been getting these, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
3 weight classes. Yeah, it could. I use my StreamYard. I mean, it's on my browser because you don't gotta.
Can you hear me?
StreamYard is not an app.
Yeah.
My guy back in the building.
I'm using my other phone and I can't hear. He was talking, but I couldn't hear him.
No,
so I don't know why.
Yeah. I don't know, fam. But yeah, man. Shout out to Bill though, man. Very funny guy, but he knows how to entertain, man. That's one thing.
But here's the kicker.
Really well.
Gary Antoine Russell is not gonna fight Shakur. He's not gonna fight Shakur.
I mean, of course not. Shout out to God's self. He's talking
like he doesn't. No. He speaks like he tries to push it along, like for the last fight, and instead of saying, "Yo, I don't want to fight him. He's gonna beat me."
Yeah, I don't think it's him not wanting to fight though. I sometimes I just respect the honesty because the last person I'm gonna think don't want to fight is him, right? Based on just his MO, how you give it up, but. Sometimes guys got plans in the perfect world. You know what I'm saying? You will save them for last. I get it, but I'm pretty sure.
But with Gary Antoine Russell and the PBC guys, it don't work like that.
I think he would take the fight, though. I think he would take it. I think I like Antoine Shakur fight. Yeah, Shakur and Puello. I wouldn't even be mad at it, man. Said let's do a bill. So yeah, that bill never won that fight at 44, and I'm convinced.
PBC guys hold the belt hostage. They don't. They fight every 14 months.
I
So
mean, yeah, they that's something that they've been plagued with throughout they run.
Pandora, Rolly, Gary, who else? Tank.
They always want to talk. Y'all find a way to force a Shakur conversation, don't y'all? Look, man, if you want to believe that the PBC had sent Shakur anything, and you think that they send offers, then you clearly don't know shit about boxing. Like I'll be trying to let people make it, but y'all gotta be. I don't want to come off like I'm defending it because I don't need to. Like that's a great fight. I would want to see it, but a person could say anything and y'all just run with it.
Was
Think
Shakur
about
ever sent
something,
an
man.
offer
Logically
from
speaking,
Tank?
it's similar to this Bill Haney shit, right? With the extra million that I'm talking about, and why I'm questioning that. Gary Antoine Russell, personally, I mean, I count maybe 3 interviews, and it could be more, but I think it's at least 3 for sure out there where he got asked about this fight. Every single time he talked about like saving it for last, fight this guy, build it up, fight this guy, fight that, and he'll be there. And I always respected it because I get where he was going. Like, yeah, they can't knock it, right? I build my way up. I get it. I get it. It'll be a big fight.
He fights
I get
once
it.
a year
But
though.
think about something, fam. Like, you don't think one of those interviews he would have mentioned, hey man, yeah, we sent him something, man, but he ain't take it. But then I think one of them he did mention that kind of, but he said he had bigger plans or something like that. And he didn't try to say it like it was some duck scenario. That's what y'all want to recreate, these weak ass conversations. They're bad for boxing. You get what I'm saying? Think about that. They sending you, so you telling me PBC, the last 2 names that you heard Gary Russell about the fight, Pitbull Cruz. We already know how that went with him and Shakur, to be a dog chasing a cat. That's what him and his people said, right? Or his people put that out, and they said no to the fight, right? Pitbull Cruz, and now currently Oscar Duarte. Like, you got to make shit make sense. Like, do you think Shakur was in the plans? Like, just think about it. People got to use their head, man. Like, then PBC, man, man, they not in a rush to do that right now. I just don't see it. You know what I'm saying? But I like what Gary did say in that interview, because he did speak. He was like, yo, I hear he has something bigger planned. And I mean, shit, position Shakur in, he could have something bigger, but shit, if not, I would love to see them fight. But that's not something they looking to do right now. And it's not so much of being scared. It's just I don't see that being the plan, the direction they're going with Gary. I never thought that. But maybe now, with him being at 40, maybe plans could change. You get what I'm saying? So I would like to see it. I like Gary, but my thing is this: from here on out, I ain't defending shit. I'm gonna just tell you what I know. Take it how you want. Believe who you want, how you want, bro. But you do 2-3 interviews and never once mention me turning you down or being offered the fight, and then you think the PBC gonna offer a fight to Shakur. Like, you forget. Like, why would it go that way? Get what I'm
But the
saying?
thing
Like,
is, Gary
I
is 30
just don't
something
see
and
it,
he
man.
fights
I just
every
don't see it.
14 months. So when is he gonna fight Shakur? When is he
Oh
gonna fight
shit!
him?
You gotta ask Gary that, man. I would hope he'd fight him sooner than later. You know what
That's
I'm
the
saying?
thing.
I want to
He
see it,
doesn't
but
fight. He's not an active fighter, and then he's saying he's
Gary
gonna save it for
Antoine,
last.
I mean, that shit, he kind of ran into his little stint of inactivity, but I don't think
What
he's
about his
so
brother?
inactive now. He
His
just
bro.
fought
They all
Andy
do it.
Hiroka
They
not too
all
long
do the
ago.
same thing.
He fought Andy Hiroka not too long ago. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
he
but
is in talks for fighting Oscar Duarte. I don't think he inactive. Gary
I'm
Antoine.
I'm
He did.
I'm
He
I'm a
has some inactivity. That's just something that's plagued the Russells a bit. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think he's
not the
overall
Russells
just an inactive
PBC.
guy.
That's a PBC thing. It's not just the Russells. It's a
Yeah, I mean,
PBC
but
thing.
look, it's a PBC thing because a lot of these guys get paid a lot, and you're gonna see them less when that's the case. That's a sacrifice that you kind of got to make. You get what I'm
I'm
saying?
gonna
Dudes
I'm
get
gonna
paid.
say
That's
his
been the
last
story
4
for years.
fights.
So
October of 2023, June 2024, March 2025, and February
February, back in the
2026.
day,
That
Corey.
is
Tried to
crazy.
ignore the call out, man. I'm so
That's
tired of hearing
crazy.
about this shit, yo. so tired of hearing about call outs and stupid stuff. Y'all have no substance to y'all conversations. I'm gonna start ignoring. I gotta get better ignoring y'all. Y'all just be trying to get my attention with ignorance. Every day is somebody different that he turned down. He ducked. Somebody called him out. He was supposed to fight him. Y'all don't even have these people beating them, but y'all and then look how early it be in dudes' careers or where they be at, and you really think that that's something that they trying to do. Nowhere on Top Rank did you ever hear about them trying to make that fight. You talking about a fucking call out. Let's talk about how didn't you hear Gary, Mr. Gary Russell? I'm talking about not Antoine. Didn't he tell you about what Shakur be on? That's one of the ones that come get that smoke. Oh, Shorty ain't ducking no rep. End it, kill it, all that other stuff. Even when talking about the fight and they did something else, he ain't trying to make it seem like he said, I don't know if it got back to that side or whatever he said, but this is just a pointless conversation, man. Hopefully we can see Gary, Antoine Russell, and Shakur in the ring. I don't want to like hypothetical duck conversations. That should be bad for boxing. Spend all day chasing your tail. What I do know about this boxing, sometimes things do get discussed. Sometimes they reach the other side. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes you can't. They don't come to terms, and the fight don't happen. Right? You get me? Like for example, you had talks about Bud and Crawford, right? But then other business come up, and then the fight never happens. That shit happens often in boxing. Y'all try to make the conversation about somebody ducking or being scared or avoiding and ignoring. You got to keep in mind, fam. These dudes, Shakur just now getting in the point where he could start trying to pick the fights. Y'all talking about earlier in his career, 26 and 30 pounder. Seriously, Al? When did at any point did you see him picking his fights over there on Top Rank? Name me one fight he picked on Top Rank. Give me one. Any one. I seen them all. Give me one.
Yo, if I send you an offer with no guarantee and I decline it, is that a duck? Is that a duck?
You say what?
If I send you an offer with zero guarantee and I decline it, is that a duck?
Nah, it's business. Corny motherfuckers gonna push duck. It's business.
No, but this is the thing. PBC did that with Bud and Errol, and then they came back years later and did it. They did it with Rolly and Devin, and that nothing happened. And it's one more person.
Because Rolly is their fighter, so they would be obligated to take care of Rolly, right?
But what about Bud? What about Bud?
You got these people feeling that separate situation. You will never lump situations in there. Ultimately, I think, and in my opinion, from what I understand with the Bud situation, you got him coming from Top Rank, where he getting guarantees up front, and then you got PBC and Earl. They got a different motto: smaller guarantee, back end money. Right? Remember that was the conversation when Bud was like back end. So to me, in a nutshell, without going all the way through it and chasing tail, they had different, I think, ideals of how they do business based on who they've been working with their entire careers. And ultimately, they was able to get on the same page and make it happen. I feel like both guys had to, make it make sense, right? Bud said he was able to point some things out to Earl and make him see some shit differently. So it's just a matter of how they did business, what was different. Like in Devin's situation, people keep making this big fuss about a guarantee. Y'all running around here claiming to be the face of boxing, claiming to be, a super boss, and then you want somebody to pay you this exorbitant upfront guarantee to fight on their platform for a fight that they might not even make the money back on. It's not going to happen.
No,
like,
but Arrow,
think about it. If they didn't pay Bud, if they wasn't willing to pay Bud initially right now, to fall out of negotiations and come back, and Earl had to eventually make some more concessions. What makes you think they're about to pay Devin Haney?
They were in the same situation. Bud and Haney were in the same situation. They were independent. Because at that time, Bud went to BLK with Avenesian. He wasn't signed to Top Rank. You remember that?
Man, I don't know if you be like on. I sound like we be just having two different conversations.
Bud wasn't signed to Top Rank when he fought Avenesian.
Bro, you when did you hear me say that?
But you're saying he was with Top Rank and Top Rank
ultimately, like you said something about Bud and EJ, like, and I said what I felt like the problem was that held them up. The way, again, you had Bud that was talking upfront money, and you had Spence talking about back end. That's my point. The way they did business was different. So Bud went in there with the idea that, like, that was new to him. Top Rank don't operate that way. PBC was pushing the pay-per-view back end model. Top Rank was advocating pretty much against it. complaining that Al Heyman paying his fighters too much. It's like you missing the point of what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think caused the friction and how they was doing. It's how they both did business based on who they was aligned with. That's just a guess that I had. Because I heard them talking about it. You got Bud was like fucking back end was fucking foreign. He like, what is that? Like y'all.
That's reasonable, bro.
What was known on record? He was known for getting his money up front with Top Rank, which is probably why he resigned and stayed over that way. So maybe I got it wrong, but that to me I thought was a potential holdup.
I think what you're saying is reasonable, KB, because you got to look at the way in which these guys they had their money situated. And these guys, I'm not talking about the fighters, I'm talking about the promotional companies.
Right.
Like Top Rank, they had this situation with ESPN where I'm pretty sure they get a budget that they can work within, and then they got to divvy up the funds however they do it. With PPC, most of their shows were pay-per-views, hence, the back end situation. So that's why you would probably get either a low guarantee or no guarantee, and then you got to just basically trust your market value that the people are going to support it.
That's what they was telling Devin to basically do. We got half of the money for Rolly. You put up half and bet on the back end. That's not the way Devin wanted to do it. Think about it. For example, just switching gears, different situation. Him and Keyshawn, they had a purse bid situation, but Top Rank was giving him a flat fee. They was making sure they took care of him. And from what I understand, that caused a little bit of the rift with the business side for Keyshawn, because it essentially looked like they was willing to do more for a guy that is not even somebody that's really in bed with them versus the guy that's supposed to be one of their next guys. So, it's not about ducking, it's business. Now, you can say whether you feel like personally, in your opinion, if it's good or bad business, but nah, Devin Haney, I only said the ducking shit because I applied it to the same logic. Like if you saying whenever a person doesn't accept the offer and it's because of money, it's a duck, then you got to apply that across the board. And that's ultimately what it was with Devin. Couldn't get what he was looking for, but I told you, like I done talked to my guy that talked directly to the PBC exec. I talked to another guy that's in the loop with those guys, and that's what it was. That ultimately it was Devin's fault because y'all wasn't willing to bet on yourselves the way you say you do. See, Top Rank provided you more of a safety net where you wouldn't have to worry about betting on your. There ain't no back end. They ain't doing that shit. You was gonna be taken care of, and that's how he won his money, right? But you talking about PBC, you're not about to tell them how they about to pay you all this money up front when that's not their model, and people should know that by now. So again, it's not a duck per se for Devin, and even when he did it, I ain't say that. It just comes up because in any other situation, if that was anybody else, you think they would have gave a damn that he couldn't get the guarantee he was looking for? You think they would have
zero guarantee and a $250,000 guarantee is
they wouldn't have cared though. They wouldn't. Nobody else would they be considering? Oh, they wouldn't fight for no guarantee. But tell the rest of the business. And this is why I know people don't be understanding. I understand more than I've ever did. Like you got to think it goes deeper than just like think about this. You're not their fighter. Why are they going to be looking to pay you a very upfront price for like what? Why would they be looking to do that for you?
Do you think
they telling you is what they're gonna do is we gonna look, y'all bossed up, right? Look, we got 50% for Rolly. Y'all gonna put up the money, and then y'all get taken care of on the back end. I know people
is it
don't
fair
know
to
how
believe
that
go, is it fair to believe that if they're gonna do that, they would not give you accounting on the back end?
You say what?
You don't think if they have a model like that, they wouldn't be upfront with the accounting once everything settles?
If who had a model like that? Top Rank?
PBC. No, PBC.
If they had a model like
if they telling you no guarantee and once we recoup, we split 50-50, you think they're willing to give accounting? If they had that business model?
I don't know, fam. That's
doubt
for
it.
them to figure out. Like
I
think
doubt
ultimately Devin felt like, look, it didn't make sense, but he initially said it did. So that's something that you got to ask a question to too, because that's a bold statement to say something is lucrative and then double down and say it made sense for me and my team, and then go on Twitter and then sing a different tune. So I get it. Ultimately, nah, man, that boxing shit ruined the community. It's about business, dollars and cents, fam. These dudes risking their lives. And I think fighters like Bud Crawford was mentioning on that telecast a couple weeks ago, feel like guys are attempting to be more involved, more business oriented, and recoup every red cent that they can get off their name, especially for a fight that they know is a risk. That's just me. That's just how I see it. I don't think you're wrong for that, but it's one of those things where if things don't go your way, you got to live and learn. Like, all right, Keyshawn gambled the way he did with the purse bid situation, didn't work out. Got to deal with the criticism. Wait for your next opportunity, be prepared, and fight through it. You know what I'm saying? And learn from that on some business shit. Like, we be looking at it like it's the end of the world. Like, these dudes, every decision they make is going to be the best one. It's going to be perfect. Nah, you're going to fuck up sometimes. Just like in life and anything else. In any other kind of business, right? You can make the wrong move and it'd be a little setback and you got to get yourself back right. That just might be something you got to deal with, you know? This might be something you just got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like anything you can learn from is a lesson and you straight, you know? But ultimately, man, this situation I think has got several teachable moments, man. Shout out to Bill, always entertaining the people. But my question is shit, like who y'all still gonna fight? And
They fighting Cataract or Paro. One or the other.
It's tough to say because I've already heard that both guys ducked them. Then I seen the comments from Jack Catterall and his people. Then you seen the comments from Liam Paro and his folks, and they both sound like they in the dark. Liam Paro saying, I'll fight you anywhere, your backyard, my backyard, wherever. Like, I'm ready to go. Like, I've been ready, been told you I wanted to fight. And think about it, with people not taking into account is he over there with No Limit, where they are very consistent with getting their guys fights and going towards the smoke, not away from it. So I don't want to hear this whole duck narrative. And now they bring
No Limit is PBC also, so that's another game that you got to play.
Shit is stupid, man. Nah, hell with the games, man. That's the problem. That's why they still ain't got no fight because they playing games.
But No Limit is PBC, and that's another game within itself.
PBC.
No Limit is slash PBC.
Yeah, but No Limit is about that smoke is the point I was bringing up, like how they move and some of the fighters that's directly under that No Limit banner. Like you got to think, you know, I was talking to my guy, Paro is one of them. Tim Zoo is another one. Look how they moved him. The man had a hole in his head and fought through it, and look who they threw him in there right after that. So it's funny how the first time you ever hear anything about Paro being a duck or breaking the bank is when they negotiate with Haney. Like they just. All right, they got a very different way they do things, and it's all about clicks, views, and public sound bites, shock waves. Like you know what I mean? That's what they do, and people got to accept it. That's what Bill be on. He give you a lot.
I agree with that though. Paro's gonna try to break the bank because his next title fight against a non-Ryan, I think he's not making $1 million. He's not gonna make $1 million.
Well, we don't know
his
what the
highest purse was 400.
We know one thing's for certain.
His highest purse was 400.
No Limit hasn't stifled him in any way as far as getting opponents. And this dude's been in there with some formidable guys, bro.
Right.
Like Liam Paro's been in there with
he's gonna break
Subrel, Matias, Richardson Hitchens. Neither one of them dudes were with PBC, so I don't think that would be any type of hindrance. Like somebody being outside of the PBC stable, like they wouldn't be able to get a fight for him because those two guys, we've seen them do it before.
Right.
Right on cut.
Who was that he just beat? Was that Patty Donovan? Where the hell is Patty? Who was Patty Donovan signed with?
Right.
Or was that Lewis Crocker? One of them Irish dudes. Who were they signed with?
Yeah, they be getting dudes. They be getting
them fights, bro.
They do a really good job at doing that. Securing a fight, keeping it moving, like doing good business. Like you don't hear, they're not known for avoiding competition, smoke, or not doing bad business either. And that's you gotta sometimes think about who you dealing with. And I accepted Team Haney for what they is, but it's just it's too many people that don't understand where I be coming from. They be making it personal. Nah, just be separating the fluff from the substance, and he give you a lot of the fluff. It's gonna seem like a personal attack, but it's not. I had fun. I laugh at Bill all the time. I heard people go in on him in a way that I even never thought to talk about the man. It's not a personal. He funny. He entertaining. But when you point that shit out, like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes my energy be different based on what people are saying. Like this $1 million thing, it just sounds like another way to keep things going. But I mean, hopefully that's the thought process moving forward with any of these fighters, like something that he might be considering or willing to do. If he's being sincere about it, I don't know. I can just tell you how I think of it based on how he presented it to the people. He always got this real WWE vibe to him, to me. And it'd be making me feel like, all right, you playing games with the people a little bit, okay, having fun. People ain't gonna ask him certain questions, so he gonna be able to get it off, right? I wanted people to ask for the longest. And matter of fact, the only ones that was doing it, asking him direct questions about the stuff that he put out, but he slid out the back, was Radio and Sean's I Tell, man. They was really about to get the end. He slid off. I'm like, man, that's crazy, bro.
They kept asking him, is he signed to Zuffa or the Zone? And he didn't answer.
No answer. And just the shit he was saying, but he was leading people to believe that he was talking to Zuffa, and they was the ones that had the fight and the money for the fight, and the time was now, and they wanted it now. He was pushing that heavy, and that's why it confused me. But I understood ultimately, like, I appreciate him even adding that part where he said why he signed to the Zone, you know, more opponents. I understand that, more flexibility.
Yeah, because
but you would think you wouldn't be in this particular issue right now, too. Get what I'm saying?
nah,
Like,
he's
all
gonna
right,
get
you
a
think
fight. The
that
thing
it's
is,
like
Shakur stuck. Shakur
still
has
having an
Ryo and he
issue.
has no one else. Who else does he
Nah,
have on that
but
roster?
I mean, look, who has Connor been fighting?
Ryan.
And where's Ryan at? Under the same umbrella
Yeah.
where Devin Haney is at, right? The fight happened. What did Bill say? Even though they signed to the Zone, he said, what? We still could fight guys like Shakur Stevenson's, the Ryan Garcias. He start throwing them names out there. So I don't
There's no
think he's
names
stuck.
like that at 40 though.
I
There's
think you
no
know
names
what?
at 40 where you're
I'll
gonna
say this.
both companies are gonna be like, oh, this is big enough fight to make it
Yeah,
happen.
I'll say this. It's a possibility that he could have issues securing the right kind of opponent, right? It's a possibility he could be this quote unquote stuck, as people say. I
Because
think
Ryo's nasty.
I think it's one of those things where you just gotta wait and see. And I ain't tripping off that, because you gotta think availability, who in your weight class, what makes sense right now. Like when dudes be having certain dates, like for what I'm hearing, Dev got the October date, the October 3rd date. From where I'm hearing Shakur potentially got an October 3rd October date as well, from what I'm hearing. So it's possible. So we'll see. But you got to think, if he's looking to secure that October date, right? You got to make somebody make sense within that time frame. And sometimes it don't be the guys that you want to see the most, right? People will say, man, why don't Shakur fight Gary Antoine Russell? I hear that name a whole lot. And then I'll answer the question for him. Gary Antoine Russell's in talks for fighting Oscar Duarte. Oh, I ain't know that. Well, where the fuck you been? Stop asking dumb shit. Why Shakur and keep his word? He should have been fighting Shock. Y'all see the title? Y'all see the title? I told y'all this a while ago. Shock told y'all this a while ago, but y'all was blinded by the face-off. And he got to keep his word. What about Shock, Dave? Do he have to keep his word when he shook hands with somebody and told them they're going to make a fight later this year? And what are we getting October 24th? A fight between the two. See what I'm saying? So it's like, why he ain't fighting Shock? He ain't keeping his word. Shock is a 30-pounder, and he's fighting another 30-pounder in a great unification that I'm all in for. You get me? It's just hard to bark for those fights, not only with the guy being a bigger name, 2 weight classes above where you at right now. It's really hard. You don't have no kind of leverage. Those 2 fights you won are big fights for you, but they don't move the needle in a way where it's like, man, you gotta fight them. Fighting 30-pounders don't get you the guy that, you get what I'm saying? I just don't see it that way, especially when you go back to that weight class. And it's not a bad thing, but it's like you gotta move closer to where that guy is at.
And speaking of plans, I mean, Shock did have an opportunity to force his hand if he would have retained that damn WBC interim at 135, but he relinquished that.
Yeah, cool boy.
Yeah, not every fight gonna be a big fight. And think about it, Shakur just sold out MSG with Teo. He signed a new deal. It's already, people are almost celebrating that he's on this island. Ryo is willing and ready. He's coming off one of the bigger wins of his career, if not the biggest. In the other rematch, right? He knockout. Like, this dude is 2-0 with 2 KOs, I think, in them rematches, ain't he? And he be kicking up. So it's not a bad fight, but people have conditioned themselves to shit on everything. He just fought Teo. Why now? So tell me you got to fight a Devin, or right? Like, you get me? Like, shit just don't make sense to me. So is it a bad fight? Nah, but he said he don't want that fight. And
He looks at Ryo like a bum,
think he
though.
want to do something else. So
he looks at Ryo like a bum.
I don't think he think Ryo a bum, but he said it. He said, yo, Gary whooped your ass. Like, he was like, man, like, just don't. And think about it. People already complaining. You go fight him, all they're gonna do is complain.
But that don't matter because Cambosos beat Tio and he just beat Tio. So that don't
Yeah.
matter.
I mean, nah, it really don't. You got a point. It really don't. It really
Yeah,
don't.
but it's
But you know
more of
how
a what
people do
have you
when
done for me
you
lately?
Shakur, the bar set different. That shit different. They don't give them credit for damn near nothing. They'll tell them they want them to fight somebody, and then the next breath tell you how they not about to give them credit for the guy that they just said he should fight. So to me, I think a candidate for me is Raymond Muay. I like that fight. He keeps speaking about it. He keeps saying that's a good fight for boxing. He got the style for Shakur. Not that I believe it, but I believe he's good enough to make a good fight. I don't think that's a fight people could complain about. Yeah, I can understand a little bit of the gripes with a Rayo fight to a degree, but I feel like a more tired fight would be solid. But the question is, with him just fighting Conceição just a little while ago, would you even be ready if Shakur is in fact coming back in October? And that's an if, so don't quote me on that. But that's something that I've been hearing a little consistently. It's a possibility. So
That Devin date gonna get pushed back because of the drug testing. He ain't fighting first week October.
could be Teal won titles after they lost to Camboso, right? He was the most, so that's the thing. He fought the most established champion at the weight class, had his titles for the longest. That's why I respect him beating Teal. Some people like, but Cambosos beat him. But Loma had 2 losses, and y'all love the Devin win. I just hate to do that, but I'll be having to kind of put it in perspective because just don't take credit. You beat who you beat. You know what I mean? At the time, he beat Loma that was dangerous, a damn good Loma. You know what I'm saying? I think he beat, a Tio that was, did really well after losing the first time, right? He had some couple struggle fest, but he had some couple of good performances as well. So on the whole, Tio did way more good than bad, where I think that's going to always be a quality win. And it's not just beating him, it's how he beat him. You seen Tio lose, but that was a split decision. You ain't never see Tio get beat like that. So I think I know how to give credit where it's due. I feel like the Loma's a great win for Devin. I feel like Tio's a great win for Shakur. And they got plenty more left, man, to prove, man. I just want to see fights. So, in a minute, I'm going to start questioning a little bit more who Shakur going to fight. But that ain't been the talking point as much for me. I told y'all because he just fought in January. To me, I ain't tripping. And then I don't see him being in no negotiations with 5, 6, 7, 8 people publicly. I just don't see that being a road for him. I told all of y'all he was going to get. For me, I told y'all because he just fought in January. To me, you gotta turn your YouTube down or something. I told y'all he was going to get a little more vocal after the deal was solidified because it only makes sense, right? You can start talking. You got a little breathing room to try to see what's out there for you, what makes sense, and try to make a good fight. But it's going to be tricky, man. It's going to be tricky. Availability, right? Who really serious? What fight makes sense? What fight is worth the money that they allegedly paying? All that stuff. So I got questions too, but I ain't concerned because I watched his career too long. They gonna complain regardless. I'm telling you now, it doesn't matter who it is just about. You might got 1, maybe 2 people. If it was them, it wouldn't have nothing to say. And then even then, it's still gonna be something. Like I'm telling you, I watched his entire career, every single win, any win that's considered like a quality win, it's people that take from it. From the very first title he won. Yeah, he won a vacant title. It's just like you already conditioning yourself to take credit from these men's accomplishments. It's crazy. For me, winning the title is winning the title, but I do understand taking it from somebody too. And I've seen him do that as well. So shit, if that shit vacant and he is in his path, he gonna take it. If you got it and you willing to fight him, he gonna take them too. It's like he did with Tio. Them joints wasn't vacant, snatched him right up off his ass, didn't he? Keyshawn know how much bread generate for Top Rank. They want to take shorts, 2 sold-out arenas, pay that kid. I'm telling you, not too many people selling out their hometown in their 10th fight, I think it was. 10th fight, one of them. Not too many people. Keyshawn got real star potential. All you got to do is stay locked in and keep learning the game as he go. I'm telling you. People, like, that's why I thought him and Devin Haney was a really good dance partner. Son of God, what's good, homie? Good dance partner.
But you think his logic is let me fight Norman so I could get more money for the Devin fight, but the price ain't gonna go up?
Who, Keyshawn?
Yeah.
What I was hearing with him is You know, and this is just a theory. I can't confirm it yet. You know, if I can, then I will, but I can't confirm it. I'm hearing that it was another reason why that Devin Haney fight didn't go through. It's outside of the money and asking for the flat fee and feeling like they might have been taking care of the other guy more than him. Hearing that it's a possibility that his contract could extend. You win a title fight with Top Rank, and if you're a guy, from what I also was hearing, is looking to try to venture out, possibly do something different, then you don't want to necessarily take that fight, especially if it ain't for the money you looking for, right? And then you end up getting you assuming you're gonna win, so your contract extends and you trying to get up out of there. So maybe
So why
you
would he
get
petition then?
say again.
Why would he petition?
What, to be in a mandatory spot?
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing that they seen it playing out differently. That's the only thing I could think is that's why I say it's a learning experience. Like, or you could say it's a cloud chase, but I don't think people wasting their time doing all that. I just think ultimately he didn't
I think they
anticipate.
assumed they would net more money.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, oh, this ain't what we thought it was. And
Right,
that
right.
point you just made, it reminded me of something that
I'm gonna have to
Zab
go on my
said
laptop.
sitting
Mm-hmm.
down with Andre Ward, where he was talking about the Corey
Mm-hmm.
Spinks situation.
Right.
And then not that fight. It was Carlos Baldomir.
Baltimore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Baldomir, where he was at the end of his contract, and then he
Mm-hmm.
had taken that fight, ended up getting the L, but then somehow they found a loophole with the IBF situation because
Right.
Baldomir didn't attend the second day weigh-in. But he was saying something similar, like how it's towards the back end of the deal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I could understand that for Keyshawn if that's the case. He's at
Yeah.
the end of his deal and he is looking to become a free agent and
Mm-hmm.
see what the market is like. Test that out.
Yeah.
I want to mess around and be locked into something.
Right. I hear it could be another situation out there possibly for him that he could be looking to get into and, possibly then with the bag being behind him, revisit the fight if it's available. And if not, then you got the bag behind you. So
What,
you get things
go to
some
Matchroom?
fights in, you're gonna keep going. You know what I'm saying? So whatever the case is, and again, I know that we was talking about it a little bit yesterday. I know the situation is a bit different, but ultimately, it's just the long game is what I'm referring to. Brian Norman, regardless of how you dress it, was in a situation where offers was being sent. He didn't accept them, and he got labeled a duck. Right? People trashed his decision making. Oh, you're fighting on the girls' undercard. This, you're gonna mess around and lose your next fight. Blah blah blah. You'll never make this money. That same guy ended up in Saudi fighting Devin Haney for the most money in his career. Now he didn't win the fight, but he got the opportunity, and he got an opportunity to make that bag. So Keyshawn Davis is a hell of a talent. I think he's going to be in position to do the same. You know what I'm saying? So
I think that was his opportunity because Norman got damn near double of whatever he got in Japan. He got 3 and turned it down. So I don't know if he gets another opportunity like that.
not right away. Again, that's
Well, maybe
short
it could be
term. The
seen.
best. This was the best fight I think they could have offered for him, right? As far as exposure, opportunity wise. So short term, it looked like a terrible move, right? Bad business, ducking, all that stuff. But just got to play the long game. His career can't be over after this opportunity going by the wayside. I've seen fights fall out so much. I think people just overreact depending on what name is attached to the fight. Because we just seen Rolly and Devin not happen. We really seen that. And Dan Rolly was for sure that, Devin ducking me. It's just not that simple. Business got to make sense for these young men. And if they don't, regardless of how much we think they should take anything, they don't feel the same way. Cornelius, my dog, was a good player, business from another planet.
But
It's
now
keep
that Devin's
right now. He has
situation,
everybody on his team taking bullets for him. I don't think they got to take bullets for him. Ain't nothing else to take. Like, look, think about it. His decision was his decision. I get what you're saying, though. People going to bat, but shit, what do you do? Go for the go. If I'm Dorsett, I'm going to bat for my guy. If I'm anybody speaking vocally, I'm going to bat for my guy. Straight like that. Shit,
he's
Jay
the
Prince,
wrong
what
he's
was
the
it?
wrong
Jay Prince,
person.
a junior, not a junior, but one of the Baby J, or somebody from the Prince family. He was speaking on it too,
But he
saying something
the
like they got something bigger planned. Like, yo, if he ain't, y'all think this was something, wait till y'all see what we got in store. So that's one of them things where you just gotta wait and see. Time
but the thing
will
is,
tell how bad or how good of a decision this turns out being. Right?
Dorset was just loud and wrong, and then uh Jay Prince's nephew or son, whoever that is, he just gave like lawyer PC answers, like some AI statement answers. It was nothing was definitive.
Nah, I mean, but that's how it's gonna be. They ain't gonna come up there and tell you all the plans. You know what I'm saying? They gonna, that's kind of what you're supposed to do, man. You ain't supposed to get up there and talk like it's over, because it's not. People be over exaggerating. We do this shit all the time. Like career suicide, I'm hearing his career over. It's like, bro, just like Dub said, the scuffling shit, blow. What he said, what Dub called it, blowing up your hometown is worse than this shit. Turn down the fight. Now let's see how, if it impacts the way you're moved, if you're shoved, the top ring sit you still. Those are some things that he definitely gonna have to worry about. But shit, let's see if 100 mil bill is serious, man. You got an extra $1 million. I mean, extra mil bill. You got an extra $1 million, man. You should be able to make. I expect one of these fights to be announced sometime soon, especially if y'all still expecting to get back in the ring in October.
I don't think they should fight this year. I just let them come back next year.
Shit, you don't want to do that coming off one of your biggest wins. You just became a 3-division champ. Your goal is to get back in that ring, and you get me, an active champ is a good champ, man. You want to keep him, you don't want to be inactive, because that's the thing I was saying, why I know certain fights ain't gonna happen with guys coming off this much inactivity, especially if you had to make some concessions. That Keyshawn fight would have been tricky too. I'm telling y'all. Just for the simple fact being out the ring that long, and that dude really could fight. He'd been a little more active, right? You going off of a fight and then some inactivity, and then think about it. You arguably still bouncing back from the Ryan fight, stressed out boxing, my dog. You get me? And I ain't saying you look bad, but you know this is not what you want. You don't want inactivity. You want to be moving. Think about it. You wanted the names in boxing, and I think that's why we got a lot of this kind of tabloid type news, right? Because they've been on the sideline. You got to find a way to keep your guy name buzzing. So I think Bill's done a great job, for better or for worse. I don't take what he do personal, but people, like I said, they act like you ain't supposed to call it out if you see it.
You think he should just start fighting bums to just remain active, or he got to fight dudes with a name?
Nah, that's not the ideal. But you go fight who wants to fight you. I got a saying: fight who wants to fight you. Fight the best available opposition. That's all you can do as a fighter. Every fight ain't gonna be no home run. Every fight ain't gonna be a killer. Every fight ain't gonna be a big fight. Like, that's not sustainable. That's not realistic. War SOG will tell you that better than me. So I don't be tripping when fights ain't. We like everybody act like you got to just fight killer after killer. Like, nah, you fought Brian Norman. People thought Norman could decapitate him if he caught him. So,
but that fight was not close at all. I had that fight 10-2. He won round 1 and round 9. People are asking for a rematch.
Yeah, 619. I mean, look, Brian Norman Jr. willing to take the rematch. You know who
but the fight wasn't close. The fight was not close.
I get it, but shit, with some tweaks, it ain't like he needed to do a shit ton different, because after the first couple rounds, the fight changed to me. I think in the second half, it definitely was far more competitive than what people made it seem like. Brian Norman got some shit in there. Devin Haney.
When Brian was trying to box, he smothered himself, and then he just
7-5 with a knockdown. Yeah, man, I
don't think it was 7. I don't think that Norman fight was 7-5 at all.
Said no to the rematch. Is he ducking? Right. And by their logic, if that was anybody else, yeah, they'd be ducking.
Not if the rematch was not close.
I understand why Devin would be looking to do something else, but I understand why Brian Norman would be looking to do it. Like, he don't care. He with the smoke, and we're gonna talk about him too in another matchup, man. It's just a rumor. I'm just gonna call it a rumor for now, but I've been hearing this a little bit. Yeah, I've been hearing it.
Norman's gonna get
about Brian Norman and Keyshawn.
He's gonna get frozen. Man. He's gonna get frozen out. He's not gonna get a
Cam
title
Davis, shot. Man. I don't know. I'll say this: if you get an opportunity like this based off not taking the Devin Haney fight, you definitely secure it.
You walling.
Definitely probably want to take this fight. I mean, I don't care how tough it seemed, because it's a good fight. I mean, Brian Norman is really about that smoke. He's a guy that's trying to make his you seen him, he ain't stay stuck on stupid. He made the necessary changes for better, for worse, whether you like him or not. He showed you that as a fighter, he's trying to get better, trying to grow and keep going. And he ain't protecting his record and none of that. He want to fight. He with this shit. I think this would be a good fight. I'm not gonna lie to you. It'll be a good fight. I mean, the question been asked, like, how would Keyshawn do versus Devin Haney as opposed to what Brian Norman was able to do. Because a lot of people say, oh, he gonna get done like Norman, he gonna get done like this one. And I've been an advocate for saying Keyshawn's pedigree get overlooked, and I still feel the same way. His pedigree began overlooked. When they look up there, people will see 15 fights to 29. So he got 30 fights. Keyshawn, we got 15. He got double the fights, right? But you gotta go look at Keyshawn fights is quality over quantity, respectfully. Not fighting guys
Devin,
with losing records. Fighting his 12 rounders early in his career, right? You go look at most of the average guys, they ain't fighting for no title in their 13th fight neither, let alone beating.
Devin's ring discipline would frustrate Key.
Say what?
Devin's ring discipline will frustrate Key.
I mean,
It
look,
definitely,
I can't say
it
it
definitely
can't.
will.
I can't say it can't, but I can't say it definitely will. I don't have no evidence of it. Shit, it didn't frustrate Ryan Garcia. And if Ryan Garcia was in better shape and not on banned substance, we'd probably be having a different conversation. So think
That's
about
another fight that's not gonna happen.
the success that he was able to have. I feel like Keyshawn is far more versatile and just got more tools than Ryan, more committed, take this shit a lot more serious. I just think he's a better overall fighter. And if a guy, a lesser talent, was able to have success, I feel like Keyshawn would too. I don't think he'll just be out there being frustrated because he do got good jab defense. He know how to close the distance for sure. He got good defense, period. He could fight off the back foot, come forward. He go to the body well. He set his shots up well. He got good timing. It's a lot of things. Like that's why I keep saying pedigree. That pedigree mean you ain't gotta have 30 fights to look like a guy that got 30 fights, right? Like you ain't gotta that, and that's Keyshawn. Like at no point, even early in his career, you'll watch him and be like, yeah, somebody ain't tell you this was a dude with a couple fights, right? If I just told you this dude probably in his 15, you probably believe it, right? He's a guy that you really watching him consistently. You'll see the growth. I'll say that. You'll see it with each fight. So seen it with Albright, one Albright fight to the next. You know what I'm saying? Eliminated Albright moments and just reduced them to grappling and holding all night. Get what I'm
But
saying?
Norman can't do that. Norman can't fight on the outside. He
Stop
can't
it.
fight on the back foot.
Who can't fight on the back foot?
Norman. Norman can't fight on the outside or back foot. He's an inside fighter. That's all he knows. That's all
Mid-range
he knows.
closest is where he best at for sure. Because he
That's
not,
all he knows.
yeah, because he like to fight. You know what I'm saying? So he ain't a guy that's just trying to box, stay on the outside. But if you really pay attention to Norman, he can do those things, man. It's just sometimes you in there with the wrong guy. You in there with the better man that night. And that's what it was with him and Devin. You know what
I
I'm
would say
saying? He fought
lesser
emotionally
boxers showed him that.
and it caused him some problems. You know what I'm saying?
Like what's the fight? Quinn Randall. Quinn Randall is a boxer, but he's of less skill. And he wasn't able to fight on
And
the
bro,
outside, fight on the back foot, none of that.
man, yeah. The one thing though, because it's a stylistic thing though. You know, Devin is a pure boxer, so he used to being on the back foot, using the ring, and I mean using his feet. Brian Norman got a seek and destroy kind of. I'm gonna come get you, but I
But
can
that's the
box
thing.
at the same token. So just
But Devin
different
stood right
styles.
in front of him. Devin didn't fight him on the outside or whatever. He
Yeah,
stood right in
to a
front of him.
degree, but he better feet. You know what I mean? Distance and range control. Devin got some things and some qualities about him as a boxer that'll make a guy with less experience. It'll give him fits, and you was able to see it on the night. You was able to see where he was, you know, not as good as Devin at, and which areas, and those was the areas Devin exploited. Kudos to him, but I wouldn't
Stood in
mind
front of
seeing
him.
a rematch. I ain't saying I got to see it now, but I wouldn't mind seeing it. Brian Norman, he just sparked me as the kind of guy that you just can't count out. You can't think that he ain't trying to get better. You know what I'm saying? You seen the moves that he made, he told you he was trying to get better. But this right here will be fun. They on the same side. Both got scrutiny for not taking fights. Brian Norman for the Boots fight, and that was a unification, right? So people could still be on that. You could say Keyshawn coming fresh off, not taking a fight with Devin. I don't know. I don't know if they would do this right now, though. But I know from talking to my guy, shout out to my dog, Tay Jones, man. You know that Brian Norman, like his little bro. He let me know Brian Norman willing to fight Devin Haney in a rematch right now, and he'd be willing to fight Keyshawn right now. And my guy ain't never lied to me.
I think that Devin fight with Norman was like lopsided, man. It was very lopsided.
Devin did not. Nah, he ain't stand right in front of him. Like he had his moments where he did, but I tell you what, the second half, it was a tell of two halves. The first half, especially after he got that knockdown, I feel like he got a little brave, a little bold for a couple rounds. But in the second half, the rounds got a bit closer and he did less. There, I think that's the second fight in a row where he landed 70 punches. Now I know I was pointing out the downside to that because I feel like there's no fight at all outside of the last two where you're gonna find Devin Haney landing 70 punches apiece in a fight, right? But somebody, pointed something out to me like, hey, just man, that's also a testament to how good
Discipline.
you are. Only land 70 punches, and I'm like, damn, that is a way to look at it. It is. So it's not
And he
that
didn't have high work rate. It
right.
wasn't
It's
high
not
work
the
rate.
end all be all, but I'm just used to seeing a different Devin Haney. That's all. And I feel like this new version, maybe I'm still getting used to if this is like, because some people say this is the very best version of him ever. He makes even less mistakes. And I can see why people would feel like that with given the last two fights. He really did make a ton of mistakes, right? From fight to fight. But competition is going to get different. And I think, sometimes with certain people, the less is more approach works. But I think with others, you're just going to have to be the very best version of yourself. Or maybe I got him wrong, and maybe this version of him beats these guys, right? Still. So, let's say he's still a hell of a boxer, very sound, not the easiest guy. You can't just do what you want to him because he know what he doing in there. So, you got to have a certain style, I think, to really give him trouble. You got to have some qualities about you that's going to give him trouble. Or you're going to box your ass repeatedly, round after round. And if you sleep and you ain't respecting the power, he'll sit you on your ass. So, I mean, I just want to see him make one of them fights without nobody getting dragged in the media. All right, the Keyshawn thing is to be expected. We get that. But I don't want to hear no more duck shit. I don't want to hear nobody else want to fight. I don't want to hear everybody ducking. That's not the reality. Because if it is, then the only way to fix that will be going up. And I know you're not doing that right now. So there's still fights that you can make. Just got to maybe buckle down a little bit more or potentially explore the boots in his route. If your dad is vocally saying it's an extra $1 million up on the table for any fight, maybe you might look to have to pay a little bit of oomph to get guys in the ring with you. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? Because I do think people feel like, I don't care. This is just me. Boxing is a niche sport. It's a small world. When these guys signing these deals and stuff like that, we be finding out information, and so do these fighters. So they hearing that you signing lucrative deals and you over here and you get into this bag, I think naturally people want to get paid, right? Oh, you want to make this fight, now you leverage your belt a little bit, right? If you lay in power, not saying you're trying to price yourself out, but you like, hey, okay, you signed a big deal. This is a fight. Let's make a fight, but let's make sure I get paid. I think
Yeah,
nothing
but
wrong.
Paro's highest pay is 403K. If he's turning
Yeah,
down
and we
3
all know we
million,
put that out there, but I think it's
it,
irrelevant to the conversation because it's a unification. You know
yeah,
what I'm
but
saying? Like,
if you're turning down 3 million,
I
what
don't
can
know
I
what he
do?
turned down. I don't know if he turned anything down because the statement they put out, he's saying he ready to fight. You know what I mean? So, we'll see. You know what I mean? Time will tell, man. Time will tell.
It's gonna be
Keyshawn
red
Craig
tape
Martin.
because they're 12 hours ahead.
Yeah,
They're
Keyshawn and
12
Craig
hours ahead.
Martin's a good fight. Keyshawn and anybody's a good fight. Any quality fighter. Lewis was good, homie. Yeah, it's a great fight, but this Norman one is something that they've been rumoring about. Like I said, Norman with the smoke. He don't give a damn win, lose, or draw. He gonna go in there and fight. I talked to him a couple occasions, interviewed him on here. I just like his energy. He got a real straightforward, genuine approach about him. And he ain't on no fake shit. He's just a genuine dude. He want to fight. If he see changes that need to be made, he gonna make them. He gonna go out there and do what he do. You see how he punched on Wagner ass, got him up out of there. I'm ready to see Norman back in there. So
That's a can, man. That's a can.
maybe this is a fight on the horizon. I don't know. I keep hearing a rumor about it, but I know they was asking Keyshawn about it, but that's when he was in the talks with the Devin Haney thing. So, and that's another thing that be going on. Like we see this stuff play out, we just don't know how to identify when we see it. He in the gym working out, and you see they asked him about Brian Norman, but you see his response like, I don't feel like I should have to fight Brian Norman to get a Devin Haney fight. Like, and sometimes that'll be the extent of it, right? Or it'll just be a couple of conversations and guys being asked, but the suit's not really putting it in play where guys getting on the phone and trying to put together offers and really put together the fight. You would just hear people get asked about it, and that's how it go. Oh, we got asked about it, and but ain't nothing happen. That's because ain't nobody that can make the fight move actually did nothing to make the fight a reality, right? It's just people asking about it. They did it with that. So, but you continue to hear this, and with them being on the same side, Keyshawn looking like he need a good dance partner. Shit, Brian Norman could definitely be that guy. There's Tiger, any of these guys mixing up? Yeah, Tiger, another one. I just know they ain't doing that. You know, if Tiger gonna fight anybody that you know what I mean. You know who Tiger got to fight. You know what I'm saying? They owe that man that fade. You know what I'm saying? They owe him that fade. They know. Y'all know. Oh, y'all owe him that fade. Y'all know. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta add Tiger to that hit list, fam. Tiger was snapping on Team Haney, fam. He was going off. But this is a good fight for boxing, but I don't know if it'll happen next. I wonder, my question is, where will Keyshawn go? I hear they don't owe him a fight till like May of next year. So that's interesting.
Tiger has no business fighting Haney. No business.
Man, I get it.
If you
He
want to
got the
use
experience, but
Sean Haney and the other kid jumping him as a reason why Devin should fight him, that's a bad excuse.
no, that's a great reason why he should fight him. Because we don't want to see him get jumped again. If you could jump a guy, you could run a fair one with him. If you was about to fight another guy on Top Rank that got less fights, you could say more experience, if you will, because he was a champion, but less
He got
fights. You're
jumped
about
by a
to fight him.
12-year-old or
You're about to fight
15-year-old.
him. Tiger Johnson won't break the bank. He won't be overly expensive. You'll still probably have some money to make a decent undercard. So the thing is not to take fights off the table because of what we think might happen, because I know we've all thought something might happen and seen an upset. And one of them of my favorite ones that I bring up is Lomachenko and Gary Russell. Most people would say that he has no reason in there. He had no reason in there fighting Gary this early in his career, but look how it went. So you just don't know until guys get in there. All we do is talk about who is too early for, man. But you fought a lot of guys that were lesser talent than Tiger. Why take him off the table? Why jump a guy and then take him off the table?
But it was
too early. What's somebody gonna complain?
It was early, and
Keyshawn, if Tiger Johnson is available, and he said specifically for that date, and he don't cost the most money, why would it be a bad fight? You can't.
I think it's different.
Y'all jump, man. Get that soft shit out of here. Too early, my ass. It wasn't too early for them to jump him.
Now, what I mean by that is
for Sean Haney to be acting tough. Hell nah, man. You owe the man a fade, and he said it straight up, man.
So let's see Tiger versus Sean.
Man, punched on Haney ass out the ring.
Let's see Tiger. Let's see Tiger versus.
He beat the hell out of Sean. They had to call the cops. They had to call the popo on Tiger.
But my thing is, that was early in Loma's professional career, but he was old already.
Nah, he wasn't old.
That's kind of different.
Oh, and it don't matter. I mean, how many fights did he have when he fought Gary? It seemed
he was
too early.
He was a 30-year-old.
Age
he was a 30-something-year-old pro.
No, he wasn't. Wasn't no damn 30-something years old, bro. How old you thought Loma was? Like he came in at 26, fam. He turned pro at 26. Gary Russell was like what, second fight,
and he got a title shot within his first handful of fights.
Yeah, because that was part of the sign-on bonus, man. I mean, signing with Top Rank was for them to get him a title in early in his career, and they did it. I think metal is that pedigree. You gotta get on the move. Spent a long time as an amateur. Dude, 26, turned pro at 26. A lot of people already did, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's considered late. But he was a damn good fighter. Tiger got the best contender resume. Facts. He battle tested. I guarantee you it won't be no walk in the park. You will walk away from that fight like that. Yeah, man. I ain't think the fight was. It'd be one of them. It ain't gonna be. I ain't gonna say
he might get stopped. He might get stopped.
Tiger got a good size, good jab, speed, solid power, good fundamentals. He went Bomac too. It's a good fight. It's a good fight.
Devin might
Whoever
stop him.
win it, you would naturally have to lean toward the more experienced Devin Haney. No problem. I ain't arguing with nobody, but it still ain't a bad fight. And then you got to think of the issues you having. You fell out of the Keyshawn Davis fight, didn't happen. It's not because of you. Now you moved on. Lynn Paro was breaking the bank. Jack Catterall's kind of left on red, if you will. You know what I mean? Tiger Johnson is not some wet behind the ears fighter right now. Devin, I know, is very experienced, but sometimes you got to take them challenges, bro. You don't know how you'll perform until you put in a situation. Once upon a time, everybody was a challenger or a guy on the come up and had to get put in the spotlight, thrusted in the spotlight. Maybe you show up, even if you don't win. Maybe you show up in a way that make people open their eye a little bit more to you. I don't know, right? It's a lot that could come from that.
Who wins, Catterall or Tiger?
Shout out to Rock. You said who wins?
Yeah.
I got Catterall. I got Tiger. I got Tiger beating them dudes, man. I got Tiger beating Catterall and Paro right now. I got Tiger beating both of them. I got Keyshawn beating both of them dudes right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I feel like they better fights, but I could be totally wrong. But I feel like Jack Catterall has seen better days. Is he some trashed, washed out fighting? No, that's not the case. But I think I've seen a slightly better version of him. Lynn Paro, he got boxed up by Richardson Hitchens, a guy that they try to say is the dollar store version of Devin Haney and all that weird shit.
The Timu version.
Down. And then look phenomenal at welterweight. I feel like that's a good boxing match for him, right? So it's all about keeping your options open, not taking guys off the table. I get it. It seems a bit early for Tiger, but Tiger is never going to match Devin Haney in terms of numbers of fights and like be able to catch up in that way. So the thing is, you get it if the opportunity is available. You make the fight. You know what I mean? It's all about taking it, making the best available fight that you can. And sometimes everybody's not there. But when I got a fighter that I watched get jumped and that shit was cringe, that was nasty work, I still don't like that. I don't side with nobody, but I think that was one of the most avoidable situations in boxing, that Tiger Johnson shit. So hell yeah, when I see it as a man, hell yeah, run him and fade. Y'all in the same weight class. I want to hear it's too early. It wasn't too early for y'all to put hands on him outside the ring. I want to hear that shit. That man had marks under his eye all tight. Then he got like jumped on 2 different occasions. That shit, that was ugly. Then and I did a little bit of digging, and from what I did, unless my research is wrong, they said there's no active restraining order from Tiger Johnson towards Team Haney.
But how would they get arrested then? Why would they get arrested? And
that's the event, fam. What you think, you could just jump somebody and it's cool? Like, they at work, bro. That's like they boxers, right? They did that shit at work. That's like fighting at work, fam. That's work for them. Devin Haney had a microphone in his hand and threw it down and ran back and forth. Do you know that cost him back-to-back opportunities? He was supposed to host, like, to commentate one of the cards and then be up on the inside of the ring. And they didn't have him on neither one because of that fight. So, nah, man, you got to be smarter than that. That shit was dumb. It's only funny because they wasn't on the receiving end of the fuck shit. If Devin Haney had the marks and would have got jumped by that, you'll be crying. You wouldn't have thought it was funny. I didn't think it was funny regardless. If it was Devin Haney that happened to, it wouldn't have been funny. I don't like that. That's not why we watch them. We don't watch them to see who's the better street fighter. I could care less about that. We have all types of wild outcomes if a lot of these dudes mixed it up in the street. That's irrelevant. I don't want to watch that. But after seeing it, I'm like, hey, man, at least you could do is run them a fade. Why not?
But here's the thing.
This is
in one interview
in a sport where you could really fight legally for the money. Hell yeah, you give them a fade. If you don't owe it to him, you owe it to him. You do on some man-to-man shit. You owe it to him. But career-wise, I understand career don't go based off shit that happened outside. So Tiger wouldn't be necessarily in the plans. That's why I said the way he's running through negotiations with fighters and they're falling out, could he potentially be a option? Especially with him being an advocate of fighting, like he know y'all date. I'll fight you October 3rd. You soft, you this, you that. Then y'all
the restraining order gotta get dropped. It gotta get dropped though.
You thinking the damn I mean, it's the situation is set up for it, but as far as the restraining order, I looked it up. They said ain't no active restraining order from Tiger Johnson on Team Haney. And again, that they won. That's like the pot calling the kettle black because y'all had a lawsuit for Ryan, right? And
not a restraining order though. That's two different things.
It was dropped when you obviously was talking about fighting them again. So that shit is that's hogwash, man. Like, that's not stopping y'all from fighting. So I don't like to hear dumb shit like that. Oh, this guy that got the restraining order. Y'all jumped him. Like, they're not street dudes. Like, I'm not, bro. You had a lawsuit after a loss.
I can't compare. I can't compare.
Battery. You gotta think, fam. So that was battery. What y'all did to him? Y'all jumped the man outside the ring. Hell yeah, you old Tiger of Fade.
Yeah, I can't compare the offstage battery to Ryan breaching the contract and battery with PEDs. I can't compare
The
the two.
principles are the same. It's a lawsuit, legal shit. There's something that Ryan did something that he felt like was against the rules.
He terminated the contract.
But it wasn't just the PEDs. It wasn't just that. It was him complaining about his money being messed up after that. Remember, Sandor Martin, nobody bid on it. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was more than just the actual fight and the PEDs and the battery stuff, right? It was really money that he was talking about. He felt like he lost from fighting this guy. So I imagine how the Haney hoes would be acting if Devin got jumped. Yeah, there'd be one Tiger out of boxing, fan.
Yeah, Devin. Remember Devin got what was it, Disney World or some joint? Remember that?
Said what?
You remember the fight at Disneyland or whatever?
Yeah, the little carnival worker.
Yeah.
That situation was like they said he called him out his name. Sometimes people do tend to get outside themselves when they try to be that one. They try to have a moment, and Devin Haney was about to give it to him. I wasn't overly mad at him, but when you the bag, you let them do the swinging. You don't gotta do it. Those two aren't the same to me. It don't gotta be the same. The principles are the same. It was legal matters, right? Y'all got a very weird way y'all comprehend things. It's like y'all miss the point that's being made and just be like, yeah, they're not the same. If you don't hear me say that, that's definitely not the fucking point I'm making. But what is the same? Aren't they both legal matters? Wasn't Ryan Garcia saying like the lawsuit was stopping it? Right? That's the only point I'm making. The parallels. That's it. That's all. Not saying they're the same situations. That's having your own conversation. That's why you got to follow me when I'm talking, fam. I'm saying directly what I mean. They're two legal matters that essentially is stopping a fight, right? Ryan Garcia said, man, they dropped the lawsuit. We could do it. The lawsuit went away. Team Haney is saying Tiger Johnson got a restraining order, right? I'm pretty sure if you're willing to fight the man, if it's actually one there, and like I said, I did my homework. I ain't see one. And this is why he said y'all just trolling. Man, I don't think them dudes wouldn't try to press no charges like that. I think
the thing is he's not answering the question though when he says yes or no.
Yeah, you can say that because I'm one of them people that be wanting yes and no's, but I think
he doesn't say that.
Like I think it's clear. Y'all fool. Y'all think you can jump somebody and it be fucking on camera at work, and then the venue itself don't get you locked up. It don't gotta have shit to do with who you fought. Y'all ain't. I could tell people ain't never been into no real scuffle nowhere out and about. Y'all don't know how this shit go. Y'all really don't. It don't have to be Tiger Johnson to press. No, they can do it themselves because you acting a fool. It's other people that could have got hurt. It's a lot of ways that could have got, right? You potentially could be messing up money doing that. And because somebody got jumped and it wasn't your favorite fighter, it was funny. Nasty work. That's only listen, we can make some jokes and laugh a little bit because he was able to walk away from that. Okay. But if you ultimately thought him getting jumped on camera was funny, we different people. There's nothing funny about that. Devin Haney could have got jumped. That shit wouldn't have been funny to me.
Because they're laughing because it's kids.
And you supposed to be a fighter. Hell no, jumping somebody in cool. They had Bill Haney with his shoes off. Nasty look. Nasty work, fam. That shit was embarrassing. That shit looked bad. He looked out of breath. Was his glasses off, sneakers off? This shit was looking crazy, fam. Then it looked wild when it looked like he bear hugged them while they was hooking off on him. That shit looked bad. Hell no.
It looks crazy because you get jumped by kids. When you grow man and you get jumped by kids, it looks crazy.
That run Tiger that damn feed. Said if
you don't think so?
On the ground, they said Art man would have laid on top of that. I shelled him.
You don't think so?
You know it. Art laying on the ground. He laying it all on the line for Dev. And you know he be in the gym working, man. Art man clip incoming. You know what I'm saying? He gonna go in for his dad. You know what I'm saying? He gonna go in for his dad. Nah, he look, I ain't gonna lie. Damn, I got to go see that. Just see what? I ain't gonna lie, man. That shit. He said that I saw the video. Dad looking for a way out the scuffle. I ain't gonna lie. When I seen that video with like how he was like running, like he looked confused. Is like, which way do you go? That to me is you're not used to those situations, and it's okay. You're a boxer. You get paid to do it in the ring, not fight in the street. But he looked a little out of his element. I'll say that without trolling him and nothing. He looked out of his element. Like, do you see the look? Like I've seen that look on people. I've been in them situations. Not to say it's not good, because it could get ugly. Because it don't take much. The crowd pushing, you got people falling, tripping.
People
That
get
shit get ugly
trampled.
real fast.
Yeah, people get trampled.
He just look out his element, because he like, damn, he probably, and I know the last thing he expecting that day is for any of that to happen. So I'm not saying he less of and none of that. He ain't no street guy, and I don't want to see street activity with guys that could beat each other up legally with the money on the line. You could really do it and then talk shit and have the bragging rights. Hell yeah, I want to see you run a fade. So again, he's a 3-division champion. Tiger Johnson still building. He on the way up, but it's a couple of decide factors. He had a couple of fights at 47. He got the Bomac as a trainer, which I think is a good move for him, right? You know what I mean? So he got some stuff about him that make you want to see it. Tiger Johnson will not be a fish out of water in there with Devin, but you do worry how much of the experience will play the factor. Devin, not only like people don't like his fans, they just the super fans I'm talking about, not the supporters. Shout out to the supporters. The super fans, they don't really add no context when they say what they say, right? They'll just talk about his experience. They don't really get into it. They don't really give you none. The guy picks up experience. He's got credible names on his resume. He's got a number of fights, right? He's been in situations where he had to figure it out. He's been in a situation where it wasn't working his way. He had to keep fighting through it. That you got to add all of that experience in, and that makes him the fighter that he is. And I think because of that Ryan fight where he got cheated, he fights a bit differently. But I think still very dangerous, still fundamentally sound. He's not easy to deal with. He's still one of the best boxers in the game. I always tell you that. But I feel like the version that I've been watching in the last couple of fights in particular, not counting the Ryan fight, you can if you want to, but I'll just say more so the last 2 fights that went 12 rounds where he won. That version is still very, very hard to beat.
But the version now is he's cracking. He's cracking now.
I don't think it's that. I never thought he was pillow fisted ever. I think the whole reason why people wasn't seeing what they needed, maybe his technique. You know, Tarver he's been in the game. He's somebody that said maybe it's the way he throws punches, his technique. Maybe it's the fact that he don't sit down. But I'll go a step further. I think those things are true, but the fact that you've been killing yourself at these weight classes, you've been at 35 way too long. So long when you moved up to 40, it was hard to stay there. You get me? So hard to make the weight there. So that's what I think we've been saying. Now at 47, he's closer where his body can breathe, right? Where I think he obviously has to cut less weight and he feels better. And as a result, you see his body, he got big ass legs. Devin Haney got some big ass thighs. And I don't say pause over here. We talking boxing. Like you get me. Like he a solid dude. He got some height, got long arms. Like he built a certain way. He get big in between fights. He's not a small guy. Now he in a weight class where he can breathe. Now he out here. Now you seeing what he could do. He could punch a little bit. Like, is he a puncher? No. But go ahead and go in there and talk about pillow fist this, and you can't crack that, and he'll sit you on your ass. I've always made that argument for him. I hate people that push it, and that's something I always thought it was him depleting himself at them smaller weight classes and not giving himself the best chance physically, right? So now you seeing a guy that, you know, he looks strong in the clinch. Me and ETB was talking about it. He looks strong in the clinch, physically strong. Like he's not just this big puncher now, but he could breathe. He could breathe. And if he sit down on them things, it's something behind it. Like think about it. The last 2 fighters that said he was pillow fisted, both of them got dropped. And both of them came out saying something different about his power and acknowledging that they underestimated him. He's not a feather fisted guy. And I feel like those conversations, I feel like the fans, the fighters was pushing it for years too. They was going in, but that shit come from people that don't got to get punched in their face. You would think because he ain't getting these knockouts that these dudes enjoy being. You think they enjoy getting jabbed over and over by Devin? Getting hit with straight right hands down the pipe, as my guy Art Man be saying, straight down the pipe. That shit don't feel good. Now,
but guess what? They wasn't calling him
puncher, but ain't nothing cool. Like you hear from Floyd, ain't nothing cool about taking punishment, man. no 8-ounce glove getting punched in your shit.
But they didn't call him pillow fisted after he hit Moran like that.
Yeah, my bad, y'all.
I said they didn't call him pillow fisted after he knocked Moran out like that. It started
I
coming out
mean,
afterwards.
yeah, I just think that was what it was. That was a shot, man. I heard he tore his damn, he threw his arm out of place with that knockout. But he's just not a knockout guy. That was a shot. He seen it, he took it and cleaned his ass up. He don't take chances like that no more. He wouldn't do something like that right now to me. Like maybe early, but that I'm just seeing a dialed down version of him, like a
But
tweak.
that punch is not a punch that you throw every fight.
No, it's not. But I think that Devin Haney before Ryan took more chances, and he was more sure of himself. I feel like the last guy, the Ramirez, very uncertain, very unsteady. I think he did better in the Brian Norman fight. He was more present, more reactive, but he still had those little really tense moments. I'm seeing something that wasn't there before Ryan. And I think
You know what? I disagree because I think
small amount of guys that could take advantage of that. You get what I'm saying? It's not a lot of guys that's going to be able to capitalize, but when you dial your punch output down to the point where your punches landed is significantly lower than anything you've ever done, when the jab has been your primary weapon through all of your fights, definitely been on display in your biggest wins, just go look at them. And now you reduce to landing 16 jabs out of 100 and something. That's not the Devin Haney that I've watched for years. Man, he'd jab you 50, 60 times. Like, he jabbed the shit out of you. And I ain't saying every fight gotta go that way, but I seen
he didn't
two
take a
fights
risk
in a
against
row.
Regis.
I seen 2 fights in a row where your jab wasn't, and I don't want to count the Ryan thing, but your jab wasn't present. And
But Regis, he didn't take a chance.
Oh, that wasn't the game plan, bro.
You agree?
That's been his game plan through his entire career. Like he starts off 90+% of his offense with the jab. For me, and this is my assessment. I could be wrong. So if I see him now was a jab first guy, this is how you set your offense up. This is how you loosen up. This is how you get his offense on track and get going. Now you're finding a different way to do that. And because of the jab is not being as present and is on point, now your offense in the back-to-back fights, 24 rounds, is looking a lot more spotty to me. I'm not seeing the same super efficient guy. Now, maybe you sacrifice some of the punch output and the activity with making sure you don't make the mistakes you made in the Ryan fight. I'm willing to acknowledge that. And maybe this is the version that I just got to get used to. But
I disagree with
like this guy is some people that's going to give this guy some trouble, possibly beat him. Still not a lot of those guys that can do it, but there are some.
I think he took more risk against Norman than he did against Regis.
You think he took more risk against Norman than he did against Regis?
Yes. He didn't go for the kill at all against Regis.
He ain't go for the KO against Regis for real, but hell no. Regis
after he knocked out Norman, he just started throwing wildly and
Norman wasn't to me.
Huh?
That wasn't one of the best performances. Regis was one of his best performances out of his career.
But he didn't take a risk. He didn't try to get him out of there.
He beat the hell out of Regis. And he did it without even having to overexert himself, man. He was kicking Regis at Regis, my God, but he was whooping Regis' ass, man.
After he knocked down Norman, he tried to get him out. He wasn't even like clocking him up or trying to set him up. He was just throwing random.
Nah, he went for it a little bit.
He was
but that's
spamming.
Not his game. He's not a guy that's known to get all these knockdowns. So I think that surprised him. Even his celebration was like, teasing. He was shocked, and I think he went for it a little bit.
I don't think the knockdown was shocked because he said he would do that. But the thing is, I think
Fighter said a lot of stuff, fam.
The dad said no. Senior said when my son knocks you out, he gonna stand over you.
Yeah,
and then Devin knocked him out and then
out,
did that.
So that should sound good.
But when Devin knocked him down, he stood over him.
Yeah, that's cool. But again, that was more of a surprise thing, man, and shock value. He responded accordingly. He went out there and tried to land some big shots after it. Now he had Brian Norman leaking a bit, but then he got.
I guarantee you, his next fight.
In the second half, he went right back to the reserved Devin that he typically is.
If he has somebody here like that, he's gonna take his time and like get him out of there. He's not gonna spam punches. I think that
That's
was
his
his learning
temperament,
lesson.
though. That's his
I think
temperament. He's not a KO guy. He is safety
I,
first guy. My
he's
fighter is
gonna
the
le-
same way, similar way,
he's gonna
similar
learn. He's
safety
gonna learn from
first.
that.
Yeah, everybody ain't going for the gusto.
Now, he went for
Yeah.
the gusto. It just wasn't
The
landing.
only time I ever hear you give people credit for knowing anything is if they speaking stuff about Devin Haney that you want to hear. That's it. He should have went to the body. Yeah, it's always an option. Shout out to bounce back for sure.
He
Everybody
literally just
like
started
Bud, man.
spamming and throwing wildly. He didn't try to like size them up, measure nothing, stab nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. Just right there, stepped up in competition, so of course not throwing the punch every fight. Yeah, and it just that knockouts ain't the punch. That's the last thing I'm thinking about. That's just not something he don't create those moments often. Like those are the last. That's the last knockout he had, and it's not for no reason. He's just not a KO guy. That's all.
But guess what? Once you fight a big puncher like that, you're not gonna throw as much. You're gonna feint them and try to disrupt
I
their
feel like
timing.
Jose Ramirez ain't no big puncher, and that dude, that was the most unsettled I've ever seen
But
Devin
he
Haney look.
couldn't cut off the ring. All you have to do is
I
hook
mean,
and pivot.
true,
Hook
because
and
it's an
pivot.
older version of him, but that still don't change the fact that that's why people expected so much more. You was in there with that version of Jose Ramirez, the guy that's faded, that had better days and shit like that. You're not in there with the dude, that was unified and is punching on shit. That's not what you weren't in there with that kind of guy. But you
But you
fought
beat
like he was. You fought like he had way more in the tank than he did. You know what I'm
but you
saying?
beat him easier by doing the other, by just staying on the outside, hook and pivot.
Man, hit that like button, man. Hit the like button. I don't think he could have stopped Norman Jr. Nah, I don't think so neither. Ramirez was getting there. Yeah, he wasn't taking advantage of his moments. He'll
He
do the
can't cut
work.
off the ring.
He'll
He
do
could
the
not
work.
cut off the
He
ring.
actually did cut the ring off sometimes. He just allowed him to
Hook and pivot.
yeah, to get the exit out. He wasn't cutting off his exits. He'll get there, do all the work to get there, and then don't throw the right punches once he in position. Kind of put himself in a bad position. I said I'm close to not talking about him, Big Dre. You know what I'm saying? I said I'm close. I ain't mad at Devin. And when I say that, that's directed to his dumbass fans that keep saying I'm a hater. And if you was listening to me, Big Dre, I said they got about a couple more comments that if I see some dumb shit that I don't like, I won't talk about him no more. He don't change my day. I don't need him for views, I don't need nothing. But some of his fans that come here, they're weird to me. And they make it hard to have honest conversations about them, right? Because they want you to think like them. I don't drink from the Bill Haney pimp cup. I keep telling y'all.
Nah. I think
When I
he's
hear
the
bullshit,
goods.
I'm calling it out.
I think
Frequently
40
good.
at 40, Shakur's the king. At 47, Devin's the king, and at 54 is Boots. And I think those guys are gonna be damn near impossible to beat at those divisions.
He ain't make a lot of dudes rich. He was expected to win. Fuck would it make a lot of people rich? Who the fuck thought Devin was gonna lose to Ramirez? I did. Not for a second, I did. Now the Brian Norman shit was different. And again, I didn't base it off that because I don't like him. I said you come out there and look that unsettled again in another fight, you can't beat Norman that way. He didn't look exactly that unsettled, but he still looked like he working through some things. And that's why I felt like it was bad for him to go in this inactivity without just getting back in the ring, staying active, because I felt like he's still working some shit. You know what I mean? He's still working himself back. And I think it's gonna take time. You get in there with somebody that not only cheated you, you know what I mean? He putting you down, catching you with big shots. You're not trying to allow that shit to happen. So I feel like it's a process of getting back. You get what I'm saying? Like it ain't gonna just happen maybe in 1 or 2 fights. So you gotta
I
work
think
yourself back. And
I
inactivity
think he
don't help.
was I think he got over that in the fight because he won rounds after he got knocked down. If that was the case, he would have laid down.
Who?
Devin.
Laid down for what?
No, meaning like even though Ryan cheated him and knocked him down, after the knockdowns, he still won rounds instead of just like
Yeah, he did. He
some
ain't got no quit in him. We learned a lot about Devin that day. Learned a lot. He ain't got no quit in him, but he could be hurt just like anybody else. We knew that before this fight, but he has some flaws. Some flaws in his game or some tendencies that can be taken advantage of if you got the right kind of talent, possess the right attributes. Not everybody is going to be able to do what Ryan did. As a matter of fact, it's just that list is very short of people that would be able to do anything that Ryan did on or off Osterings. Not a lot of people that would have that success. I think the fact that they fought 6 times as amateurs is what made it more competitive. Like people was thinking, Devin is doing this, he's so much better. And I'm like, bro, is he? Because as amateurs, he didn't prove that he was so much better. As a pro, I get it, you get better, but Ryan Garcia has always hovered up in or around that level, and it's hard to say that. You know, when I heard him being super dismissive, I was like, that could be a mistake, and it was. You fought the wrong fight, stupid fight, and it paid for it.
But Ryan and Devin
Yes,
is
a
not
few
gonna
haters,
happen.
but when they call me one, that's when I start. That's what made me start saying what Big Dre talking about, that I wasn't gonna talk about him. But I don't hate Devin. It's just his fans. Like it's hard to have honest conversations because everything is deemed hate. And then I gave people the last couple weeks to give me one statement of that I said that's hating. Nobody could do it. Not one person that type it. It's so weird. Every day they come in here with that weird shit and they can't say one thing. Dude said I spend all day hating. I said, damn, you should have a lot to say. Give me one thing I said that's hating. Nah, man, you give him a compliment and then you give him a backhanded compliment. Man, you sound fucking stupid. I'm the only one that give him his just due the way I do it. I'm gonna keep doing it, but like I said, his fans keep being weird. I erase him from my memory. I won't talk about him. It don't change nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? But I don't mind because I actually support him. So if the conversation is fitting, we'll talk about Devin. He ain't Debo. We'll talk about Devin. But anyway, Brian Norman and Keyshawn is a fight that could happen at some time in the future, man. I don't think we'll see it next for either guy, but
Too much money.
Be knowing with the smoke, man. Be knowing what that smoke.
Too much money. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Nah, not next. I don't see it. But let's keep rolling, man. A fight that we do know was coming that we was talking
Navarette?
about. Yes, sir. Right on point. You know it. Shock Foster. This is a cool ass fight at 130 for unification, man. You know, I think Shock do the things that can give Navarrete headaches, but at the same time, that relentless pressure, that volume, that shit can make things crazy. But Shock got footwork and really good defense that could offset the shit that Navarrete like to do. Navarrete he got to get in position. He want to close the gap and throw punches, and he love that uppercut from Grandma's basement. Think Shock is too good to be getting hit with stuff like that. So I've seen one of the ugliest fights I've ever watched is Navarrete and Baranchyk. I think Shock is far better than Baranchyk. So I favor Shock in this fight. Especially, and I expect him and Bobby Benton to have a great game plan for this dude. Cause he gonna know how to approach it. I'm putting a lot on him. Him and Bobby gonna get it done. Navarrete
got
gonna
a UD?
be a better boxer.
UD?
Man. Wonder, man, because I know he gonna get some stuff off too. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a UD, but I got definitely shocked by decision. I don't stop it. He beat his body up. Navarrete always look like he don't do no calisthenics, no cardio. He don't look like he do no ab work whatsoever. Every fight I've ever seen him, man, he just like he just run miles. That's what he do. Run miles and spar. That's he built like that. Got one of them funny builds, so. Shock was to beat his body up, maybe he could create a stoppage. But other than that, I think he could take Navarrete. They just cool. But better not fight the wrong fight, though. Be on point.
Box him.
Which I expect him to be. You know what I'm saying? Don't fight the wrong fight, though. You can see the angles really troubling Navarrete. Footwork. Shock got the footwork. Footwork, good counter puncher. The things that can offset a guy that wants to come forward, press forward, throw a lot of punches. You counter him in spots, footwork, the angles, man. You get what I'm saying? Don't allow him to get into his sweet spot, as I call it, because people like that, they just want to throw. They want to get in there and go, and you just can't let him do what he want in there. So I could see Navarrete having some moments, but ultimately I see Shock being able to figure it out. I don't think he sits there. I don't think he falls victim to the pressure of Navarrete. I don't think this is a Roach and Zepeda situation. But if Navarrete come correct, man, this could be a tricky fight. I'm not gonna lie. Because, you know, Shock is known to have them lows sometimes in a fight. And is this going to be one of them fights where he'll fight down to the level of the competition? We've seen it with Rocky Hernandez.
If he does that, he'll get stopped.
We've seen it with Conceicao. So
he gets stopped.
We'll see. Navarette comes in shape. We're going to get Foster Hills a true 50-50. I think it could be a real 50-50. Good unification fight, too. Good unification, man. But this is something that I felt like was coming all along anyway. Even before I heard Shock say he shook hands with him. Why? Because now in the rubber meeting the road, you getting those meaningful wins. And you down there in the weight class, it's only so long that they can keep guys away from you and y'all on the same side of things. So I see Shock being able to box him up though and beat him. You got Navarette, I ain't mad at it. It's a good fight. Good 50-50. Navarette will have his moments, but I think ultimately the things that Shock do from a sound, fundamentally sound boxer, it's gonna give him trouble. Baranchik got an ugly style. He gave Navarette trouble. That was a tough fight to watch. I hated watching that fight. I hated calling it. I could not wait till that fight was over. There's no fight that I could think of at the time I've been watching that I wanted to end more than that one. Oh, I wanted that fight to end. I was like, man, the matchmakers they screwed this one up. These styles are not meshing, fam. And, they were looking bad out there. I'm like, hell no, fam. They look crazy. Shit ain't no good. You got shocked by whatever. I feel you, Reef. I think Shock gonna make it do what it do. You know what I'm saying? I don't see Navarette beating him. And that's gonna be a real good win for Shock. What you said?
Who you think is gonna be the favorite?
That's something to think about. Man, I think it'll be close, but I don't know. Would Shock be the underdog, or would they favor the boxer in this situation? I wouldn't be surprised either way, though, because Navarette got he got something with his name. They rock with. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. That's a good question, yo. What y'all think, chat? What y'all think would be who's the favorite in this fight? Shock or Navarette? Good question, though. How you think about it, man? I don't know. I know I favor the boxer. You know what I'm saying? I do. Navarette is, he got a lot of people that be at the mercy of what he do best, and I feel like Shock Foster can change the tide. He could stop it from being that way. I don't think he has to be a guy that falls mercy to these long ass uppercuts that he be throwing, like how he was doing by Oscar Valdez. Shout out to Oscar Valdez, but damn it, man, I ain't never laughed that hard at a fight in my life, and I ain't even mean to, but he got his ass kicked in that rematch. He was getting hit with everything. He didn't win a single round. That fight was bad. Like he fell to the mercy of that pressure and the volume punching, and then when I started seeing him getting hit with shots from far away, far distance, like I was like, yeah, this is over. It's not gonna be good for him. And he got stopped. Like, man, that shit was bad. Jay said you got shocked. I got shocked too. Navarette is way more accomplished, but I got shocked. Yeah. Navarette, I think they patted him up a bit. Like they I don't want to say it like that, but they ran with the name, right? They kept putting him in there. Guys that he could just showcase his skills against. I think the buck stops with Shock Foster because of the footwork, counter punching, fundamentals, things like that. The presence of mind. He's one of the more patient and relaxed fighters in the game too. You know what I mean? And his eyes be wide open. Shock be looking like he's seeing a ghost in there, and that's a good thing. Like he be on point. So I favor Shock winning this fight on points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so too.
Shock Foster this, Shock Foster that, man. Shock Foster is at 130 pounds fighting 130 pounders, bro. He ain't fighting no Shakur Stevenson. That shit is so annoying, fam. I swear it is. It's like people they push anything. Like nowhere else in boxing is we asking a guy 2 weight classes away or taking it serious that he fighting somebody. Let me see. He did do an interview though. Let me see. I knew it is. Yeah. Nah, they know to keep Navarette away from certain people. It's just how it go. But some of it is just business. Is more than just being scared. I don't think they scared to put him in there. But you keep that gravy train rolling. Keep putting them in there with guys that can make good fights with, look good, make money, build him up. And then eventually be in fights like this where you could really see what he worth. Mexico versus USA, it's all there. Unification is a great fight. It's a great fight. I'm
3
just
belts on the
tired of
line.
hearing about him and Shakur. That shit annoying because everybody that's pushing it, none of them will put the money on Shock to beat him. And that's saying something. That's telling you they don't want to see that fight because they want to see somebody fight him that they actually think could beat him. And that Shock ain't the guy. They don't think that's the guy to beat him.
I take that back. Navarrete is gonna be the favorite. He got 2 belts. He
Could
has
be.
2 belts. He's gonna be the favorite.
Could be. It could be. It could be. Shout out to Son of God, my homie, man. Shock Foster. Yeah, but that whole ducking shit from 2 weight classes away is ignorant. It's just stupid. So tired of it. Can't duck everybody from every weight class. These dudes don't even be in. You notice he can't duck the ones that's in his weight class, just the people that's not in his weight class. What makes Devin Haney dangerous? His experience, discipline, work ethic, understanding of the game. You know what I mean? Dangerous might not be the word that describes him, right? People usually put up resistance because they like, yo, he's a boxer. You don't knock people out. He's not dangerous, right? Retro was good. Shout out to Jess. How you feeling, Clean? But I'll say what makes him difficult. That's the word I like to use. Difficult to beat, difficult to deal with. Experience, boxing ability, natural talent, right? He work hard as shit. He understands the game. I mean, you know, the discipline is second to none. You know what I'm saying? Got some good qualities about him that will make him hard for anybody to beat him, especially at 47. You know what I mean? 54, we talking about a whole different ball game, but 47, he mess around, could run the table there. For real, for real.
No one's beating him at 47. No one. I
It's
believe
it's gonna be tough to find somebody to beat him there right now. Just thinking, like, you know what I mean? Just looking at the landscape. You got Hitchens. Think is a really good fight, better than what people give him credit for, but
he'll get outboxed.
Hopefully they can make it. I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, it's easy that we could say that about everything. People felt like Ryan was just gonna get outboxed, and I only use that for, you know, conversation purposes. Not like I'm celebrating him winning, but they thought he was just gonna go in there and do that to him, right? Shit, just different. So I don't know. Hitchens is better than a lot of people that he fought. A lot of them. Like the Hitchens is the same guy that beat the hell out of Paro, a guy that he arguably might be fighting next. Come on, you could fight Paro, you could fight Hitchens. Hitchens stopped Cambos, a guy you win 24 rounds with. Get me? I get it. He fought him at a later point. I get all of that.
And a rematch clause.
Whooped his ass. Rematch clause for who?
Cambosos.
Yeah, he beat the hell out of Cambos. Both fights. Devin did. Whooped his ass. Bloodied him up the second time around. I like that one because he had him leaking.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Might stop Paro. Because you heard the stories about the spar?
Sparring with who?
Paro.
Paro and who? Yeah, Devin Haney?
Devin. Yeah.
I mean, we seen it. We ain't got to hear the stories. We seen it.
No. He broke his orbital bone from the sparring.
Man, you one of them, huh?
Yeah, I believe it. That doesn't sound crazy to you?
Why do he do all of this shit in sparring and never in the fight? Do you know that's a lie? We seen the sparring. Paro talked about it. They tried to make it seem like it was so one-sided. Nah, what I got from that sparring is that's similar to how a fight would go. Devin is going to outthink that guy thoroughly, but dude going to have some little moments here or there. That's it. That's what I see. I don't think he got shit for Devin. I don't think it's a bad fight, but I think Richardson Hitchens is a better fight. I'm not completely sold that Devin just outboxes him. I seen Richardson Hitchens recently and looked at 47. Now I get it. He wasn't in front of Devin, but his jab looked really sharp. He looked really assured of himself. He looked sturdy at the weight class. He looked healthy up there. That's a really good boxing match for people that don't shit on boxing matches. I'm just not sure he beats him that easy. That's a guy that Olympian went right. He got the pedigree. You're not gonna just go in there and just outbox him with ease. I don't know what people be thinking and seeing. They got some real similarities to their game, and there's no guarantee that he beats Richardson Hitchens. To me, it's not. That dude really can box.
You think that's 7-5, a 7-5 match, something like that?
Between them two, it could
Yeah.
be. It could be. I don't see no wash on either side. They really smart, two smart boxers, man. But Devin, he does have that pro experience over people, but certain guys, I feel like they could kind of nullify that because of the pedigree. Hitchens might be one of them. Like, you don't got to have the same exact number of fights for a fight to be competitive. That's what people be saying. They be just leaning their hat on, experience. Well, Hitchens been at 40 pretty much his whole career. It's a lot of those small guys that he's better than. The 40 pounders you fought, I don't think Ryan or Regis better than him. Brian Norman, that's a totally different fight. Hitchens different. It's going to be a different challenge because he can box. He looked damn good at 47. He looked strong. Jab looked snappy. That looked like something you definitely don't want to keep getting hit with over and over.
He was way faster than Norman in that fight, though. Way faster.
He had him. He definitely had a hand speed advantage for sure. Faster feet too. And that's really what caused the biggest problem, the feet. The hands is one thing, but the feet being faster too is a problem.
And you think it's going to be better next fight? Especially when he's getting used to the weight? If they rematched? Yeah.
I mean, it could be. It could. Like, that's the thing for me. I'm not dismissive of the possibility that Devin could be even more comfortable, do even better. But I also see that for Brian Norman, who made immediate changes to try to get better. So, you know what I mean? I think overall it could be a better fight. But just because I like Norman don't mean I'll just pick him to win a rematch. Like, you know what I mean? That first fight was, pretty convincing. ABZ was good, but it wasn't the type, it wasn't no master class like how people were saying. I wouldn't say that.
You don't think when I use that word handicap with that fight, I mean master class, I looked at it like he completely nullified his left hook.
He did for the first half. For the first half of the fight. The second half, and I know that because I watched it again more recently. And after talking about it, sometimes I do that. If I remember, I'll watch the fights over. It's damn, that reminds me, I gotta watch. I think it's Chamberlain and somebody again that y'all told me. I gotta put it on the TV so I don't forget.
His cleanest punches was the 2-1, but it was the straight left, not the hook.
Yep. Hey, shout out to ABs. I appreciate the love. Dawson Gary Russell fight coming up. Who fighting Paro showed Paro's a welterweight. He showed that in the Crocker fight. So what Tiger showed, because he fought more times at welterweight than Paro, and he a better fight, and he a better fighter than Liam Paro is right now. Tiger Johnson, Richardson Hitchens, and Keyshawn Davis all beat them other two dudes to me. But I think the Duarte fight is cool for Gary Russell Jr. I mean, Gary, you talking about Antoine, right? I think you talking about Antoine. It's not a bad fight. Action fight for sure. Come forward, guys. I don't know. So it might be a knockout in that joint. Gary might stop him. Gary might stop. He might stop him. But look, good fight October 24th, man. Like I said, I got shocked, man. It's a top rank special right here. Until he get up out of 30 pound from being a 30 pounder, he can't keep barking at no Shakur fight. That's just like anybody else that's 2 weight classes away. Can't be barking at no opportunity 2 weight classes away and just say, oh, somebody's supposed to fight me because we faced off. Like, you gotta be more realistic. The business don't move based off face-offs, right? We seen a lot of face-offs without no fight. And I think this could fall victim to being one of them if he don't properly position himself and make it a more enticing fight for the guy that he wants to get in the ring. Because it just ain't gonna happen off no face-off, right? I wouldn't be against it, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? I just knew he had plans at 30, so all this hoop calling out a guy, shit just was annoying. But I get it though, because they got history. A Shock versus Fulton, yeah, masterclass. Depends what Norman Jr. learned from Ronnie Shields. Yeah, I think Ronnie. I believe in Ronnie. I like him. Respected, well respected, but sometimes overlooked trainer to a degree. You know what I'm saying? To a degree. But yeah, man, B Norm shown the ability to learn and move forward, man. I think he's a guy that can make me feel like he can be better after a loss. I really feel like that. I feel like he can be better after a loss. He's one of them people. But I think you gotta be allowed the right fights and be able to grow and get that, put that work in so you can get better. But Brian Norman be wanting that smoke. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. He be wanting to fight. Him and Keyshawn ain't a bad fight at all, man. It's just not. But being that we still talking about Keyshawn, I see Mr. Chicken made a update. I'm gonna pull that other picture back up. Let's see what he had to say. I know he's been getting a lot of scrutiny with the back and forth with him and Coach Malachi and Bill Haney going back and forth. They've been going crazy. Yeah, I really like this Shock Foster and Navarette. Like I said, we knew this was coming when he told us all he shook hands with that man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kurt. What's good, Brody? Told us he shook hands and they agreed to make a fight. And now look what we got. So in the whole process, we like, yeah, but Shakur. It's just like, so y'all going to ignore what he telling y'all. Okay, cool. Okay, we're going to keep ignoring it. Shout out to Mr. Chicken, man. He said he cleared up some rumors. Let me see what he said right here, man. Coach Dorsett, man, they've been on his helmet lately. I still rock with him, man. You got to go hard for your guy, man. Got to go hard in the paint. Sometimes you got to take a couple shots for your guy. Yeah, it is 50-50 type fight. Navarette got to really be in shape, like what ETB saying. Don't expect to see no six-pack. But if he's in shape, I think we're in for a good fight. Yeah, he built like an inner tube. You know what I'm saying? He built like an inner tube, bro. Cardboard cutout or some shit, like me.
He's like Benavidez.
Antonio
like
Russell.
Benavidez, Bill.
I'm glad to see him back in the ring, period, bro. That them dudes be inactive. But he fought more recently, too. But it's like the cards been hard to catch the fights. It'd be hard to catch them joints. But I like all the Russells, bro. They all got hands for real. They all really could fight. That's the dope thing about them. They're fighting family, and they all really can fight. No, I mean, I just think Gary, obviously, Mr. Gary Russell took it the furthest. I think Gary Antoine is in a really good position. Antonio, too. He took a loss, but shit, this is part of the game. Everybody ain't going to retire undefeated, but the thing is, I just don't know why inactivity has plagued their career so much. You know what I'm saying? Like, inactivity is a mother with them, man. It's been a hell with them dudes. Right? Especially with a loss with Gary. So hopefully they get him moving with the Oscar Duarte thing, because we need to see more of him. We need to see fights with him, between him and Shakur and things like that. We don't want to hear no drawn up rumors about how somebody possibly got asked about a fight. I don't want to hear none of that. I want to hear that's what the PBC want for Gary. Yeah, let's try to make the fight with him and Core. They had 40 shit. Let's see. Sooner than later, too. So how many months? I don't know. I mean, it don't take long. It damn sure don't take years.
With Gary, is going to take 14 months.
For example, to answer your question, son of God, like, think about it. Bud just fought Canelo win. And already he was sparring with Lester Martinez, talking about Lester was kicking his ass, right? Because he ain't been doing nothing for a couple months. It don't take years. Couple months, you get rusty. It's one of those, it's a saying. You don't use it, you lose it. Especially in boxing. And you know their prime window is a short window. You know what I mean? That's why you got to capitalize. But let's see what Dorsett was on.
Today is giving more than undeserved attention to the people.
Let me take this picture down so y'all can see the video. Yeah.
Yo, it was nice chat, man.
You already know. Shout out to you, fam. They do get rusty as hell. Yeah, sitting around. It don't take long, fam. It's a couple weeks, couple months, and then they'll feel that shit. You know what I mean? But I feel like every fighter ultimately be different. But I think they all, like, you don't get in there, you get rusty. Hold on, let me pull this joint out. See what he had to say.
Comment. By people, I'm not talking about audio. I'm talking about the ones who make comments based on emotions as opposed to intelligence. All the zesty festas, the sassy say-sos, the tender typers. Right at their comment, they look in the mirror and say, plus they keep talking about the patterns that Keyshawn has shown, as opposed to Devin. It shows us lack of professionalism, discipline. These companies unsure whether or not they can trust their behavior. Bill and Devin are businessmen, professionals. We need to take notes. Of course, we're going to talk about some of the alleged incidents that happened. He's giving us this reputation of not being professional. Well, at least in comparison to Devin and his team.
You know, got in the fight in the back.
As you can see, this narrative is still being pushed by the media. But what did the actual victim say?
Yeah, he like moved his head towards my head. Bumped heads? Yeah, he like headbutted me. Yeah, he like headbutted me.
Notice he wasn't even going to say headbutt until he was close to.
Did anyone punch you or anything? Or did anyone punch you or anything? Or did anyone punch you or anything? Or was it just a headbutt? Yeah, just a grab.
Oh, you talking about
Hang on,
this?
wait a minute. They're telling me it was a lie. Nobody jumped Albright? For the last 2 years, that's what everybody been saying. Well, at least the media.
In the fight in the back. I mean,
we the ones that's supposed to be taking notes from Bill and Devin on how to be professionals. Oh, I forgot to show you just how professional Team Haney was in New York with Tiger Johnson. All right, that's clearly Bill Haney.
That is true.
There's Bill Haney, his son, and his entourage jumping Tiger Johnson at Keyshawn's press conference in New York. Now that seems to be Bill Haney dragging Tiger away. I hope y'all taking notes. Now that's Tiger asking for Haney's entourage to get off. Oh, it didn't end there. About a half an hour later, Bill Haney and his entourage jumped this man again. As you can see, the first incident was in the auditorium, and the second incident was backstage.
Thanks, Ant. That's a fact.
There's the professional again. To all the zesty festers who have been leaving comments uneducated on the actual facts. After being educated from this video, you should be able to say now,
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
Oh, shit.
It's just waiting to see them backstage, man. Shout out to DD3, man. You know the vibe. We on the side, man.
Man, shout out to Dorset. Dorset been on the Haneys, but y'all been on his ass. But look, they in a good position, man. They got these fighters speaking out. They probably got them you know, going against each other, trying to see who could get the best deal for the fight. Haney is looking like a prize, but what kind of prize is the question, right? You know what I'm saying? Gotta fight somebody, right? I have to fight somebody. And fight, damn, Jordan, I see this poll you sent me. Damn, fight how you out here asking questions, huh? I wonder what it's going to be at the end of the day. I'm going to pull this up real quick. Sean Porter had gave his thoughts on this situation too, man. They still talking about it. I think a lot of people just surprised by the outcome of the fight not happening, man. That's why people still talking about it so much. I think that's what it is, man. Tiger has a restrainer. Nope. I looked that up, man. They said it wasn't no restraining order active on Tiger Johnson's side. That's something that the Haneys put out there, I believe, to make him look a certain way. And it's crazy how quick they was to push that, because they once had a lawsuit too. So it's like that legal shit goes away when it's time to get in that ring. And he know that. He know it. And he did sacrifice for Keyshawn Davis in his last fight. $12.3 million. Yeah, but nah, that's not really a sacrifice, Hen Dog. The price ain't the same. Think of Hen Dog. Who paid for that fight? Who paid for that fight in his last fight versus who was paying for the fight this time, Hen Dog? You're not really making the sacrifice that you think, right? And I'm not saying, right, it's not like what you think. It's not like, oh shit, I'm taking a pay cut, like how they was trying to sell it. It's not that. It's simple. Top rank bid on the fight. Exactly. So Turkey, that's why. So again, Turkey pay like that versus Top Rank, who still was going to pay him well, and they bid well on the fight. But I think they kind of expose what his value is to a degree. And I was saying it because I was hearing it about the $6 million shit. So I told you I was hearing that about, that being a certain thing that he wanted, $6 million or something like that to get in the ring. And now when you see the way the Top Rank split broke down, and you kind of hear some more whispers, it start to make sense. So everybody's not going to be willing to pay him that for every fight. I don't think every fight is going to garner that kind of paycheck, man. Some of these guys, and it's not all his fault. You need a great dance partner, right? You know what I'm saying? So Damn it, man. But who you gonna fight? Who you gonna fight is the question. Yep. So Top Rank versus Turkey. You know what I mean? Turkey gonna overpay a bit. Top Rank gonna pay you what you weigh. But they still did what they still did him right. They still looked out for him. They still was doing him right. They ain't, you know, they ain't doing him wrong. They didn't shit on him in the with the money. And they gave him a flat fee on top of that too. So they was definitely taking care of him. They made sure. Shout out to Coach Dorsey. He be going in the paint for his guy. Shout out to him. Let me pull this down now, man. Real quick, yo, it's interesting, right? They be talking about the people a lot and what the people want, but the people's for the people is what's this about over 2,000 votes right now. I could just imagine by the end of the day where this poll gonna be at. Devin Haney now without a fight after a Keyshawn fallout. What fight realistically should be next for Haney? Sound off in the comments. Lynn Paro, Hitchens, Manny, or Shakur. Shakur got 48%. That shit ain't even close. Nah, I'm about the short video. The people have spoken, fam. Go get that Zuffa fight that you've been promoting for 2 months. Don't try to. We still got 80 people in the building. Everybody hit that like button, man. Sub to the channel, hit the like button. Go and talk about it. Let me see what Sean Porter had to say about this situation. I didn't hear his take on it. Let me see what he had to say. Showtime, Sean P. So didn't know they even put this poll up. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, hen dog. I be seeing a lot of them. The fact I question what's the hold up with the fights. I don't want to blame them, but I assume that the opponents that's left, they're not the biggest, the most appetizing fights. And I think with the fact that those guys are trying to get paid versus on top of him getting paid, I think it's creating a bit of a stalemate. I could be wrong, but I just keep hearing little whispers about money here or there. You know, the main guy want his money. The defending champion is putting it on the line. He gonna want to get paid, and then you gotta think about undercard. So none of those two fights are a splash. And then look, the people still talking about Shakur. It's crazy shit. Let's see what Sean Porter had to say about it.
I don't necessarily refer to it as a duck. A lot of people, everyone I feel like is referring to it as a duck. And what I say is two things. Number one, we don't know, and we never know how much of the business is moving before these fighters, right? Or behind these fighters. Yeah. To the point where, you know, for me, if Keyshawn don't come out himself and say, hey, this is what it is, this is what I said, they didn't want to do this, and so we not doing it. Mm-hmm. If he not coming out speaking like that, then to me, from where I was at, sometimes it was like, no, we just gonna be quiet. No, we not gonna say this. No, we not gonna do that. And sometimes you just never really know. For me personally, I don't look at it as a duck. And I personally take it offensive when I hear fans and people say, oh, you ducking. Number one, you don't know what the business is. Number two, you don't know what that fighter is trying to accomplish for themselves. Now, at this point, you would say, what could Keyshawn possibly trying to accomplish? If the kid is asking for more money, he might be pricing himself out. Now, to play devil's advocate, he might be pricing himself out because he knows that the money ain't there and he don't want that risk and that reward. But at the same time, he be mad at him. But this is what I do know. Fighters ain't afraid to get in the ring.
Say it again,
we're not
Sean.
afraid to get in the ring and do what we got to do, especially when we can look at a couple of fights and say, oh, yeah, I'm better than him. Oh, yeah, all I got to do is this or that. When you refer to it as a duck, this is what my request is. Don't refer to it as a duck from a standpoint of somebody not having a heart to get in the ring with somebody else. Refer to the duck from a standpoint of business.
Right.
To me, it ain't got nothing to do with somebody being afraid.
Right.
And a lot of times fans get mistaken that somebody's afraid to get in the ring.
Right.
And that, more times than not, is not the case.
Shout out to Sean Porter. And that's coming straight from a guy that all he did was fight. All he did was get in the ring, fam. So I like it, man. I like what he said there. But from you heard him, he played devil's advocate. He spoke on that side. He said from where he's standing, yeah. But he also said from a business standpoint, yeah, I can understand that. And just in terms of being scared, nah, I can't see it. Blaze was good. Jay was good on me. He said, Is boxing dying because the promoters don't promote like they used to? Remember, they used to use the billboards and on commercials and radio. They don't. I think social media has such a big impact now, bro, that they don't need the billboards and stuff as much as they used to. Not saying they don't still do it. I think if you go to the right place, you'll still see it. But I think they rely heavily on social media being a tool to drive the interest with these fights and different things like that. That's what I see. I could be wrong, but that's what I see. Nah, he can't fight no Manny. That's dead. Lynn Paro, Richardson, Hitchens, or Shakur are real options, I think. Shakur is not a real option because they never had no intent on fighting him at 44. So even though the people have spoke, I don't think that's something they're looking to do. And it's more so about the business and not sacrificing pounds when you establishing yourself as a welterweight, right? I get it. You know what I'm saying? So I think they, but the people have spoken. People have spoken, man. Shout out to Jordan, man. It's a fact that it. They have spoken, fam. They saying they didn't say what they wanted. 48%. 48%. Man, I might make a video on this, man. They want to still see this shit, but it's a fantasy fight, man. I mean, Shakur is a fantasy fight right now. For real, for real. Fantasy fight. They already beat him in the media. They got their social media win. They not really trying to. They cool with that. They good. They good. Yeah, unify. Yeah, just don't speak Shakur name no more. Just focus on your weight class. Core gonna do what he do. Devin do what you do. But interesting, over 2,000 people voted. 48% of them still feel like that's the fight to see. Interesting stuff, man. Interesting stuff, man. Let's keep rolling, man. Something I wanted to build on. Look, y'all doing it, not me, man. Y'all be doing this stuff, not me. Told y'all, man, y'all got to focus on your weight class, but y'all forcing the boots conversation every day. I see it every day. Yeah, he's calling out boots. No, he's not calling out boots. Let's hear what Greg Hackett had to say about this. Greg Hackett had some things to say. Let's see what he had to say, man, because I don't believe you. You need more people. You ain't about to do that. Extra Mill Bill. You know that's his new name. That's what I'm calling him. Extra Mill Bill. It's only a fantasy fight because the one wants it. Obviously, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, sure. Yeah, he wanted so much so, Damon, after promoting that Zuffa had to fight, he not only didn't sign with Zuffa, take that big deal that they had for him, he took less money to go to the zone just to still be talking about Shakur. You can't make this shit up. Extra Mill Bill is what I call him. Not what they call him. That's what I call him. Extra Mill Bill. You know what I'm saying? Extra Mill Bill. Read all about it. Extra Mill Bill. You know they still count that shit. You know they be counting it. I think they be trying to be funny when they put that loss on the record. I've never counted, but you know, the internets be interneting. The internet, look, they got Boots' record wrong with 32 and he like 30 was Boots 36 and though? Sure to six. Hold on, let me pull up GHB, man. GHB calling y'all bluff, man. He ain't buying that Boots in his talk, man. You feel me? He ain't buying that Boots in his talk. You want to fight, but you only want it on Twitter. Your father won't negotiate with the one man that can make the fight, but yeah, you want the fight so bad. Yeah, he want the fight so bad, y'all. Yeah. He wants y'all to think he want the fight, so he want the social media win over Shakur. He don't want the actual win in the ring. That's why they've been crying for weeks, for months.
And Devin Haney fighting Jerron Ennis.
Yeah.
As marketed as undisputed at 47 versus undisputed at 54. Kind of like Canelo and Charlo.
Yeah.
For me, I don't think the timelines is going to be realistic to even get that off.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
I think Bill, I think he's smart, man. He's smart. I'm talking about like Bill Haney is like and I don't know if it's just him, but I believe it's just him. I've talked to him personally myself. So I got a good feel for him. And we talked more than once. So he's very intelligent. Very intelligent. I mean that. He's very intelligent and he knows
where to go and when to go, what to say, how to say it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, because I also know this. He a gambling man. He a gambling man. The truth is, anybody in boxing is a gambling man. But I know he a gambler for real. When he say that, I believe him, but I don't believe him because you guessing. It's a guess. It's not a, I'm gonna tell you this. He was more confident with Lomachenko and Dev. He was more confident in a fight like that. You know why? Dev's just as fast and he bigger. And he strong. You know what I'm saying? But with Boots, I think he don't like this. He don't like when you do this. Watch this. He don't like when you do this. He don't like when you step off of him. He don't like when you play with him. You understand? And you think you're gonna do that. And you think you're gonna get him so frustrated that you're gonna have Devin Haney doing whatever he want. But nobody never wanna be realistic about the shots they gotta take trying to do that. You understand? So you're talking about somebody that's not really aiming for a spot. It looked that way because of how the shots land. But
they'll never fight.
Punch it all over.
They never gonna fight. Jaron Ennis and Devin Haney's a fucking fantasy fight. Stop playing with yourselves. Y'all have no intent on fighting him. To say you got just as much as intent on fighting Boots as y'all did fighting at 44. Let me say that. I ain't even gonna say the fighter name. You got a bit just as much as a chance at fighting Boots at 154 pounds as you got at fighting at 144 pounds again in his career. It's never gonna happen, fam. They never wanted to make that concession, rightfully so. He a big boy, I get it, but he could have just told the fans that. He could have just said, nah, I'm a welterweight. You want to fight me? Come up here. But he opened his mouth. That's why he conceded the 44 on Twitter. Didn't say nothing else. Let's keep it pushing. Fantasy fight. Here's another fantasy fight. I'll bet you anything they'll never get in the ring with Boots Ennis. That's not a fight they're going to pursue. I don't think he's scared of him or none of that. I just don't think that's a good fight. And I think his dad know that. And Damon, I go a bit further because I know what Bull's saying about Boots behind the scenes. Yeah, he might touch on it a little bit publicly, but I know what he really think about Boots behind the scenes. Do you? Can you say that? Can you say that? Can you say you know what Bill think about Boots behind the scenes? Because I do. I know what he said. So look, that's not something that they're trying to do. They could try to push that all they want. Shout out to Greg Hackett for calling it out. They ain't trying to make that fight. Anybody could fight. Anybody could say they want to fight. But Jaron Ennis is not the guy that you go actively seeking out, especially when you're in a lighter weight class. There's no 147-pounder that's going to move up to 154 and beat him. Not one of them. He's going to smoke all their asses. Straight like that. I'm not about to be playing. Boots be in there beating, pissing down people's legs. You think he about to play with him? You're going to get in there being a different version of what you used to be, not establishing your jab, being timid, and being timid against Boots is going to get you stopped on everything I love. I love Devin Haney, phenomenal fighter. Maybe he can make it interesting for a couple rounds, but I think sooner or later Boots does what he do, and the mixtape is going to commence, and he's going to beat his ass, fam. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. I don't see him no wins over Boots Ennis. None. Asses will be whooped, fam. Nah, he ain't try to do nothing. He ain't try to do nothing. Only people pushing that are super fans, fam. Shout out to YSM because this is his video. Shout out to the homie YSM because he the only one that keep it a buck and he rock with that. They knew he was moving out of 147. Why call somebody out at a weight that you know he's done with? Idiotic shit, man. They know he was done. He ain't try to do shit. He just says something. He ain't try to. He don't want to fight no Boots. The only people that believe that is super fans, bro. Boots gonna hurt that boy. I'm telling you. Y'all keep forcing it. Yeah, he want to fight Boots. No, he don't. No, he don't. He just want people to think he want to fight Boots so they can give him credit. Yeah, he want all the smoke. Nah, I don't care about Greg Hackett record. His logic is what I fuck with. I don't care about his record. And I respect his record, win, lose, or draw, because everybody ain't gonna be a world champion. Everybody ain't gonna have an undefeated record. You get what I'm saying? He got a lot of people that come check him out. I don't give a fuck about his record. Like, what's your record? You get what I'm saying? What's your record? How many times you had fights? That man fought from what? Welterweight to heavyweight? I don't care about his record. Only super fans are talking all this, what he tried to do. The entire world knew Boots was done at 47 if it wasn't no unification. The only dummy that would be talking about, I'll fight him at 47. You won't fight him at 52 because you ain't never been at 47 before, right? But you had no problem fighting Ramirez at 42, 44, and you ain't never been there. You suggested fighting Teo at 145. Then you suggest fighting Jose Ramirez at 154 at first too. Come on, man. It's a lot. Nah, he was never trying to fight Boots. The only people pushing that are super Devin Haney fans, respectfully. Saying he will fight him and actually trying to fight him are two different things. He's never tried to fight no Jaron Ennis, man. That's that clout chasing shit that y'all be doing. And you know that's a bad fight for him. And you know Boots will beat the hell out that man. You just want to convince yourself something else. Shout out to Marcus, man. Only one fighter between Shakur and Devin has fought at a catch weight already. And guess who, Damon? And only one of those two people, Marcus, been in the ring with Boots Ennis and sparred him. And guess who it is, Damon? Just take a guess who it is. Shout out to Marcus, man. Everybody hit the like button. We still got over 70 people in the building. We're going to keep rocking, man. That's not a good fight. It's not a good fight for him. And the only people that push it are his super fans. That's not a good fight for him. I ain't going to lie. It's not a good fight. You 10-0? Yeah, sure. All right, I should be able to look you up there. What's your name, fam? I should be able to look you up. You 10-0. You might be nice. Where you fight at? You might be on the vertical side. You on the other side, I think. I don't think you on the horizontal side. I think you're on the vertical side. You 10-0. We should be able to look you up there. You know what I'm saying? You 10-0. We should be hearing about you real soon. Or we should know about you already. You 10-0, but you don't got no content on this channel? Nah, I seriously doubt that. You know, I doubt it. Everybody, radio was good, homie. Ryan was good. Yeah, Boots, that's just my opinion. That's a bad fight for Devin. He's not a 54-pounder, and he don't got no advantages over Boots. Boots gonna turn Haney into a Philly cheese. You heard what shout out to Dre. You heard what Tim Bradley say. He say he gonna think Boots on PEDs. He say he gonna think Boots on PEDs the way Boots gonna beat his ass. I got to, man. From now on, when I feel like people spamming my chat with dumb shit that I didn't say, I'm timing you out. You don't like it, too bad. I don't care if you even got a wrench. You say some dumb shit that's not true, I'm timing you out. Damon, that includes your ass. I'm going to go to the store and buy a 6-pack of Haterade. Nah, he'll get his ass beat to hell by Boots. Jaden Britton. 9-0 fighting for a super middleweight NABA strap. Shout out to my dog, man. You did tell me about Jaden Britton. Let's get back to this, though, man. Shout out to that big young boy, Beast, behind the hand. Shout out to my dog. What's good? I got to call you after this. Call you when the show over.
You see he be socking dudes all over the place. It just, every shot not a big electrifying shot. You're not about to put your son really in there with that right now. It's too early. Devin Haney not nowhere near talking about retirement, is he? Yeah, he don't never talk like that. You know what I'm saying? So you put him in that kind of situation. That's a fight you take.
PD punches every time.
He trying to throw that in there.
Big Dre stupid.
For 20, let me see.
Big Dre.
26 going into 27. So he talking about 2032 talk. He don't mean that.
I love this dude breakdowns. Hold on, let me run it back. Let's run it back. This shit funny, man. He said Dev ain't talking about retirement, is he? So he don't talk like that because you know that's a retirement fight. You better leave Boots alone. And I'm just being serious. It's not a good fight because he's not in that weight class. We're not asking him to do that. Who asking him to go fight Boots? It don't make sense right now. He's still trying to establish. He had one fight at 47. See how consistent I am? Shakur had one fight at 40. You think I'm asking him to go to 47? Devin had one official fight at 47. You think I'm asking him to go to 54? But it's fans, man. Y'all won't shut the hell up. That's gonna be a bad fight for if Boots ever get in the ring with him. I told you the closest you're gonna ever get to that fight is the AI fight. Y'all need me to show you that AI fight with Boots and Devin, and I hate that AI fight because that fight won't look nothing like that. Them AI fights starting to piss me off. They all look the same. Big shout out to Jaden Britton though, man. Y'all go tap into my dog behind the hands TV all boxing all the time, man. He gonna always put you up on somebody that you don't know. Trust me. He gonna always let you know about somebody that you don't know. Jaden Britton, y'all should know about though. Young boy like that. He be punching on young boy be punching on you feel me? Shout out to Marcus, man. I appreciate the love back in the super chat. He says it's amazing they claim Shakur and Devin are the same size, but he can't make the 144 pounds and without being drained, but they're the same size, Marcus. You get what I'm saying? You can't make this shit up, fam. Can't make this up, man. They put the AI out there, Kurt. They got the AI with Boots. I could play it after this video, but I don't like it because it's not a real depiction of how that fight would go to me. They're not gonna be going tit for tat like that, like how I was looking in the video. I think Boots would just be too much. I think he got a motor and a gear that Devin Haney don't have, respectfully. I think it's two totally different engines under that hood, and that because of it, that fight would not play out in Devin's favor. But there's not a lot of guys that I would say that about with Devin, but Boots is just one of them guys I feel like he don't beat. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Xander would be a tough fight because he's a big boy, but I don't think he can't beat a guy like Xander, but it'd be a tricky fight. I'm telling you. That's a whole nother weight class. He took his time getting to 54. You really think he's gonna jump? I mean, getting to 47, you think he's gonna jump to 54 and kick somebody's ass up there? It's not gonna happen, fam. That shit is not gonna happen. Man. Told you I don't like it. See, that's why I don't like y'all Haney fans, because I can tell you why I don't like something. You're gonna remix what I said. You do what Artman do. I don't like the AI between Boots and Devin Haney because the fight in my mind would not look nothing like that, not even close. Right? It's not he don't gotta get stopped, but I think he does, though. I do. I think Boots gonna be way too much. That's what I think. Way too much offense, way too many gears and motor. Just too much, too many tools. That's me. Too much. That's what I feel. But nah, he don't got to be laying up at the ground. But the fight just wouldn't play out that way. It ain't gonna be ebbs and flows. It ain't gonna be Devin fighting him right there in the pocket, trading shots like that. Fight won't look nothing like that. I don't like that one. I don't like the one with Tank and Floyd. That won't look nothing like that neither. That's what I started to notice. Like, I don't know who generating them, but shout out to them. It's created, but they start to all look alike. Like, especially with these decision fights, every fight going to decision with guys going back and forth, like, evenly. I don't see that. You're not going to go nip and tuck with Boots like that and make it to the 12th round. If you go back and forth with Boots like that, in my opinion, you get stopped. Xander tried it, and he got stopped. And he's bigger than Devin Haney. You think Devin Haney big, Xander bigger, so he stopped that bigger body. That's not going to be a smart move for him to do that. That's just my opinion, though. We'll see. The one with Boot and Bud was fire. Yeah, some of them be cool. By making their highest payday with Devin. If that's the case, Pablo, if that's the case, then why are they currently saying Lee and Paro trying to break the bank? Why are they saying Lee and Paro trying to break the bank if everybody make their highest payday? I know
I'm not saying, because I also know this. He a gambling man. He a gambling man. The truth is, anybody in boxing is a gambling man. But I know he a gambler for real. When he say that, I believe him, but I don't believe him because you guessing. It's a guess. It's not a. I'm gonna tell you this. He was more confident with Lomachenko and Dev. He was more confident in a fight like that. You know why? Dev's just as fast and he bigger. And he strong. You know what I'm saying? But with Boots, I think he don't like this. He don't like when you do this. Watch this. He don't like when you do this. He don't like when you step off of him. He don't like when you play with him. You understand? And you think you're gonna do that. And you think you're gonna get him so frustrated that you're gonna have Devin Haney doing whatever he want. But nobody never want to be realistic about the shots they gotta take trying to do that. You understand? You're talking about somebody that's not really aiming for a spot. It looked that way because of how the shots land. But if you look at it, he punching all over your body. He punching you everywhere. In your
everything
body.
I love,
He
he not a.
in all kinds of places.
Everything
If
I
you really
love,
watch Boots, the true
GHB
Boots,
not a super Boost fan, but I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll make it make sense for you, because I don't got to defend his fandom of Boots or his fan the way he support his guy. He clearly the hometown guy, but I'll say this. Something that I noticed with guys that are in the gyms, and Greg Hackett is one of them. My guy is in the chat now. Behind the Hands TV is another one that's always in the gyms all over Houston. They know him, right? The fighters know him too, right? They know him. The coaches, they know him. The people, they know him, right? He's a guy that, like, I can consider the Greg. He's his own man, but you get me. They in the gyms where they from, right? Greg is always in the gym. Mo City is always behind the hands, always in the gym. He's had a firsthand opportunity to see Boots work countless like rounds and training, and this dude done watched Boots beat grown men up, make them leave the gym, and come back with like dry tears in their face. Like I think he was there when I was telling the story one day. So his impression of Boots and what he think of him is going to be far different than somebody that's from the outside looking in, who their favorite fighter could be a potential opponent of his. He's watching the work. The way people talk about Shakur from the outside looking in, as opposed to how my guy behind the hands, who done watched him in training camps and shit and watched him spar recently with people that I ain't even gonna mention because I ain't gonna put it out there. He in there. His interpretation, the way he describes what he see with Shakur is far different than the average person that's just watching his fights. And it's the same thing with Greg Hackett. These people are getting firsthand experiences to watch him. Like, the shit that we watched Shakur do against Zepeda, he watched him train for it in the gym behind the hands. He watched him go to the corner and wait for his guy and get into the shoulder roll. Like, he watched him practice it and then go do it. So think about something. If I'm watching you put the work in, and then I watch you go out there and the same shit you was doing, you go out there and beat one of the most active puncher in the game. You get what I'm saying? Think about how impressed I'm gonna be. If I'm watching you like whoop ass in the gym and then you get in your fights and they the same way, what you think I'm gonna be saying? I'm gonna be saying the same shit Greg Hackett is saying, fam. If you Bill Haney, I mean, I ain't want to say Bill. If you a coach that's able to watch Devin Haney put the work in, the way you talk about him is going to be far different than the average guy that's just watching his fights. They going to say some surface level shit like, he don't get knockouts. Some shit we already know. But somebody in the gym, they gonna be like, yo, ain't nobody, like, his work ethic is crazy. That man work hard. And then, you know, they say the way he fight in the gym is not the way he fight in his fights. So people be impressed. So think about, it's shit you see him do in the gym that he don't necessarily do in the fight, but you know he got it in him. So think about how you gonna talk when somebody say he can't do something, but you done seen him do it countless times. You get me? So it's just different when you got a first-hand experience on seeing these dudes fight. And I'm telling you, I'm so glad that I got to see Boots fight live. I'm so glad that it was Philly. You get me? Wells Fargo, like it was a movie, man. Watching him fight is everything it looked like on TV, fam. Boots will really beat your ass. And if I really, maybe if you never seen him fight live, you probably can't resonate with what I'm saying. I had a good seat, right? Shout out to my guy D for the win, too, for the love, man. He made sure we made it to that fight. Shout out to my guy. I could hear this man punches from my seat like he was in full control of the fight. This man in there playing around. He playing, bro. It's a fight. You fighting for your life. Why is Boots in there playing and having actual fun beating you up? Do you know how dangerous you got to be to have fun when you fighting for your life? Like, he one of the fighters, he say, yo, when they ask him what to expect, he like, man, I'm just going to do me, be me. You know, I'm going to go out there, have fun, make it look easy. And then he go out there, have fun, and make it look easy. Your breakdown of Boots is going to be far different. So I encourage everybody, bro, do not just judge them from the TV screen. Please go to the fights when you can. Any fights that's in your area, your town, your city. If you can see any of these top guys fight, please go watch them fight and then tell me how you feel about them after you've seen it. And then the beautiful thing about boxing is the way it's set up, right? Like, you'll have your earlier guys, right, that's younger. So you'll see a progression with the card where people fighting in different points and stages in your career or the career. And then you'll see what a main event is supposed to look like. This shit is a movie. I dare you to sit down when Boots is making his walkout. You won't see shit. Everybody up. Undertaker theme. This shit is wild. Then he get in there and beat your ass bad. Like you hearing them punches from your seat, fam. It's different. That shit, you not dealing with 12 rounds of that. Nah, if he's able to touch you, bro, good luck. Good luck seeing the final bell, fam, because I seen it in person, and that dude had no shot in hell of making it to the final bell. Boots was beating his ass from the opening bell to when he stopped him. What did he do to Xander? Xander had a moment in the third round. Boots got right back to it. He pretty much from the opening round, he had Xander ass on the ground. He different, man. That shit different. And I just hope he continue to get the names because he gonna prove it. Watch, I ain't gotta sell y'all Boots, but I urge you, especially if you in Philly, you ain't seen Boots, you cheating yourself. I promise you. You in Jersey and you ain't watched Shakur fight, you ain't watch a Shadeja or Keith Cologne, you cheating yourself too. I'm telling you, you see that shit build up all the way from the first fight. Then you get to see a good co-main, Keyshawn. Then you get to see the main event. I'm telling you, it's shit different. These dudes is different, man. And what I've noticed is all of the fans have these very negative perceptions of these fighters, fam. And when it's the people that's there watching the work being put in, they talk totally different. Everybody I've ever heard speak about Keyshawn is nothing but like good shit. Nothing but good shit. He beat ass, how he beat up grown men as a kid. Like, he been doing this shit for a long time, man. So, and then you in there getting some of the best work possible. You traveling to gyms, beating up they best fighters. Like, these dudes is known for doing that shit. Been in the Upton gym over West Baltimore, seen Tank Train Yacht was shot with Roach doing that to him. I'm telling you, you see what I'm saying? See, you got the experience right there, Damon. There you go. You like, yo, when you see it, you like, nah, ain't nobody beating him. When you see Sean Porter is telling you the first time he got to really just watch Shakur work, what is he telling you? He go in there with a guy that, all right, this guy got speed. All of a sudden, he don't got speed no more. He turns it off. All right, he say he got in there with another guy that was similar to the dude he fought with. He was like the Zepeda. Like, he's getting there with a Zepeda kind of guy, right? Pressure, throw a lot of punches. He said, okay, let me see how you handle this. He said within a minute, he turned that shit off, and the dude is not doing what he typically does. Think about how Sean Porter is going to talk about him. Not only do he see the fights and he understand it differently because he got firsthand experience, but he actually seen him put in the work. He getting in there with a multiple different sparring partners, and they all got different attributes that's supposed to make them dangerous for him, but then they get in front of him and they can't be dangerous. You're supposed to be fast. You're not fast no more with him, right? You bring pressure, throw a lot of punches. All of a sudden, you don't do that. You a power puncher. Now your power ain't landing. Like, I done heard this shit too many times. So that go for every fighter, not just the ones I like. All these guys, when you get to see it in real life, it's a different experience, bro. The respect you have is far different. Because you like, man, it's hard for somebody to tell you what somebody is not when you seen them prove to you exactly what they are. And I'll just give you a little quick story. We'll get back to it. Shout out to Bop and Weave too. We ain't even seen Corey get cut in a fight. And, you know, I ain't looking forward to it at all, right? But my guy done watched him get cut in the gym. And the story that he tells you what takes place after this cut is some shit that you see in like a boxing movie. You get me, somebody get cut and they like, oh, shit, sparring over. He like, what? Nah, hell no. Ain't no spar. I'm cut too. Sparring ain't over. And then convinced to beat the guy ass so bad that he get out the ring, collect his belongings and leave. Don't even unglove his hands. Just walk out the gym after getting beat up by a guy that didn't tell you can't punch. He ain't like that. He ain't got no dog in him. Shit, asked his sparring partner that cut him and he sent him out the ring. You get me? So that's all I'm saying, y'all. It's a different vibe when you see it in person. And it's not just a Shakur. It's not just Jersey fight. It's any of these people that is considered talented. Go watch them do it in person. You're going to feel different about it. You're going to be like, nah, this shit. TV don't do it justice like that. I'm telling you. But at the same token, don't get it wrong. You see every angle on TV, but sitting there in a good seat where you don't need nobody turning no angles or no camera and you just seeing the ass whooping commence, it's telling you it's something different. Boots was beating a buddy ass out there in the Wells Fargo. I was like, damn. Then he hit him. I'm like, y'all could really hear these punches from my seat. There's no way that shit feel good. A few rounds later, he was out of there. I was like, yeah, I'm not surprised because I would have been gone. First round, I would have been out of there. I ain't gonna hold you. Boots would have had me first round KO. Everybody would have been hot. Tell you, first round KO. Shout out to Ben Johnson. Yeah, he good, bro. I like him, Big Dre. I seen him fight, I think twice. I want to say twice. I like him. He can fight, Ben Johnson. But yeah, man, you get to see them levels and the progressions through the cards. That's why boxing is dope, man. Ain't no sport like it. Bopping weed was good, homie. My bad. I was rambling for a minute.
Yo, what's good, my guy? Now you good, man. I was actually enjoying listening to you just now. Forgive me, you hear some noise in the background. But yo, my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna make it like a quick 10 minutes, man.
Talk to me. You good?
Yo, everything you said was facts, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, first off, shout out to you, shout out to the real channels out there, EBT, shout out to Blunt Sports. You know what I'm saying?
Right, sure.
And a few others that I can't even remember right now. But yo, man, I wanna since we're talking about Boots right now, I wanna piggyback on something that Shakur said a while back. And when we do before I say what I'm about to say, I want to make the comparison between Shakur and Haney. When we look at it objectively, we know that to each one is formidable to the other one is definitely formidable to the other opponent. We see the skill level. They could be comparable. But if you look real close, boxing fans really know, those that are really in the ring, those that really study boxing, we see who outshines who. We see who has the better edge, and that's Shakur. And Shakur, correct me if I'm wrong, people could go on YouTube right now, look up some videos, look them up. Did not Shakur say, I think this was back like in 2022, throwing some boxing history out there. He said in an interview, he actually said this a few times. If you're going to get in the ring with Boots, and we know how nice Shakur is, he made it clear. He said, if you're going to get in the ring with Boots, and he was talking about sparring, G. If you're going to get in the ring with Boots, you better be ready to die. That's exactly what Shakur said. You better be ready to die. Now, this is Shakur's sentiment about Boots, which is saying a lot. Of course, he's being metaphoric, but listen to what he's saying, though. Listen to what Shakur's saying. With all the skills and all the accolades that Shakur got going on, everything that we see, everything that is present in Shakur when he's in that ring, for him to say that about Boots, what makes you think that Haney, more respect to Haney, man. You know what I'm saying? Because once again, I made myself pretty clear publicly. I like Haney. I'm not a Haney hater. I'm not no, you know what I'm saying? The thing is, the difference with me is, as you know, because you do the same thing, we don't drink that Haney-ac.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? We're not drinking that Haney-ac, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, knowing the skills of Haney, do we really think that he gonna mess with Boots? We just seen what Boots did in that ring, man. If for those that haven't even watched the fight, all right, do some highlights. The highlights give you a good picture. But I prefer watching the full fight, but go do them highlights. Look that up. Look up them highlights, man. Look at what that boy did. He's fast, great on the foot, great head movement, strong, durable, endurance. One thing that people fail to realize, versatile. One people fail things to realize about Boots is that Boots is not your typical sparring partner. He's literally the type of sparring guy that'll go 15 rounds with you. Real talk. He's old school. A lot of people don't talk about that.
Heard what Norman said he had him in there doing them long ass rounds.
Yo, bro. Yo, my guy.
It's another somebody that we talking about that do the same thing. What
exactly.
Was it? And was it Sam Noakes? I think it was. Sam Core had him doing them 4-minute rounds. The real
Sam Noakes. Sam Noakes admitted that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And like, yo, bro, like the interesting thing about it is that when you have that much endurance, when you're able to go 15 rounds, we're talking about 45 minutes. Crazy work, bro. That's crazy work. You know how much calories you burning out of that? You know how much energy you exerted doing that, bro?
Right.
12 is crazy, but going an additional 3, an additional 9 minutes, bro. Think about that. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't see. And as much as I like Haney, I see what Haney got going on. I look at it at his quality skills, the quality cards. I see it, bro. I'm a boxer myself. I'm not licensed, but I'm into boxing. You could tell by how I talk. I mean, I'm not You know what I'm saying? I'm not no typical casual. I'm into this. My man Haney is gonna have a difficult time. Real talk, a difficult time. He may not. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't really want to talk too much about it because the truth be told, let me just leave it at this because I know this is never gonna happen. I really don't think it is. It's literally a fantasy fight. It's a fantasy, bro.
It is.
It ain't. He's not gonna be able to last with Boots. If Shakur can say out of his own mouth multiple times, be ready to die. And that's not Shakur saying, "Oh, I'm scared," and not like that. That's Shakur showing respect, metaphorically speaking. That's him showing that respect and that gratitude. Like, yo, listen, this dude is not no normal fighter, bro. Like he in there to really go at it with you. He's not one of them. You feel me? He's just one of them. You feel me? That's what he's
telling
saying.
you. Boots gonna change you in there. You see how Roman Villa looking. We still ain't seen Stan Jonas just that. I don't think, man. Shit different, man. Like telling you, he out there changing dudes, making guys quit.
Making guys quit, dogs. So
this shit different.
You know, and you know, I mean, and I'm gonna leave, you know, this whole subject about Boots and Haney. I'm gonna leave it at that because once again, it's a fantasy, bro. I don't even want to entertain that too much. But I just want to emphasize the qualities and the stature of Boots. I just really want to do that because these Haneyacks talking about it every once in a while. You go on X and all that, whatever social media, especially YouTube. Feel me? You read these comments, bro. They make it seem like Boots. They make it seem like Boots.
A knock on Haney. Nah, this is just that's different. He ain't been in front of nothing like that. Think about that athlete that Ryan is, right? I get it, he cheated, but they still completed 12 rounds. There was so many mistakes made, and Devin knows it. He admits it. Bill admits it. Now, just think about Boots as the athlete. That's all we saying, yo. That is a lot to deal with. That's like me trying to convince y'all Shakur goes up there and beats him. Man, what? What kind of fanboy would I really be? I'm always realistic. Yeah, him and Haney, that's different. But Boots, man, whatever. Somebody tell me. So nah, you're not ever gonna see Shakur and Boots fight because that shit don't make no sense at all. None. They 3 weight classes away. Why would Shakur fight? He sparred him. Now, ask your man, did he ever spar? He sparred him. I don't expect him to fight him, but he sparred his ass. I'll tell you that, and I bet you it ain't go the way you would think. I'm telling you, it's one of the two that got in there. So at least one of them shared the ring with him to some capacity. The other one will never share the ring, sparring or a real fight. So you can say what you want. Shakur done sparred them all. He was in there telling him to turn the clock off with Jared Anderson. Now, of course, I'm pretty sure Jared ain't in there trying to kill him. But the fact that he's even willing to do that and wanted, like, he in there asking to be hit like a fool. He crazy, man. He not what y'all think. Don't listen to no hating ass media. Listen to a neutral party. Not somebody that got an agenda. Like, that's like me going to listen to somebody that actually hate Haney and think they're going to give him a fair shake. I don't listen to that. If you hating on fighters, I don't want to hear it. I don't care if some of your views are in line with mine. If ultimately what you are doing is hating, I don't want to listen to that shit. Hell yeah, I keep it real. That's too much. That's way too much. Boots is too much, man. That's 3 weight classes. Why the hell would I want Shakur to do that? What?
Yeah, for real.
Look, think about it. He said it. I go to 47 and beat Haney. I guarantee you they're gonna say Boots next. Yo, it's so crazy. Because I guarantee you they can do it. I guarantee you somebody would say it. On everything, somebody is gonna say, "Oh, you think you good? I go up there." I guarantee somebody is gonna say it. He already saying it. Ain't never get in there with Boots. Nah, he won't, bro. Because I'm a realist, fam. That'd be a bad fight. That's stupid. There's certain shit that's stupid. That's ever seen Shakur at 154 pounds is dumb. Let alone fighting that animal with that damn Ferrari engine under the hood, bro. Whatever. You better go play with somebody else. Play with something safe. And again, Shakur is, you know, me and Ant was talking about this. He was talking about how honest he is. Maybe sometimes to a fault because he was so honest.
Yeah, for real.
Connor Ben. Y'all, if you don't include context, you can make him look like he being selective. But he told you that dude put a rehydration clause. You get him saying catch weight on somebody, I'll do the same shit to him at 47. What's up? If you can do it to somebody that you feel like is bigger than you, especially after he went on a rampage, Conor been talking about he'll fight him at whatever weight. The weight don't matter. I remember him saying that. The weight don't really matter twice in a row. But y'all let that go. So Shakur, like, you can do that to him, I'll do that to you. And then he went as far as saying, because a dude is like a lick, he not Devin Haney. I'm gonna approach the Devin Haney fight with way more respect to Conor Ben.
Yeah, of course. Right.
Funny. Conor Ben ain't on no Devin Haney level. That's a dude
Not
that
at
picked
all.
up boxing, what, 17. He cooked. You heard what Core said to his face? He said, when you start boxing, like, that's not Devin. Devin been boxing since a kid too. And they shared the ring with each other. So in that case, that's a totally different challenge. So again, it's a game of inches. The gap and I think pedigree is considerable enough where Shakur, like, even with him having a weight advantage, he ain't fucking with me. But Devin, he gets big and he's good. He's skilled. I shared the ring with him. I'm not giving him the same advantage, or matter of fact, nah, kill that, because he did say 44 with no catch weight. I mean, no rehydration. He said that. He said it because you don't want to do 44, 47, no stipulations. He said 44 with none, with no catch weight. So don't give me that. He gave you a way to make the fight. If he wanted to fight that man, he would have did it. They never wanted to fight at 44, and only real boxing fans would admit that. You would have to be a complete fucking fool to sit up here and make the argument that Devin Haney really wanted to fight at 144 pounds again after arguing for months against it. Being drained 3 times in a row, arguably 4 at lightweight, but you're going to spin the block one more time for Shakur. That's bad business, man. Just like coming to 44 for Shakur can be considered bad business. Why do you think his manager that's so outspoken and he's able to see the work in the gym? He's seen them work. You heard the tape. He know how good Shakur is, and no matter what he troll and say, he know. Why do you think he was so against 44? Yep. And we really talking about 2 pounds. Why do you think that? Because he's telling you the same thing Shakur is telling you without saying it. Nah, man, if you giving him anything, it's not a good thing. That he's good enough. You don't want to, like, even level the playing field. You don't want to kind of give him anything that would be remotely considered an advantage. And still, let me holler at y'all real quick, real ones. One person fought at 44 before. One person didn't. One person will be doing it for the first time versus somebody doing something they already did. So who really taking it? And after one guy, after already just jumping 5 pounds, now you're going to add an additional 4 to it. That's 9. So again, tell me who really being scared and who really don't want something. Neither one of them is scared, but Devin Haney recognizes the same thing about Shakur that Shakur and Bill recognize about him. Anything that's considered giving him the upper hand can swing things. And that's just being a real supporter. I ain't no super fan. Nah, fam. Be clear. Other than that, he would be saying, yo, 47 right now, and I don't give a damn. Right? There's a reason for that. There's a reason. That's going to be his last weight class. He just moved up. That'll be 3 weight classes in the last 3 fights. You've never seen nobody ask no fighter to do that. And I don't think it should start with him. But I get it. Because y'all know what I know. He good enough to do it right now. It's just a matter if that was in his plans. And I always knew it wasn't. So it is what it is, man. Shout out to both fighters. They two are the best boxers in the game. And I think it's going to be like that until they hang them up. So I'm just not arguing about the fight no more. It's dead. You know what I mean? And I think y'all really should leave the boots conversation alone, because I get it. You want everybody to believe that this is Debo, this is the killer, this is the guy that's going to do the things that nobody else is going to do. Look, he got the list, and look, it got Boots' name on it. Yeah, dude, but get that up out of here. You also got Tank on your list, and you ain't never fighting him, and I know you're not. It's a weight gap. You're not fighting him. You and Boots is a weight class separating y'all. You won't be at 54 with him, because I trust you me. The minute you dip your toe in 54 and Jerron Ennis is still there, what you think they gonna ask and demand? Fight the guy on your list, and that's not gonna be the best thing for you to do. It's not an easy fight.
Yo, like I want to make 2 points on that about him not wanting to get with Shakur. If we remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't it back like what was it, July of 2023 when he vacated the belt to go to 140 and fight Regis Prograis? Am I right or wrong?
They did.
Right.
They vacated
and where was the Haney channels that was blasting Haney for that? Because that would be considered a duck from today's standard, right or wrong?
Yeah, right.
That'll be considered a duck.
Was The F with that going to the sanctioning bodies. Devin ain't had to wait around for him. He gave you an offer. You were supposed to take it or leave it. That's what they try to justify with. But a real boxing supporter will understand that you don't even have to make a fake argument or a weird argument for him. You can just tell what happened. Truth be told, he flexed on Shakur a little bit, right? He flexed on him. He gave him an offer just so he could say he did something. And it wasn't even an official offer, but he made it public like he do everything else. And it created this illusion that, if you don't accept it, then you ain't serious. But then he made that play to the sanctioning bodies. I don't think they anticipated that. I think they thought they had him trapped in where he couldn't try to leverage more money. But when they seen that he had that last card that he played to the sanctioning bodies, now they had asked for an extension too, because they had asked more time to decide what they was going to do. And then they eventually vacated the titles and moved up. Not because they were scared and ducking. I think it was a business move. They start considering, they like, look, this shit going a different way. He didn't take what we initially offered, which was 25% of nothing. But at the same token, they could try to say, look, at least it was something. And still to this day, people talk about that. So it was a good play by them. But a real one knows, even a real supporter of Haney knows, hey, man, that would have been a bad fight for him. And I think that's what they ultimately came up with. Like, I don't think the intent was there either. I think his intent after Loma was moving up, like he always said, and he posted that shit. Like, he had posted this shit that was like his goals list that you can tell was already written out, and he went and fulfilled it. Check those things off. Beat Loma, moved up and became a champion. It wasn't fight again at 135. And that's why I try to tell people I'm just so logical with this shit, and I'm reasonable. I ain't gonna tell you he's scared. Nah, but when you really sit there and think, damn, I just spent the last 3 fights for sure drained. That last one was a close call. Now you talking about going to core that's going to be at his best. And look at that first fight he had at 35 against Yoshino. I was there. He whooped his ass. He looked it phenomenal. Timing, reflexes, defense. I was like, bro, he kicked ass. So I'm not saying that would have been Haney, but he looked really good for his first fight there. And that it would have been that you would have been having to deal with that guy versus you being depleted on the scale and having to fight 12 rounds. I just don't think that's a smart move. So when you think about it business wise, you like, nah. And on top of that, you could convince yourself, look, he ain't take what we get. We ain't got to stick around for this. Nah, he ain't getting no more money. We going up anyway. We was already planning on going up, and that's really what it was. You know what I'm saying? They played the game, man. Good play by them, but stupid for people to believe that it was more than what that was.
Right. And I like your transparency. I like how you broke that down for everybody to listen, because that's very logical. He was drained. He did post that up on Instagram about his goals, and he completed them at 35. As soon as Shakur moved up in 35, you know what I'm saying? And I remember watching that incident when Shakur got in the ring after the fight. Dude walked away. He didn't even want to look at him. He didn't even want to look at Shakur. You see,
that was weird.
That was weird, right? Now remember,
that was weird.
And throughout the 90s in boxing, I remember when Mayweather fixed dude, and what happened? Shane Mosley got up there. Did Mayweather walk away? Nah, he pressed the issue. He pressed the issue. He was like, "World, you want it next? We could do that next."
Right. Look. It's Shakur pulled the Haney on Haney.
There you
go.
go.
What was this energy when? What if Loma would have gave you that energy when you jumped in the ring with him instead of him facing off and telling you, "Oh, this heavyweight." Remember he said that, but he faced off.
Right.
Imagine had he hightailed it the opposite way, talking about, "Yo, I'm number one." You'd have been like, what the fuck? Everybody would have been like, yo, he's scary. But Haney doesn't. It's like, oh, security said he had to leave. And, Bill
that's
said,
a double standard, bro.
Directing him out the ring. And, Top Rank ain't really want Shakur in the ring. Well, he got in there. And you cheated us out of a moment, damn it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even want to look at that man. And it's, it's funny. I still got that picture in my joint. I'll be pulling it up.
Oh, you do?
The way that announcer was looking, too. Like, bro, you really not about to look. So you're looking at it, you can feel it. And I always tell that joke, like, yo, he was saying to Bill, hey, Dad, he's still looking. He like, yeah, he looking something. Look over there. He looking. He looking this way. Don't look over. Don't give it to him. Because then if you do that, you commit, and people really feel like you got to give him the fight because you faced off. And I think that's why they avoided that moment too. I don't think they were scared. Like, I'm so real and genuine. Nah, man, that's not what that's about. But he didn't want to give him a chance to like steal that moment. And think about how close that fight just was. Fam, you don't. The last
Yeah.
thing you need is one of the best southpaws in the game standing in there after that little guy just gave you hell.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? You're not giving him a chance to get that moment, yo, where they like, oh shit, you gotta fight Shakur now. I'm telling you, bro, that southpaw Loma, and he beat some southpaws, but I'm talking about ones that's on that level.
Yeah, on that level,
like,
nah.
That's an undersized one. Shakur's not as small as Loma, and he been wanting to fight that dude for years. Like ever since he got that top ring sparring. They had good sparring. They had good sparring, but I just
that messed him up, man. He should never did that, man. That held him back. A lot of fighters held back for that, for real.
Yeah,
you know what's interesting? Yeah, that sparring situation held him back. You know what's interesting about what you said about how he never fought a southpaw, right? Like at least not like Shakur level, definitely not. But if you look at that fight with Regis Prograis, right? Regis is a southpaw, and you notice like he did good with Prograis. He really did good. Yeah. But Prograis is not on the level of Shakur. We seen what Haney could do. What Haney did, one of the best tactics that he did throughout that whole fight, and how much people were talking about it, was that he went counterclockwise to take away his jab. That was a good move, bro. That was smart. That was right there, his boxing IQ. When you fight a southpaw, you technically supposed to do that. A lot of people don't know that. You technically supposed to do that. You're supposed to go counterclockwise. Yeah, you're supposed to go counterclockwise to take away that jab. And that's what he did throughout the whole fight. That's why he had a hard time landing on him. And he just kept outboxing him, sticking to the counterclockwise move, lateral movement to his right, catching him, crazy work. Right. Looking good. But let me tell you something. Had I been Shakur, it would never been down like that. Prograis, he didn't know what else to do. He didn't know what to do once his jab was taken away. You know what I'm saying? His IQ ain't up there like that. His movement ain't really up there like that. But he's good though. No downplay on Prograis. But when I think that, it's not that he can't do nothing with a southpaw. Look at what he did to Prograis. He could do things with a southpaw. But when it comes to a southpaw like Shakur, that's different, bro. We're talking breed, different level, different breed, for real.
Just like Loma was. Loma showed it.
Yeah. Loma showed it.
Difficult for him.
Yo, you know what's funny about that Loma fight? I didn't see that fight multiple times. I actually like that fight. You know what I'm saying? As close as it was, yes, I say it's close. Some people say it wasn't close. No, it was a close fight, bro. It was really, really close. He did.
7-5.
Yo, almost every, me too, bro. See, that's how I know you really pay attention.
9-3, I think that's
nah. That was 7-5. That was a 7-5 fight. That's how I know you really pay attention, my boy. That's why I rock with you. You really pay attention. Bro, if you look at every single round, you notice Devin was only beating him by 1 to 2 punches, bro. That's how close the fight was, bro. That's how close the fight was. And dudes don't talk about that. They don't talk about that. They just go, oh, yeah, he fixed him, bro. This dude was not just winning those fights easily, bro. Every round. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Funny, too. Loma fought guys that was bigger than him. T.O., Devin.
Yeah.
But the rounds that he won big.
Yes.
The rounds he won against T.O. was big. He won them joints in a row. That joint got scary. T.O. started off strong, won like the first 6-7 rounds straight. 8 to 11. 8 to 11, Loma was on his ass. Round 12, T.O. threw over 100 punches to win that 12. Similar to how Devin secured the 12th round and Loma took his foot off the gas. That's why I always told people he lost that fight, because think about a guy telling you he took his foot off the gas. What is that telling you? In the biggest fight of his career, for Undisputed, when he was given the opportunity, Devin didn't have to fight him. He gave him the opportunity. You decide in a fight that close to take your foot off the gas, as experienced as you was, bro. That was a bonehead move, Loma. Like, we just gotta hold you accountable, bro. That was stupid. Devin understood the assignment, fam. I gotta finish the damn fight, and he did it, just like T.O. did.
Real.
That 12th round, he threw over 100 punches against Loma and secured it for sure. But
for real,
I still think he beat him differently than Devin did. Devin's looked more debatable. T.O. he gave up them 8 to 11 straight for sure, but he for sure won that fight. It wasn't it's a robbery. It wasn't none of that. It was like, he won. Shout out to Nitro. What's good, homie? Going counterclockwise is definitely the way to go, depending on the range. Right. And against Regis, man, it was the right move. Bill on his BS again. Now Devin versus Boots. Yeah, they won't stop, bro. I keep trying to tell them to leave that conversation alone, stop forcing it, but they don't listen to me. They think I'm just being a hater. And it's crazy. I keep telling y'all if I wanted to hate him, I could just say, yo, I don't like him. But I keep trying to explain to y'all as a man how I look at another younger man successful that way. It would be ridiculous for me to get up here and can't appreciate him. If I hated him, I just wouldn't talk about him because that's what a hater is. Watching somebody be successful, especially at some shit like boxing that you know you can't do professionally. And he going 12 rounds most of his fights. You know how hard that is? I see shit way different than the average troll. Like, that shit hard to do. So, watching somebody be that successful, I'm going to always support it. But I'm going to call it fluff out. That's all it be. It's not personal. I'm not trashing on him as a fighter, but because of the insecurity I think that people truly deal with being a fan of his, it forces them to slander and pull down other fighters. Like, people can't just give Devin a compliment without attacking somebody else with it. Like, well, Devin is this, Shakur ain't that. And this is like tit for tat. It's like, it's stupid. And in reality, it's like, bro, I'm the most accomplished. What are we really arguing about? They both got one really good win. If you being honest, they got more than one, but I'm talking about they got one that stand out. And for Shakur to be T.O. and for Devin to be Loma, right? Outside of that, did you see any other fight that you would even remotely think that would be competitive and shit? Not even T.O. for Shakur. Boxing or what up, homie? I got it. I'm gonna drop it in here. It'd be in the community section, but I'll drop it here too. William O's cool.
You know what? Like, I want to piggyback son about, because you know what I'm saying about Keyshawn real quick, and I don't want to say this to make no type of defense, but I actually want to make a valid point on this because we see
here we're just a real bill. It ain't a defense. I know
that's
you
it.
just having a
Word. Like my man, when Keyshawn pressed before the fight with Jeremiah, he literally pressed Bill Haney and said, "Yo, we getting that fight, right?" And if you listen to what Keyshawn told him, he said, "Yo, when I knock him out," he even put like a stipulation to it, like, "Listen, this is the standard. If I knock him out, I'm definitely gonna get that fight, right?" And Bill was like, "Yeah, you gonna get it." So technically, he pretty much gave him the guarantee. Now, mind you, this is February 1st now because the fight didn't happen now. We see what happened. He knocked him out. How many days are in a month? 30 days. It literally took over 2 months with no word. Mind you, Keyshawn's doing all these antics and all that, talking about, yo, hit with the brick and all this stuff. And still, Devin Haney did not press the issue to want to come at Keyshawn after Keyshawn made it clear with the standard, and he accomplished the standard to want to go at him. Why was that? Because, once again, it's not that he was scared, but he understood he understood the risk. The risk was too high with Keyshawn, and that's real talk, bro. The risk was too high with Keyshawn. To follow up with that, now after it took over 2 months for him to actually be mandated. After he got mandated, bro, it literally exposed them, because what's the first thing they did? Now they want to start coming at Shakur Stevenson. Hold up, where's Shakur Stevenson come from, bro? Hold up, bro. What is it? This is now like what? June? What was it? Like June 19th when he got mandated, when Keyshawn got mandated? It's June 19th. Now we talking about Shakur. We've been talking about Keyshawn and Devin for a minute, for a couple months now. Now they using it as a ploy to try to avoid Keyshawn. That's literally what I believe, bro. Now, granted, we seen what happened. I'm disappointed. I'm praying for Keyshawn, man. I'm a Christian myself like him. I respect that about him. I believe in Jesus Christ. I put that out faithfully, and I'm praying for him. But truth be told, after that mandate, that's when they started talking about Shakur. That's when they wanted to come at Shakur. Now they want to act as if, listen, we're not going to fight Keyshawn unless we get the deal with Shakur. Like, bro, like, first of all, and all these fake channels, you know what I'm saying? Like, 78 low IQ. Yeah, I said that. And Deceptive Blood TV and all these other channels talking about, oh, now Debo really out here being Debo because he asked for 2 fights to get, like, bro, first of all, you don't do a contract with 2 people. In business, this doesn't happen, bro. They making it seem as if they literally making it seem like this is a literal thing, and that's not the case at all, G. Yeah. Shakur was never mentioned before June 19th. He was never mentioned, bro. He might be brought up a little here and there, but he was never it was never pressure for Shakur. It wasn't until after the mandate. And once again, that was a ploy to literally scave themselves away from going into the risk, the high risk that was, and that is Keyshawn. And I still believe Keyshawn is. He just has to believe in himself. He has to put himself in that position to say, listen, sometimes I do got to take some little bread to make that big bread to make my point. You got to do that sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
One thing that and I'll pass it to my guy boxing. Or one thing that happened with that situation that I was hearing was the flat fee situation that he wanted, that Devin Haney was being given by Top Rank, and I think it was some kind of feeling that, you know, he's with them. He's the Top Rank guy, right? He's one of the, you know what I mean? He's the guys, and it seemed like they was more invested in treating the Devin Haney better than him. Something like that. I know people don't agree with it, but then when you think about the challenge you're taking, I heard there was some talk about his contract extending possibly if he was to go out there and win the fight. I'm hearing that's something he wanted to do is get away from Top Rank, possibly go, you know, find another situation. So I'm hearing he could be trying to find a way to satisfy the remaining fight or two on his contract and try to find himself in another situation. But that's the long game. Short, you just got to deal with the fact that the best opportunity that was offered to you, you ain't take it. I understand the business side of it, right? And I love what Sean Porter said. He said, you know that as far as, you know, you saying he ducked. Yeah, the business side, yeah, but being scared of somebody, nah. And I'm cool with that. I ain't arguing with nobody that say duck because I know what, you know what I'm saying. I know what Keyshawn put out there. One thing about me, I'm just so real. Like I know what's promotion, and then I know when it's time to sign your name somewhere. If that paper ain't right, no matter what you say in the media, you're not taking no fight, and that's most people. And I said it before: business has ruined more fights than ducking and being scared ever will. People don't get money. They don't. You heard Sean Porter, and that's a guy that ain't duck shit. He like, man, we ain't scared. Just these situations don't be right sometimes, and I think he could have overplayed his hand and maybe thought that maybe he was worth or he was gonna get treated better or make more, and it just didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. Boxing nerd, what up, homie?
Yo, I'm about my phone about to die. I'm about to get off. But yo, shout out to the chat. Shout out to you, boxing nerd, and everyone else. You heard? Hold your head up.
Appreciate you, my guy.
Yeah.
Yo, what you saying, brother?
It was good with it, fam.
Chilling. Same old work day, you know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I was rooting for Keyshawn. I was very disappointed that he didn't play. Of course, there's business behind it, man. There is really business behind it. Asking for $5 million makes me think that the Jay Prince Top Rank deal was really gonna mess with him if he got 3 or 2.14 or whatever. That means that the percentage that he was getting wouldn't have satisfied. He'd probably get under $1 million if he had the $3 million, or probably get under $1 million if those two. Right? I guess he's trying to feed the family, but like, I don't know if you heard about the Zach Judah interview that he did with Andre Ward. How he took $100,000 the rematch with Spinks for Undisputed in St. Louis instead of the 1.5 he got in the first fight. He bet on himself. Mind you, he already tasted being a champion, multiple time champion, all that other stuff. But he figured out something in the 12th round that Tyson Fury figured out in the 12th round in the first fight with Deontay Wilder. So I can step to him and beat him. He ended up beating him in the 9th round in the rematch, and then he got more paper than he ever could have imagined. Mind you, Zab was already established, but he still bet on himself and established or not. And I'm sure Keyshawn had paper enough to take care of himself, but 100,000 is not as bad as 2.1 or 3.
Right.
So
it
goes to show.
It's no denying it. Yeah, it's no denying it. I thought things was fair. I thought he would have looked at it that way, but maybe he got overly ambitious at the last couple hours, right? Thinking that it was supposed to be something that it wasn't. And it's that, and then maybe, you figure maybe you got to play the long game now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's definitely a risk for you early in your career, but it's a great opportunity if you can win. But I get it, man. I've seen things like this happen. Price Boy, what up? He says not $5 million in a Paro or Catterall fight. Makes me bet on yourself with Rolly. He wasn't willing to do that. And that's why I say, like, do we really overblow this situation with Keyshawn? No, we just seen Devin do this. Then fast forward, say Catterall's trying to break the bank, but then his dad get on a cam show, and this is after he said that on Twitter. He gets on a cam show and say it's an extra $1 million now. So who does that pertain to? So I expect if you got an extra $1 million sitting around, that got to be able to solidify one of these fights. And that's all I'm looking for is a solid date so we can know exactly what fights you're going to have. It's all good at this point, whoever you fight, right? But that's for me just not being a guy that complains a lot. I can't control who these dudes fight. I can only support it. If it's that bad, then I know I could tune it out if I don't want to watch it. But I just don't know. I don't know. I feel like the business don't want just any fight for him. That's what it seemed like.
No, and unfortunately, Devin used to be a little bit more exciting. I feel like after the Linares fight, after the Loma fight, and even after the Ryan fight, they completely changed him as a fighter.
Yeah, after
Mind
Ryan,
you, he's still, but I just feel like he's changed ever since he got touched a few times on the chin. Even I feel like JoJo hurt him later on in their fight as well, like maybe the 10th, 11th round.
Yeah.
He got caught clean with a shot that shook him up like momentarily. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I just feel like the more he's gone up in competition, the more he's got clocked, is the more he's been tentative to fight. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So when people say Boots is chinny, I'm like, I don't know. He continued to fight. He fought even more after getting clipped. Whereas Devin turns his whole offense off and begins to jab and clinch. Like after he got rocked in, I think, the 8th or 9th round against Linares, he clinched the rest of the fight.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I mean?
T.O.
So, like, yeah. So it's a mentality thing. Of course, you want to protect the bread. You want to always win no matter what. But it's an entertainment aspect to the fight game, and you don't want to clinch your way out of more millions because people saying
it was his recovery time seemed crazy, right? It was surprising that it took him that long to get back right. You know what I'm saying? And then you know, I wonder, is there something there with that? Shout out to Lance. I wonder, is there something there? Because remember, in the Ryan fight, when he got caught with that first shot that had buckled him, and remember his corner man was on record for saying he don't think he ever recovered after that. So there's a bit of,
like it.
It's not his heart that's in question, but his recovery is, I think that's something to, you know, if you somebody that's punching like that's something to pay attention to, because you just pointed to it with Linares. He got hurt in that 10th round, and he spent the rest of the fight trying to really get his bearings back together. It was at one point he did like a running hold. I've never seen that before. I'm dead serious. I thought it was funny, like hearing Ryan talk about it, but I remember that point where he like kind of like ran and then held him. It was like from out far. I was like, damn, it took him a little second to get it back together. He was boxing a perfect fight and then got caught with that shot. Crazy. I'm like, man, damn, this is bad. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got still about 80 people here. Everybody hit that like button. Devin still has PTSD. I think he's still trying to shake the cobwebs, like, you know, like just shake the bad memories and of that fight, right? And I think it's going. I always said it's going to take him some fights to get there. Like he went through a lot in that 12 rounds, right? Getting dropped, caught, jab neutralized, but he boxed well in the rounds when he wasn't getting dropped, right? But man, overall, it just was a lot of mistakes being made. And I think anytime you go through something like that, especially if you already was like a safety first guy, you damn sure going to try to make for sure that it doesn't happen again. So I'm not surprised that he tweaked his style to a degree and became like less output, but just being, you know, making sure he stays safe. I get it, but it's going to take some doing. Like, I think it was some progress he made from Ramirez to Norman, right? But now that same progress that I feel like you made, it could be for nothing with all this inactivity, and then you get in there with the wrong kind of challenge, man. Like, that's why I said, imagine him fighting Shakurov 10 months out the ring and at 44. If they really, because if it wasn't no big deal about them pounds, they would have did it. But just imagine it, that amount. Keyshawn, 47, that amount of time off with a more active guy. It changes the dynamic of the fight a little bit, and you got to include the fact that this is a guy that's trying to recover off a guy that cheated him. Was knocking them all over the canvas. Now you had a couple fights since then, but it was right when you seem to be building, boom, inactivity. So it's like, I would hope that, you know, it wouldn't affect him to the point where he ain't looking like himself, because you can't afford that. And that's why I say He's in a good position, but it's still tricky position because it's all how you play the cards. You got people wanting to fight you. You got two different fighters, one of them being a unification. What you talking about an extra million? I've seen somebody from the Haney cycle post that they got an extra million for Keyshawn. Where he at? They calling his bluff again. So it's like, that's what y'all on again. I don't know what y'all really on. Like, it shouldn't be this. It shouldn't be this, especially with you getting a deal that's put in place and they supposed to put money behind you. Why are you still having trouble securing a good fight or any fight though at this point? And you saying everybody's scared and ducking, and that's just not true. And Hitchens would be dead.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
You don't want to be knocking one person off your list and then fighting somebody else that's not on your list after you drop the list after being a mayor. That doesn't make any sense. People are gonna think that the list is full of shit.
Me too. It's just wishful thinking, fam. That damn list, like, it look ambitious, but that's the thing. We not asking you to oversell yourself to us. We know what you are. You 3 divisions in, you think we don't know what you are, but I gotta give it to you. You found a way to like reinvent yourself with this Devo shit, and it's funny, but we know what you are for real. And that's saying something. Ain't like that's nothing. You ain't no run-of-the-mill guy, but it's just too much, man. The list, the Boots in this conversation, the videos about how you calling Boots out, knowing damn well that's not the case. Like, it's nasty work. Like, this shit is annoying. All they do is lie and confuse people. In reality, like that's what Sin City said on the show with Bill. He said, man, I'm a little disappointed. However he put it, like, man, you get us excited for all this stuff, man, and then none of it happen, man. What's up with that?
And then you
like Bill got a little bit of leg to stand on because Keyshawn, like, he ain't the reason for that, but still, like, Sin, like, nah, fam, you promote all this shit. You on the Brooklyn Bridge calling out Hitchens, and then we don't get to fight. Like, I'm like, nah, that's what be happening. It really do. Like, look, fam, look, 4 days ago, a Haney channel was one of the big channels, almost 300K subscribers, right? And I ain't gonna say that now. I'm just giving y'all observation. Haney channel, right? I want Boots at 154 without tune-up. Devin Haney calls out Boots for fight at 54 with no tune-up, right? 4 days ago, that shit got over 53,000 views, and it's a straight lie. The people in the comments probably like, yeah, man, that's the shit calling. But they'll get over here and be mad at me because I'm debunking that. And there's nothing personal with that creator, but I just know that that's not true. Why are we pushing 54 fights with a guy that been arguing with a damn dude that had one fight at 40 and the other one just had 2? And then one of them that had another one that had one fight at 40 and last fight at 135 in Tank. You can't make this shit up, man. It's wild, but nah, we fighting Boots too. No, you not. Bad fight, bad matchup, style matchup. Your experience won't matter. Those little ass guys that you beat up at 35, 40, like he'd demolish them. Just imagine what Loma he'd do to a guy like Loma, your toughest fight. You got to start putting things like that in perspective. Now you going up in a weight class where you've never been, and you about to play with a guy that makes it look like and one mixtape with boxing gloves, and then you telling me that's the guy you about to go beat up because you got a jab, and he out here throwing 40 and 45 jabs around? Man, whatever, man. Nah, bro, that shit bad. Don't do that. Telling you, make too many mistakes.
Just do boxing. What up, bro? Salute, bro. What up?
Too much. Radio, what's good, homie?
What's good, man? Cooler, man. Go ahead, man. Keep cooking up, man.
Nah, I just my dog, man. I said bye bye to me, Norman.
I just came up with something in my head, actually. With all these call-outs of all these different fighters and fake negotiations and all this other stuff, failed negotiations here, failed negotiations there, calling out Boots, calling out Shakur. I feel like since November, they've been doing something every week to keep their name at the top of the list when it comes to boxing. There's a whole lot of clout chasing relevancy on a weekly basis to keep their name in the boxing news at all times, even though he's not fighting. As if every week he's about to fight something.
Yeah.
That's all it is, really.
This is a strange time, though, even for them. Like, you never seen them go through this much, and I think it's a number of contributing factors. I think market value is to be considered. I don't care what nobody say. I don't count 420 with Ryan, but they do. People I be saying, man, it don't count. They be like, shit, who said it don't count? Like they be joking, but people don't forget about that. But I think since then, you got a chance to see how things went, see how nobody bid on the Sandor Martin fight, vacated, moved up type shit. Like I think about the lawsuit. People was kind of distracted by the battery and shit, and I get it because they box. You like battery, bro? It's a fight. Get all of that, but y'all forget that it was about money. And feeling like his market value was damaged and messed up by dealing with this guy, especially after seeing that fight. And I think since then, he's bounced back. He's still in a position where he makes good money, but I think that purse bid kind of exposed what he's looking to get. I don't care what nobody say. I don't think Top Rank bid a random number. I think they clearly could crunch numbers and see what a 75-25 split is and how much of it he gonna get. Clearly wasn't no surprise to them, but I think they kind of knew what he was asking for. And think about it, he's worked with them in the past. So it was crazy to just see how this situation played out. I think they know what kind of money he was looking for, and it's funny how that split ended up giving him like a little over $6 million, and he would have stood to make considerably more than that from what I understood too. But
yeah,
that's what he got. But I was hearing that's what he was asking, or that's what he was looking for with the Rolly.
I got a question for the panel.
4-4 was good, homie.
A question for the panel. Who do y'all think will win between Brian Norman Jr. and Liam Paro?
Probably Brian Norman.
Man, I'm going with Brian Norman, bro.
Who y'all think will win between Brian Norman Jr. and Catterall?
Probably Catterall.
You got Catterall in that fight. What about you, Joe?
A little tricky, but he's seen better days, bro. The right Brian Norman might give him some hell too.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is what I think. This is what I think.
I can't hear it. 4-4. I'm out.
And Keyshawn beats them both, by the way. Both of those guys.
Yeah. No, for sure. I agree. Facts. So this is what I think, man. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in Devin's career, like I think fighting is what's important, and I personally don't know why he just won't pursue the rematch and call it a day. Like,
I talked to my guy that beat Norm Jr. is like his little bro. I got to speak to him the other day after my live. He was telling me to hit him. He was telling me Brian Norman Jr. definitely won it. He definitely won it because you see what he ranked at. He right back
exactly
in history, right? And it's funny how he's right there, how things unfolded, but
exactly.
He don't deserve it. Like, he don't bring nothing to the table. They ain't trying to do that right now. And I'm not saying they ducking and scared, but they not looking to do it. But Brian Norman is all in. He was all in on the Keyshawn smoke, from what I hear, and he all in on the opportunity to fight Devin again.
The reason why I'm calling for the rematch, right, is because it's very interesting to hear people's perspective. So there are some YouTube media heads that want Keyshawn and Brian Norman Jr. to fight. And when their logic behind it is Brian Norman Jr. is a much better fighter now because of the experience he had with Devin, which I agree. I 1,000% agree. But then I'm saying to myself, well, then why won't you just apply that to Devin? Because, like, listen, we just saw Wardley get beat up by Dubois. Let's just be clear. We saw the way Wardley looked at the end of that fight. Yeah, and still they're rematching.
Yeah.
I honestly feel that rematches are very important for the fans, man. Like, it erases sometimes doubt. It erases fluke wins. It erases a lack of experience, because now it's like, now I want to see what you got now. Like, let's see what you got now so that we can have it. And I think, and at the end of the day, you need a fight anyway. So it don't have to be a blockbuster fight, because I would want a rematch. Why not? I think I think there's build up there because you guys are familiar. There is that thing about will Devin be able to knock him out this time? Or will Brian Norman Jr. be able to really come in with a level of confidence? Oh, wait, maybe they fought in Saudi Arabia the first time. What if there's a difference now? He's fighting more where he's comfortable at. Who knows? Fighting, like, that's a no-brainer. ATL, a home fight. I mean, why not go for it? And I'm telling you, man, that's why I feel like they're very smart with how they move, because I find it very ironic that there's no desire to even entertain a rematch when you need a fight anyway. That's all I'm saying. Based on the fact that you need a fight, what's going to be more, in my opinion, I think a Brian Norman Jr. rematch is going to be easier to sell than a Liam Paro or a Catterall, etc. Right here in the United States, it's going to be an easier fight to sell. Personally speaking, that's what I think.
Joking about the Australia bit because from remembering the fight with Kambosos over there, and I'm not saying Liam got the Kambosos way. I heard Kambosos is a big deal over there. So remember they fought in like a stadium the first time and they had about 41K or something out there. And I was joking. I said he got more fans in Australia than over here. Like, man, you better take that shit to the down under and sell that damn fight because we ain't going to be overly excited. I don't see that doing good. And all this face of boxing talk and it's not gonna go over well, right? Like the reality is gonna set it in. It's gonna be far different than the picture that his super fans have painted, and I think that's what's a potential hold up too. And I wanted to ask y'all all something while I got y'all here. With me, the new name I got for him is Extra Mill Bill. With him essentially saying that he got an extra $1 million, how do you think that impacts the rest of these negotiations, if that's the ideal, right? That somebody you could have potentially, or is that just only for Keyshawn Davis, right? Was that extra $1 million for Keyshawn, or is Lynn Paro still breaking the bank, right? Because remember that I don't know if y'all caught that tweet. Rick Glazier said something, Devin Haney retweeted and was like facts, basically saying he asking for too much, and we seen the report come out about the excessive economic demands from the Australians. That's Lynn Paro. But you also seen Paro come out and say he ready to fight. He'll fight you in your backyard, his backyard. It don't even matter. And you hearing Catterall saying they used his name. So my thing is, with y'all essentially signing a new deal, the purse bid shit falling out. You're not getting the fight we wanted to see the most. That was the most realistic was Keyshawn. We get why, right? But you got an extra $1 million. Shouldn't that help you secure one of these fights? Whether that be the unification with Paro or Jack Catterall, or if you revisit Keyshawn or even Brian Norton. Like, I'm just clueless as to why y'all still have such difficulty making a fight when
I'm
you
gonna be honest.
Have a deal in place that's lucrative and you are talking about extra mil. You know what I'm saying? Extra mil bill.
I'm gonna be honest. In my opinion, Jess, I don't really even believe it. I don't believe that they had the extra meal. I mean, it sounds good, but since the 100 million Zuffa deal didn't come through, like I'm the type of person in life, like if like my homeboy lied to me one time, I don't really, I'll kind of be questioning that shit. So it's been multiple lies. So like the fact that the 100 million Zuffa deal wasn't true, after people was confirming it, the Haney channel was confirming it. I don't even believe they got the Zuffa deal until they get it announced. So I don't believe that or the extra meal. I just feel like they was just bullshitting up there on that on that show.
Radio, sorry to cut you off, but I just I'm not gonna stay too long, but I completely agree. Anything that man says, and you guys can slight me whatever you want. Anything that man says, Bill says, I don't believe until I had to actually see it in the ring or see. I mean, he had to prove that he's even with the zone, and that's where I'm coming from because I don't even believe that right now.
Right. Yeah. It's funny. It was a couple of stories in Eddie Hearn, a little Instagram story, and one of them was him talking about these big signings, or he got a couple of big signings that he announced. One of them was Haven Brady. That's a good signing. Shout out to Haven Brady. But
I saw that
thinking that couldn't include Devin Haney. And then it was another post that said something else. And then just like, it made you think that he gonna break his silence. Is any of this news gonna concern a Devin Haney announcement? If not, that seems so odd. Like he was so vocal with the Zuffa stuff, right? And they got these people. How they gonna pay him? Who they gonna fight? Shakur, I know he's getting in. I'm not gonna say it, but I know he's getting. Like all of this. What you know about the Hayes? What you know about that? What you know about the 150 million that they supposed to have fined got over there? Which I don't. I definitely, I'll tell you again why I don't believe that. I don't care about nobody's money, but why I don't believe it, because they was leading us to believe that money was coming from Zuffa. And then when you tell me you took less money to go to the zone, you didn't say they matched it. It was the same. You said you took less.
Come on.
You're not going to tell me both of those was $100 million offers. If anyone, it had to be Zuffa, and that could have still been in question, right? But I don't know, man. It's a lot of weird business, man.
Do you hear what he's saying? He took less money just because he's looking for the smoke. That's that was their narrative was. We took less money. What kind? That's some bullshit and a half. What nigga? Never mind, man.
Big dog fed up with they shit.
No, because I can't believe we took less money because we want all the smoke and we want to be this more be that. That's the type of shit that you can't listen. You can't believe shit like that.
You got to realize too. I'm gonna be very honest. They're listening to other channels and they're looking at how people are engaging, and all they're doing is just regurgitating what the quote unquote like the Haney fans and what the channels are like pushing. And so, but like for me, like I said, I'll stand on it. I don't find like I work in business. To me, I don't find any of that impressive. That does not impress me at all. Like all that like lying and deceiving to get ahead, that don't impress me. I'm sorry. Like that, I don't care about that. Like people want to give accolades for that. I don't. The bottom line is you're destroying other people in the process of you gaining success, because you just can't gain success organically, naturally. You said you got a Zuffa deal, but then you're gonna say you took less money to go with the zone because that's where all the fighters are at. Like you're just lying to the people, but then you follow up and say, well, we could still make the fight. Like you're not watching a Ryan Garcia and a Conor Ben fight. So that whole ideology that Zuffa, you're gonna be trapped in some bubble. Like how many times does Zuffa have to show you, or Tirki Al-Sheikh has to show you, like you're just lying. You're just a liar. And that's, to me, I don't find that impressive. I don't find that enjoyable. I think it's annoying. And all I think it does is that it creates a space in boxing that's very toxic and we really don't need. Like, dude, think about this. Oshaquie Foster and Navarette are fighting, supposedly, right? October, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a question. That guess what? Did we have to hear from any of their managers?
Nope.
Think about this. But we're getting the fight though, right? So what makes Bill? What is he doing that's so revolutionary? No, it's not. It's actually tired and old. Go make the fight, bro. Go make the fights.
He getting
like stop all that yapping. Go do what you got to go do. Go make the fights. You know the value of stuff. Put stuff together, bro. Like all that yapping is like it's annoying.
Yo, Kawhi was good, homie.
That's my take on that, man.
44, man. 4 for 4, man. You see, that's what I'm saying. It frustrates you. Because then their fans will come at you like you're retarded, like you're stupid. Like, oh, your fighter ain't no good. You're Bill. And the thing about it is the thing what it is. It is thrown in your face, and they may seem like Devin is Jesus, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Abraham Lincoln. They think whatever that man does is perfect all the fucking time. And it's so annoying.
He said it helped him push that narrative. Yeah, they push a lot, yo. I keep saying it's gonna keep coming up because I don't never get tired of telling the truth. Y'all don't get tired of creating new lies and narratives. I'm never gonna get tired of telling the truth. He deserves better fans and better support. He don't need the narratives that exist. That's why I respect his silence to a degree. I just wish he would speak a bit more on his own behalf, right? And then stop hearing so much from what the fans is saying and super fanned out compromised channels. Like, yeah, the face of co-mains is crazy. I'm going Rogue TV. Yeah, my guy said he about to be on his third co-main in a row. That's nasty work. And as far as if Liam Paro's a draw, he's not the biggest draw in Australia. Like, you got guys like Timzo and Cambosis as bigger names for sure. Cambosis got a really good team too. You see how he been getting opportunities since he been getting them, right? But he's a solid draw. But I was just suggesting that because I'm like, could they mimic any kind of success that they had in Australia either of the times? The second time, I think it was like 17K. That wasn't a stadium fight, the rematch, but the first one was. You know what I'm saying? When I feel like they believed that Kambosos will win, or felt like he had the best chance anyway. But he got his ass kicked. But they had about over 40K, man. That's a lot of people watching you. So I feel like the fight mattered more there, but maybe it'll sell more here. Because don't get me to lying to you, but I was just suggesting it because you found success over there. I mean, 17,000 ain't a bad crowd neither. You know what I mean? Lynn Paro is a champion. You would be a defending champion. Like you went over there, you beat one of the Australian guys before, back to back, right? I'm just thinking like that because I don't hear nobody outside of Super Haney Ho, and even them, I don't think they overly excited about the ideal of him fighting this dude. I don't.
Well, the thing is this: you got to realize that this has been reported that him and Liam Paro has had a lot of sparring sessions where Devin Haney has pretty much destroyed him in sparring. I'm not trying to say sparring matters and all that, but the reality is that people aren't excited about it. I mean, the dude has already lost. I mean, he's lost to Hitchens. I mean, it's like, okay. I mean, unification, I guess. Then it was a very controversial fight between him and Crocker. Some people had Crocker winning. Some people thought it was a draw. Some people had Paro winning. It was, it can go either way. It is what it is. And also there's probably the money. See, we don't know the DAZN deal. We don't even know the structure of that. Who even knows what that even looks like?
Most I've heard, bro, is that it's potentially a 4-fight deal. Remember, they was just saying multi-fight. I'm hearing that could be 4 fights.
And I've also heard that it's an escalated contract, which means certain fighters he gets a certain amount of money depending on the type of fighter he's fighting. So when you look at a Paro fight, it might not even be the type of money that we even think because
what you kill.
You know what I mean? So who
what you kill?
Yeah, who knows what who knows what that deal looks like? So it just becomes a lot of speculation because in my mind, I'm like this: why are you taking so long to establish a fight?
Yeah,
like let's just talk about the elephant in the room.
You just signed for 150, remember?
Yeah, Keyshawn's a duck. Cool, no problem. You can have that. Okay. So you got 2 fighters right now. Why aren't you taking that fight? For me, I think it's money.
Yeah,
I think it's money, bro. I think it's money.
Look, they supposed to have an extra meal, bro. They revisiting, like they reopening the Keyshawn conversations with the thought of him saying he had the extra $1 million. So it's like I'm gonna keep saying that because that's not chump change. Whether you a Keyshawn, Paro, or just an extra on whatever on top of whatever these guys getting is coming out your purse, you got dudes willing to fight you. And I'm really being serious. What the f is taking so long, fam? Like, damn, y'all really negotiated like 7 fighters. What the hell? And since then, signed a deal, went away from the biggest fight that your son said was in boxing, and you said was on deck. Like everything, nothing makes sense. The only thing y'all got the lay y'all had on is the fact that Keyshawn didn't accept that money. Outside of that, shit looks shaky in the light. I think that purse bid exposed the market value or what you asking for. I don't know. I thought the zone, you being over there would impact and make it easier for you to secure the next fight for yourself. Now it seems like you're being very selective.
But then it's also weird about this thing about this, Just if you had an extra $1 million for the fight, why are you trying to talk to Keyshawn Davis? Why are you not talking to the management people?
I said that.
The money? Like if you had an extra $1 million for the fight, why not give the management people the extra $1 million to put the fight on? So to me, it's like, oh, if you had extra money to put the fight on, then you could have maybe made a better offer for him to put the fight on.
Taking less money to avoid the biggest fight in boxing, aka Zuffa Core, is diabolical, fam. That shit is crazy, bro. Damn, man, y'all, like I just need some explaining on that. His own counter offer, man. He covered by DHP backed by Turkey. You really think DHP out here by themselves? That's what Kermit was up here saying. You really think? Kermit sat up here with a straight face with a damn innocent. come on my show, smoking them damn incense, some little pen joints. Devin is back. DHP is back by Zupa. Lying and shit. Misinformed ass. I'm not Zupa, my bad. Back by Turkey. DHP back by Turkey. You think DHP is really out here by themselves? That's what he said to me. Shit, it looked like it. It don't look like Turkey nowhere near that the zone deal or none of these damn fights. You know why I know? Because your last 2 fights went off without a hitch. Not no long drawn out situations. The most back and forth we got was with Bill and Brian Norman Sr. That's cool. That's par for the course. But the business was taken care of and guys got paid. And again, shout out to Big Dog because he sounded like it ignored him. I just wanted to comment on what you guys said about how they making it seem like he taking so much less money because he want to fight everybody. Got 12 million here. Think about it. What they not telling you, because context matters on this channel. Turkey Al-Sheikh was involved in his last 2 fights. That's why you had and heard no mention of nobody complaining about no money. Not only did Dev come up and make real good money, Brian Norman made the most money he's made in his career, right? And it was without a hitch. Now without Turkey Al-Sheikh seemingly on board with his fights, you seeing this. You show me one fight that Turkey Al-Sheikh was interested in, and it had this long drawn out negotiation situation, or better yet, a purse bid. Imagine if he was really behind that. And just to be fair to the conversation, I wonder, with Keyshawn being looked at as like a ring ambassador, like it gotta really mean that he's not vested in his fights, because that would be the fight to be. You get me? Like when Keyshawn a ring ambassador, if you really backing Devin, you support both of the guys. It seemed like a reason to get behind the fight and make sure both guys got what they wanted. But without his presence, with his absence and everything that seems like it's Devin Haney's business, I just can't feel where they coming from when they say he's backed by Turkey, or Turkey still owe him a fight. He signed a Turkey. You can't sign a Turkey. Why people be saying that? You can't sign to him. Like, what? Name me one fighter that's signed to Turkey. People just be saying it like that shit means something totally different when you say that. Is he a licensed promoter? Turkey Al-Sheikh is a licensed promoter since when? Shit crazy, man. Signing, like, he ain't got no state. Not Turkey Al-Sheikh signing the fight. No, the hell he ain't. Bill's just covering his tracks. He always is. But we'll see, man. Like I said, I still got the same questions I always had, man. What's the hold up? Who is going to be? Is that extra million real? I'm gonna just assume it's not because of the way you presented it. I think it was just full of shit. I think Greg Hackett was on point. Bill's just doing a lot of promoting and selling shit right now, and it's fish oil at this point, or what they say. It's bullshit. Like it's not real for you to explore any fight at 54, and then it makes it look even worse on the fighter, because if you're entertaining anything at the next weight class, you definitely don't need to be talking about 40-pounders got to come fight you and make the biggest fight, when you can clearly go up there and fight the dude that might run shit at 54, because he damn sure looking like the guy to beat. And I don't see you ever doing that. So
yeah, just do before I get out of here. I just want to point out that I think what it is with Bill and his fans, and it's some kind of weird dichotomy, like they're always be left. They're going to be left out, and they have to dominate the headlines all the time. And the thing about it, he doesn't need to do that. Like, it seems like they want to be hated, and it's like hate, like, oh, everybody hates on Devin.
That's what I said.
Yeah, everybody want to hate on Devin, because Devin's like that. Remember back in I don't know, you guys grew up in the 1990s, but remember, like, being hated on was some kind of badge of honor or something like that. It's weird like that, and I don't understand like that concept with them, because people can like Devin. I like Devin. I like Tank, but when you try to get your fans to hate the fighter that you like, or hate you because you have questions about some of the moves they make, and it's not bad questions. It's not like saying, it's like, why would he do that? Why would he do this? And they come at you like that. It makes you don't want to like Devin, just because you want to put it back at their fans. And I think that's like you said, he deserves a better fan base. Devin is a good dude. He seems like he's a really down to earth dude. get head on his shoulders and everything. But this is what they do, and it's unnecessary. But that's all I got to say, Josh. But salute to the panel, and I'm gonna go into the chat.
Salute, bro.
Hello.
I agree though with Big Dog Willie. I said that before. People want you to hate Devin. They don't want you to like them. It's like their narrative only works when you hate on them. And it's like, it's crazy. Like, Devin's a great fighter. He just got limitations. We got to stop putting him up against fighters that's unrealistic.
Shout out to my guy, Big Dog Willie, man. My bad, y'all. Well, let me finish playing this joint up here that I had with Greg Hackett. We got a couple more things, and we out. Everybody hit that like button, man. We still rocking.
He'd be socking dudes all over the place. It just, every shot not a big electrifying shot. You're not about to put your son really in there with that right now. It's too early. Devin Haney not nowhere near talking about retirement, is he? He don't never talk like that. You know what I'm saying? So you putting him in that kind of situation, that's a fight you take on the way out. That ain't a fight he trying to throw that in there for 20, let me see, where we at? We in 26 going into 27. So he talking about 2032 talk. He don't mean that right now.
See, the issue I got with that is I think Bill's a master at what he does.
Yeah.
Because he associates his son with anybody that's popping in the algorithm. So Dev is going to be mentioned.
He being real though.
Out of 12 months, Dev's going to be mentioned for 11 and a half months. Because he's always in the conversation or in the negotiation with a fighter who's relevant. You have fans that actually believe that that is going to come to pass, and I just don't see it.
Ever.
It's like by the time, like it's looking like Dev's having trouble at getting a unification bout at 147 pounds.
Right.
And Boots got 2 unifications look like lined up for next.
Right.
So the likelihood that by the time Dev gets his 3rd belt, Boots will already be undisputed, probably looking at moving to 60. And so while it's a great fantasy fight, like you said, it's either not going to happen or it's going to happen years down the line. When both of them kind of like cap as far as their weight goes.
Yeah. I don't see it right now.
But you got fans arguing. It might be a new civil war. Well, you might have to add Boots to the Dev civil war because, you know, you got to shit with the Tank fans, you got to shit with the Core fans, and the Keyshawn fans.
I don't know. I think it'll happen just because of this conversation right here. I think it'll happen not just because of this conversation only, but we talk about it right now. The fact that people think the way we think about what we saying right now.
Hey, Devin.
It make you
Shout out to Black Guy. Good, homie. Devin ain't the face. He one of the faces of the sport. That's as far as I'm willing to go. But the face of boxing wouldn't be in a purse bid. Face of boxing wouldn't be negotiating with anywhere from 5 to 8 different people without securing a fight and having to present fantasy matchups. Like, get what I'm saying? You wouldn't be saying that guys are trying to break the bank, pricing themselves out, everybody's ducking, you'll make a fight. Now, he one of the guys that most talked about fighters, and he one of the best boxers in the game for sure. But he's never gonna be the face. His style and it won't allow that. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Pure boxers, I could never see that in today's boxing, a pure boxer being the face of the sport. You know what I mean? Shakur's upped his name, right? Got himself in a good position. He's one of the most talked about for sure. No denying it, but I think Tank still carry that torch because if he came back right, and you know why it's proof to it, because when he came back, he started going back and forth with Devin Haney, that he took all their attention and put it on him that quick. They did all that negotiating. Tank said something, it was all over. So I think he still take that name, but it is what it is, man. Devin has made some strides, man. He's bounced back when people thought it was over. So he one of them guys for sure. Just don't, it ain't never gonna change with me. You know, I'm always rocking. Shout out to the homie Black Grass. What's good with it? How you been, family? We still over here doing what we do, you know.
But I don't think he's for real about it right now.
I mean, I hear you, but it was a bunch of shit that really made sense.
Yeah.
That didn't happen.
Yeah.
But what you're saying, there's been some shit that didn't make sense that happened.
Yeah.
Canelo and Crawford, I'm like, what? Then it popped off.
Yeah. But that's the thing. That happened for a whole nother reason.
Mm-hmm.
You think it has something to do with the wallet size? Is that
definitely had a lot to do?
No, I'm saying once the number gets so high that some shit got to go down.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think it just be a fight later on. I don't think he. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he would want to do that right now. He. How many fights Devin Haney had at 47? One, two.
One.
Technically two.
One officially.
One at full 47, but the other one was at 44.
All right, so you got.
And if they counting a 44, then you know they should go make it again.
Go up to 54 and go fuck with Boost right away. That's dumb.
But
he's smart. Bill Haney too smart.
Mm-hmm.
Dev is an athlete. He is. I just spoke on that. He's an athlete, and he's definitely getting great shape. But it's just what you get ready to put him through. You don't really, you know what I'm saying? You see the fight, the landscape of fighting and the boxers that's out here, and you see how you can get over on them. And I'm saying with Boots, like he ain't sure about how to get over on them. Anybody that think they know what's up with Boots right now, they guessing. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
They guessing.
Now that kind of goes inside the fan bases, right?
Yeah,
so you got people that don't like that want to push that into that fight. It doesn't make sense you having 1.5 fights at 47, you jumping to 154.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you got Devin fans asking that extra core. But
it's two different things.
It's similar.
No, it's the same.
You won't go back to 44, something that you actually did do, but you're going to jump up to 54 and fight Boots because your fans think you just want to fight everybody, right? Man, it should just be so see-through, man. And it's like he don't need this fake, like, support where it's like you got to force him to be like, I don't know, King Kong, Godzilla. You like Big Dog was saying, you got Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Robinson, Leonard, Mosley, all the sugars rolled up in one. Like, bro, damn, we get it. He a bad man, but shit, y'all don't got to put that much extra on it.
Yeah, well, what they don't realize is when you look in the history books, a lot of fighters that were dubbed the greatest and dubbed good fighters, they didn't go around like in this particular fashion. They just beat the fighters, and then it was some that had to wait until the end of their career, and they might have had 1 or 2, maybe 3 losses, but the fans called him the greatest of all time because of the body of work. It's like you gotta let time develop before people can really call you like like the best of the generation, especially when your body of work isn't there yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you still building, but they be trying to force it. Yeah, he's just this, he's that. It's two different things when it's literally the same shit. Yeah, it is. Should be funny. Jordan be catching it. Crazy often I got the respect, the giving, or the slander. Yeah, and called overrated while they were fighting. Yeah, but the greats didn't have the social media to put all the extra spin on it. That's what I think is. I think Dev has showed you greatness throughout his career. I think anybody that's saying it's just being a hater, man. Like, it's not easy to be no 3-division champion, fam. I get his reasons why you felt like he was successful, as people you feel like that'll beat him, but that list ain't super long. It ain't.
The greats are getting love. The greats are getting love. It just took maybe 20 years for technology to catch up, but the greats are getting love. It's not too far removed to where we're forgot about the greats like Archie Moore, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson. Like, we ain't forgot about those people.
I just think social media breeded a lot more non-fans for real. Like, people just like to have an opinion. Like, think about it. If every time you've ever came in my chat, the first thing you offer up, no matter what the conversation and topic is, you offer up something negative, there's no way in the world you're going to convince me you're a genuine boxing fan. Because especially over here where I could be building somebody up and you'll just come in, such and such a track. You're not a real. That's what social media has giving us a chance to discover. Like, everybody shouldn't have a platform. Everybody don't need a voice. But a lot of these people that speak, they don't really like this shit. Think about it. When you celebrating the fact that you still fights, that speaks volumes, man. You celebrating still in fights, like Fire Stick Gang and shit, like, ain't nothing personal, but when you celebrating the fact that you don't buy fights and you just willing to, you're not really a supporter for real. You just want an opinion. And people like to be heard and seen, and they'll just come frequent these chats, but they'll pollute them with a lot of rhetoric and bullshit. And it's crazy. And it's very see-through. You could tell who the real boxing supporters be, man. It's wild. Pernell Whitaker's diferente. He wouldn't be appreciated in today's boxing, in my opinion, though. He wouldn't. They'd be knocking him. They'd knock him. As great as his defense is, they'd find a way to say, man, they're knocking.
Then you got Devin fans feeling like Boots should have stayed at 47 to face Dev since Dev was coming up. And since Dev's a big name. And so it seems like nobody's is capable of putting themselves in the opposite guy's shoes. It's like, if it's my guy, I'm riding with 100% my guy. Like, there's no neutrality in boxing currently.
Yeah,
I can do it, though.
That's what they
I've
think.
done it with this situation.
I think everything changed with Mayweather. And I don't be blaming him. I don't blame him for everything. But he really changed boxing. And how people be real particular about fighters and how they talk. They want that feeling back. Mayweather, being a Mayweather fan was great for people. They was having fun. You know what I mean? There was a fun time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why people freaked out. They want that. They high off that. You're not watching the game. You just trying to watch somebody and just say, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Everybody wants to be a part of something.
Yeah, it was a great feeling for people. It was funny for me watching it because it was the first time I see people act like that. I seen people act crazy about fighters, but that was like crazy. Because other people who was crazy in the world, as far as status, and they was trying to be around him. He was like a fighter that people was trying to really be around, go hang out with him and all that shit, fighting him out and shit. You know what I mean? Going places with him, doing all types of shit. He was in rap videos early, shit like that. Like, it was like you knew something was gonna be there, but the way he was popping, you know what I mean?
You knew the wave was coming?
Yeah, but I didn't ever see. I'm gonna tell you the truth. When Ricky Hatton and Floyd Mayweather fought, I thought Ricky Hatton was gonna win. I thought that. I wasn't a Floyd fan at that time. I knew about him. I watched him. And I thought he was a good fighter, but I'm like,
nah, you wasn't a Floyd fan by the time he fought Ricky Hatton. That's kind of late.
I used to say something. I ain't seen enough yet, not yet. But I was like, this joint gonna be a rough joint.
Yeah, that's true.
Look and see who he fought for that.
Yeah, that's surprising given how long he's been around boxing.
It was something about Mayweather. It seemed like he played around to me, I guess. I don't know. Even though he was beating niggas up, he was. But it just seemed like he was. I don't know. Like, maybe it was too easy. He was in some good fights, though.
Yeah, you said it was too easy. Pull it out there.
But I don't know. The way people reacted to him, though, was just crazy. So I think because of that, people, they chasing the feeling where they wish something that's unstoppable. You know what I mean? They putting that pressure on all the fighters, and all the fighters is acting like they with the pressure, but they don't understand what come with it. You know what I mean? The reason he was like he was, because he just like he just like that. People think they could, you know what I mean? You kind of gotta let that shit just happen. You know what I mean? That's how you stop getting the greats for real. Like, you gonna start just like, really wasn't that good. You know what I mean? Especially if you're seeing it.
As far as Debo's 147 run, who do you want to see? Because it seemed to me that he got a lot of options for fights. So why jump?
I want to see the. It was the one boy they was just talking about him fighting.
Who, William Paro?
No, not Paro. I don't think Paro
Jack?
can keep up with him. Yeah, Jack. I want to see Jack. Yeah, I do want to see Jack. I think that'll be a good fight. I don't know why. He just got a little weird rhythm to him. He's southpaw, he's little. You know what I'm saying? But he got like weird speed. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he could.
Jack gonna be too slow for Devin.
But you just want to see
style
clash?
Yeah, I just want to see it. Yeah.
Said it'd be a good
I like his style. I want to see it. You know what I mean?
I want to see Jack. Is Jack gonna come down the way? I feel like it only makes sense to come down the way for that.
Jack not gonna match Keyshawn or what's his name right now? Keyshawn shit. We just want to see because of the, you know, it's the hype and what's his name? Shakur is nice. Shakur is nice. Keyshawn can fight too. But you got a little shit you be doing. Like, you know what you be doing.
At 47s, his options are what? You got Connor, you got Ryan, you got Rolly, you got Paro, you got Africa, you got Tiger, Jack. Those are good options. Core, possibly.
He gonna fight Jack before anybody. He's not fighting none of those.
No, I said if Shakur decides, you know, Shakur keep talking about 44, so that's a part of 47. Lewis Crocker, he just lost.
But it's crazy that they treated 44 like it wasn't part of 47, and when Shakur suggested it, that shit was like Chinese. Like, bro, can you believe the stipulations he's putting on the fight? I'm like, bro, what?
Right.
Y'all think y'all lying to, fam? Like, like we ain't watched the Ramirez. I watched that shit.
The rules
his lineup stink right now. I'm not gonna hold you, because I mean, as opposed to
three fights I wouldn't rewatch. That was one of the 3 fights I wouldn't rewatch. David versus Ramirez, Ryan versus Rolly, and Canelo versus what's his name? Cuban. Those are 3 fights I would never rewatch again.
William Skull.
Yeah. William Skull.
William Skull. Zoom verse, my dog was good.
Zoom.
Yeah.
What about the Bull Polanco and all them? Think they ready? Throw them in the mix.
No, they ain't fighting under.
I would say I want to see like Rohan versus like Brian Norman.
Yeah, I want to see Norman and Haney too. I think we're gonna see that.
I want to see Norman and Tiger.
Me too.
Oh, you forgot about Stanionis. It's a lot of bump, huh? It's a lot of high quality bump.
Coming back. He fought once, right?
Yeah, he fought once over there.
I don't know.
Yo, just do. I have an unpopular opinion.
What's that?
I think Stanionis gives Haney a rough fight.
Nah, hell no.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, he'd be at a disadvantage. Bad. Haney will box circles around. Well, you know what? If I just don't see him being able to consistently close the gap. If he can get into his spots, he can, because he work. He's a workhorse, right? I could see him creating some issues, but overall, I just think Haney be too sharp, too disciplined for Stanionis. Stanionis just want to fight, and Haney gonna keep it a boxing match. You know what I'm saying? If he could force it to be a fight, then I could see him having some success, but it's gonna be tough because Haney ain't gonna sit still for that. He gonna box his ass, but yeah, man.
Stanionis can cut off the ring pretty well. He was like in front of Drawn a lot, and Drawn was boxing most of the air fight as well.
I mean, possible. It's possible, bro. I get what you're saying, but I just feel like Haney fights like that where guys want to fight a certain way. He gonna know how to take that shit from you, and you gonna have to force it. Like, you're gonna have to really close the gap consistently against him, and be willing to do the right work when you get there. That's the problem. People kept saying, like, I swear, you know what I continue to learn about people in boxing? They just be repeating what they hear, and I know we all know that. We all heard somebody guilty of it. We hear this shit, but people really don't be watching the fights for real. Like, I think either they too entertained or they just don't know how to watch it to really break it down and assess it. Like they'll just say what everybody's saying. Jose Ramirez couldn't cut the ring off. Bullshit. He did cut the ring off several times, but he got there and didn't throw no punches. And Devin to exit right out. I'm like, bro, he do all his work. He get there and don't throw shit. And a couple times he did, but he wasn't really committing to it. So, Devin just continued to box.
It was almost like someone had a gun to his head. If you throw a punch, you're going to be in trouble. Like, he froze every time he got there. It was weird.
Yeah, it was like either that or he was smothered.
Devin cooking him. Yeah, another 70 punch performance. I'm telling you, see, Staniona's gonna try to fight with him. Now Boots, I think Boots far too. He can't get away from that. Stanionis, I think he could box around him and even weather some storms if he forced him to fight in some spots. I could see it, but Devin is gonna be on the move constantly with him. He's gonna try to keep that fight at long range, and when he cut the gap, he's gonna try to tie him up. I could see that 100%. Liam Paro.
Not only that,
like these dudes got enough for Devin. They don't. Paro, Catterall, they don't. They need an extra gear or two to be able to really compete with that dude, and they don't have it. Seeing how Paro looked in that sparring, nope.
Oh
Jack Catterall, days, nope. He needed a knockout against what was the dude? The last dude, Echo Usman, Echo something. That guy, I'm like, nah, that fight dragged too much for me, bro. You're not beating no Devin Haney with that type of shit. He is a southpaw, so it could be interesting, but I don't think he's fast enough. You got to be an athletic southpaw. Like alone, you got to be athletic, fam. If you're not athletic and you slow to the punch, they going to beat you to the punch. You being southpaw is not going to matter as much. Ask Regis.
You have to have more than one actor.
You can't to the punch over and over. That dude fast, sharp. That's what makes him, and it's particularly early, especially in first halves of fights, he'd be razor sharp, fam. That'd be razor sharp. But he might have a potential opportunity against Tio. He might have another dance partner down the line. Tio has since revisited his whole stance on the Devin Haney fight. Say he would like to fight him for undisputed or, fight him at 47. Rolly's on record saying that Teofimo could beat everybody at 47. So I guess
that's a lie. He gets his head jabbed off by Devin. We already seen this.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to pick up his hand. Tio.
Yeah, I just think the only thing I could see for Tio possibly is the fact that, Devin is not as mistake-free as Shakur. And maybe he can create a couple of more moments, but overall, I don't see much. Like, I don't know. It's tough. Like, I particularly want to see how he looks against Rolly, but I just don't know, fam. Like, he gonna box the shit out you, Tio, and you're gonna struggle. He is going to box you, stay long. He is not gonna give you the kind of looks and fight that you want overall. You're gonna have to force it. And I don't know if he got the wherewithal and the mental capacity to consistently get through that fire. Devin Haney might have him ready to quit. No Core beat his ass, but Devin really a 47-pounder. And then you've been fighting him up there. He might really bust your eyes up too, man. How you ready to call it quits?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It's a good point.
That way he gonna be stinging him, jabbing him, stinging him. I just don't know with Tio. I'm telling you, that's why I would see his stoppage because of the sharp punching and being long and big, having that size. Like that's gonna be that'd be a tough fight for Tio, I think. You know what I'm saying?
He would cut Tio up bad because Tio cut pretty bad.
Yeah. He got the scar tissue on them eyes. Dev gonna beat that scar tissue. He gonna touch them eyes. Core did it. He gonna do it, and he's fast too. So it's gonna be a problem for Tio. That speed and the sharpness. It's gonna be a problem.
Tio's turn.
Yeah. Tio, I want to see what he looked like at 47. I would hope, being that they made all this noise about he shouldn't have been in 140 no more when he fought Shakur. I hate that, but I understand it to a degree. But man, I'm not trying to hear that shit though, man. Like you got thoroughly outclassed, so you better look like a whole new guy at 47, fam. And I get it, you and Rolly, so you let that man land one of them. Yeah. I'm telling you, bro. He got Ishmael Salas. He fight with more patience. He's more calculated. He being more disciplined.
That shit, he gonna be out.
I'm telling you, he get you with one of them, T.O., man. It might be curtains, bro. He might. I know he could put you. I know he could hurt you. And fighting more calculated makes him more dangerous. I remember saying like the dialed down version of Rolly might not be as dangerous as the regular him, because you know what made him dangerous is the same thing that made him susceptible to catching shots. But now Salas is like, all right, nah, bro, dial it back, pick your shots, be more patient, see what's in front of you, be more intentional. And I got that vibe from Ryan. Now I just want to see how he would deal with Tio, right? How that gonna look. That's what I want to see from both of these guys. What their discipline gonna be like. Tio moving up the weight class and Rolly fighting a Tio. Like, can you stay in check? Are you gonna fall for the little tricks that Tio be trying to do? Because he is athletic. Is he gonna be able to be his normal athletic self against you? Because if he can't be, he's gonna have a tough fight. I can tell you that right now about Tio. His athleticism has to be on display in fights where he look good. When it's not, totally different guy. And it's not a whole bunch of times where he look that way, but it's a few.
And he's lost all his power, it seems like. At 135, he was a power puncher.
He just ain't as explosive, bro. And exactly. I think that like him going up in the weight and guys being naturally bigger, being able to take more of a punch, he just didn't look like a puncher to me at all at 40. Seemed like he got to be more of an outboxer. That explosive Tio was the 35 guy, like where he can catch you and turn your lights out. He had some really good knockouts at 35, but
yeah, way more
40 and now I just don't see it. So I don't think he got a lack of power, but sometimes it be the competition too. These, you know what I'm saying? He ain't fighting people that I expect him to get out either at the same token. So, but then again, Steve Claggett did think he was supposed to be.
He should have slept Steve.
Yeah, I did think that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Steve Claggett, I feel like he should have put hands on him, but he did. He threw a lot of punches in that fight, but I still thought he could have did more against him. But I get it. I just think Tio gonna have to be more of a boxer. But if he learns to not over rely on his athleticism and actually sticks to a game plan, I think it'll go over well for him. Because I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the few fighters I feel like has really won his fights. Now I'm not saying he's not talented and skilled, but I don't feel like he really be following the script. I feel like Tio go do what Tio feel, and he just go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even the way he talk, he don't fight like a guy that just be sticking to a round by round game plan. And sometimes in some of his roughest moments, like listen to the instruction in the corner, it'll tell you such. Like, you not listening and you not doing this shit. You just be winging it, like, because you've been so athletic, you've been so much better than people where I think that's kind of made you a bit complacent.
Yeah,
and it doesn't help that his dad is not a good trainer either. I don't rate his dad as a good trainer at all.
Decent, right? Cause I think he knows some stuff, but I don't think he's like no world class. I mean, they made it far, right? So gotta give him credit for that. But yeah, as far as like the level he's gonna be looking to compete on boxing there and with you, it just you're gonna have to come better than that. You can't be in no fight. And look, it's funny you brought that up because we all know the clip. Man, bro, what happened to your power? You gotta hit him. I remember when we was calling the fight live, I was like, bro, that's the wrong shit. When people were saying it, because my shit muted. It was saying like he asked Tio where's power. I'm like, yo, he casted more doubt in his head than anything. He definitely not building no confidence. And you heard Tio in one of his interviews pretty much admit that his dad was giving bad instruction. And he just wasn't saying the things he was telling them what to do, but not how to do it. He was saying all the shit we was saying. I'm like, bro, that's why I know I ain't just shitting on Tio Sr. He's a solid guy, and I think he care about his son for sure. So I think he should always be around for that reason, especially in this grimy game. But add somebody to your training camp, fam. I don't care about what Floyd Mayweather told you. That's not gonna make you better alone, fam. I get it.
You gotta add somebody else in, bro.
Add somebody, yo. Got to. The last time I heard, he added a guy. They had him doing like football drills, and his dad. Well, no, his dude had him on point, but his dad clashed with him, butted heads with him. Dude got left at camp. Then they had Tio doing football drills or something. I know you like that's not too bad, but it just didn't seem productive to the training camp, like the shit that they had him working on and doing. It's kind of like when we seen Earl doing, no disrespect, but what was he doing? Like stretches and shit. I know this. What was it? Was something else. It was called something. I was like, man, get that shit out of here, fam. This dude about to fight an Apex Prep. I don't want to see no shit like this. Like that. That's not working out for you out here playing, man. Earl about to get hurt. Got these dudes out here doing the wrong drills and shit. Where's your power?
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. That's another thing too. Like
you gotta hit him.
He was supposed to pick his hands up. If he initialized or went to the body earlier in the fight, because the 8th round was the best round he ever had. Because Shakur took a round off to chill out.
Mm-hmm.
He went to the body consistently. That's the only round I gave him. Round 8.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Shakur caught on. He pivoted out, and as he pivoted, because Tio would always pivot to his left because Shakur's a southpaw, of course, just to pivot out of the action. But Shakur actually caught on in the 9th round or 11th round, pivoted out with him, and then caught him with a straight left, and he started going to the body after that. But if he picked his hand up, went to the body, maybe you got Shakur out of gear 1, because he was in gear 1 the entire fight.
Yeah, that's a great point, bro. Yeah, he's good enough to make anybody have to earn a 7 rounds. And I know why you're saying that, because 7 meaning that's what you need to be able to beat him. And if you beat him, you're gonna earn him 7. Because he's gonna make you box. He's gonna make you earn that shit. He know how. Like, I don't think he's gonna fall into the trap that he fell into with the Ryan shit no more. But there's still some good matchups out there. Like, you could favor him in a lot of these joints. That's just how talented he really is and proven, right? But there's some matchups out there that's tough. I think Hitchens is one.
Ooh, bro, just
could be one. I think he handles pretty much the guys at 47, though. I don't see too much.
Yeah,
I don't see too many guys. Maybe Ryan, I think, could be tricky. Rolly would absolutely have to land. I don't know if he can deal with Devin and box and keep up with that for 12 rounds. I just don't see it. But Ryan, I think, is the trick bag for him. I think that's the Achilles heel. I think that could be the boogeyman matchup for him, because you got to revisit all that shit that happened to you in that fight if you actually gonna ever do it. I know what Ryan
all those nightmares, man. Regardless of if he took
you gotta
steroids or not.
revisit that shit, and you got to prove to yourself that you can beat this guy on an even playing field. So
It's like fighting Drago all over again, bro. Rocky was never the same after that Drago fight. It's real life.
Yeah,
that's just Drago.
That shit is really real.
Real shit,
bro. I know people don't like the Rocky movies, but it's real life.
Nah,
They
just
really
some
go
real
through that
to
shit.
it. Like, you won't be the same. That's a fact. Don't be the same.
A lot of them moments in them Rocky movies, bruh, they hit that shit on the nail. Not everything, of course, because it's a movie, but like some of those moments with the family and certain shit like that, when like a lot of that shit be real. Like, it's real good depictions, bro.
But just I got 2 points. I got 2 important points. You know how you're describing Tio and his game plans and his mindset and the corners and not listening to the corners?
Right.
Remember how Sean Porter, right after the Boots and Xander fight, how he's describing him, saying he doesn't have a game plan, he's overrated and all this other stuff. I was just like, that's really what Tio is. Seeing as how you just broke it down, that's literally what Tio is. He's all athleticism, no skill. Well,
But
skill,
you know
but like
what?
not as much as you'd want it to be. You know, like I feel like Boots.
See, the thing is,
Right.
bruh,
You know what? I wouldn't reduce him to like what T.O. be doing, but Boots be doing it. He get his freestyling on in there too. Cause again, he's been a beneficiary of the same things Tio's benefited from, being super athletic, and Boots has got the creativity, the bag, the punch selection, all that with it. So that's why you see moments like the Xander fight where that happened, because Boots was putting hands on his ass from the opening bell. He had him down on the ground in the first round. So let's think about how much success he's used to having. He's a superior athlete, and it'll make him complacent at times, or you'll have certain tendencies that'll get you caught, right? That's all that was with Xander, because nobody in boxing can convince me. If Boots really wanted to fight a cleaner fight and not allow that moment to happen, I don't think it happens. But because he's so talented, right? The superior athlete,
the entire fight,
in trouble. Right. It gets him in trouble sometimes because he be that damn good, that much better. And look how he just fought through that moment. And he explained it. I like how he kept it real. It's like, damn, he tried to caught him with another shot. He like, he had to like get his shit together real quick. But he said he just fought.
And then he started shoe shot into the body. Xander started pulling away, pulled straight back. He caught him in the left, overhand left. It was nice.
Cause sometimes I be thinking guys be surprised by the success that they have, and I don't think he expected that moment. Like, you get me? He's like, oh, it was like you be getting that moment. Let me get him, like,
Hey,
and
look,
then before you
Xander,
know it,
Xander was throwing his, man.
right?
Yeah, he was.
Xander,
Right.
bro. I'm telling you, I'm still a fan to this day. See, this how y'all boxers got to take note. This how you go out on your shield. Xander did not win, but he gained a fan in me, bro, because of the way he fought and how he had him on doggone skates in that third round. He was throwing them things, bro.
So Buckers, I'm
But
like, what
Radio,
the
that's the only thing, though. That's the
You know what
problem.
I'm talking about, Hen Dog. Inefficient training,
I know, right?
man.
Everybody said he fought the wrong fight, though.
He went with dude when he went from Blu-ray to that. Man, I don't do he was posting the shit on YouTube, man. I was like, nah.
Yeah, I still follow
I'm
him.
not getting the vibe that he killing it in the gym. It looked like he done saved money or energy aside. I was like, this ain't it. Yo, Blu-ray put you through. I seen him work somebody out before. I was looking like, wow. If you can get through his workouts in like a boot camp with him, you gonna be in some dog shape. And now I see why Earl was beating ass. Low key, outside of the drinking, that was the other biggest mistake he made. Moving away from Blu-ray.
Yeah,
He never should have left him. He never should have left Blu-ray. And I seen Blu-ray's channel right now. He doesn't even talk boxing no more. He's doing some next male versus female thing. I'm just like, come on. Man.
It's funny because
it's so sad.
He put the fillers out there, and he was like, he'll still train him. Like, he was throwing it out there for a minute, but they ain't pick up on it. It's like Earl ain't answer the call. And I remember him saying it's a couple of people that he would like to work with. And I know Wilder was one of the names. Blu-ray was saying he would like to have work with Wilder. He said Shakur.
Oh God.
Somebody asked him about Devin. Somebody asked him about
Wilder. It would have been a great move.
Yeah, it'd be wild. Somebody asked him about. He said he'd love to work with Shakur. Somebody asked him about Devin, and he was like, he would do it, but he said he feel like it would take a lot longer to like get the desired outcome.
Hey,
that's what he said.
Him and Boots would be a match made in heaven. Oh
man.
Hey,
oh
Just
man.
real quick. Hey, Just does my quality sound better like on this one?
Nah, you straight.
Okay,
yeah, you sound good though.
I got hooked up on some different shit while I'm out on the road.
Yeah, you straight. He moved away from him in the Manny fight.
I didn't catch your breakdown of Boots and Devin Haney. How do you see that?
Haney?
Yeah.
Look, because of Devin Haney's experience, his understanding of the game, the fact that he is talented, I can see him making things interesting possibly early, but I think over time, Boots catches up to him, and I think it could get ugly. I think that's a bad style matchup. He don't got no real size advantages. The creativity, the versatility is on Boots. He's a switch hitter. He's fast. He got no fill out round. His motor and the way he approaches round by round, I think is what will catch up to Devin. You haven't been in front of anybody that could remotely go at you the way he can. He can really go get you. And I know people like, oh, but what about Karen? Okay, keep talking about a guy that lost every round pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what Devin going to do too. So I hate that comparison, but he's going to have to take chances. And in order to do that, that will leave opportunities for a guy that's going to be just as fast, if not faster, stronger, bigger,
more reach advantage, something he doesn't have anymore.
Say that again.
He's not going to have the reach advantage either.
Yeah. Nope. No reach advantage. It's no advantages there. I just think it's a bad style matchup. And there's not too many people that I'll say that about with that. I don't feel like him and Shakur is a bad style match. I feel like that's great. Like, you know what I mean? But I think Boots just being a bigger, more active version of anything you've been in front of can prove to be really difficult or tricky for you. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see.
He would Debo. He would Debo.
Yeah,
he's the real Debo.
Yeah. I think he'll stop him. I think it'll end bad.
It would end very bad, bro.
I look at Ryan, and I'm like, Boots don't gotta load up on every shot.
No, he doesn't, man.
He don't gotta load
he
up.
He be putting them things together. That shit gonna be bad.
And the other thing too, Devin leans over his front foot. He puts everything into his jab, bro.
Got that bending over to the right shit.
Oh,
and this the thing, bro. This the thing, and I'm not trying to pile on, but Devin also his defense is like 3 stays. He does the same 3 things with his defense. Somebody like a Boots or a Shakur will catch on to that shit. When you step
Oh
back,
God.
go to the right, and then lean below the waist every time, and then try to duck
Yeah.
in for that clinch. You do the same thing. You step back, maybe lean to the left, then duck below the waist, then go in for the clinch. Somebody's gonna pick up on that. If I'm me amateur, my nobody ass can pick up on that. You don't think Boots is gonna be able to pick up on that shit, or
Nah,
like a
real
Shakur?
talk.
Radio. Are you saying he like dips like Thomas Delorme dips while Boots caught him with the overhand right kind of dip?
You see what I'm saying? He's
Oh
already
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Let's
already
stop
Yeah.
talking about it. We're giving Boots too much info.
yeah.
But they know the book was out. Loma figured that shit out, and he was lighting him up with them lefts, man. He was lighting his ass up with them left hands. Left hands. He'd try to get out the way, and Loma would be right there with an answer, popping his head back. So Boots, just think about him going southpaw and going to work. That should be tough. I do think Haney underestimated Ryan for sure. Yeah, but you figure that's a rookie move because you've been psyching yourself out. Y'all split 3-3. He clearly showed you as amateurs he was on your level. What would make you think he was such a big drop off then? And that's why I say Ryan is he's his own problem as to why people don't give him the credit that he could get, because he's very talented, man. But if his commitment backed it up, if he was a guy that had Devin Haney's work ethic, I think, our commitment to the sport, think about that. Just think about that. And he got more than a left hand. That shit is old too. I'm tired of that narrative. Nah, because was he not cracking Devin with right hands? Was Devin left side of his face not on swole, which would be Ryan's right hand? It was. That shit looked funny. I was like, damn, people was thinking his jaw was broke. Remember? I don't think his jaw was broken. I think his shit was swelled up from eating a lot of those rights. It wasn't just the left hook. He was eating right hands that fight too. I remember. I'm like, damn. And then how swelled up his shit. Well, I was like, man. So Ryan has always been a talented guy, but it's easy to dismiss him. He makes that easy. The way he moves, he erratic, up and down.
Focused.
Excuses he made, the way he act, like it's easy to be like, oh man, you're a social media guy. But nah. Man, he's inconsistent. Get me? But think about how far he went. Was still inconsistent, but look where he at right now. Still in position to make all his money, these big fights. So imagine if he just really locked in where you felt like no blowing up in between camps, just really working. Like even now, he got me a little concerned because he doing the shit that make me feel like he ain't taking it serious. You out here sparring with Gorlock, you doing stupid ass TikToks. You in there like, I don't see the work, man. Then you see Connor Ben, he over there looking like an athletic golden lord from the UK, going crazy with that damn gold hair in the gym. He killing it. I'm just like, at least show me you killing it in the gym, Ryan. Like, bro, I don't just keep banking on showing up because you showed up against Barrios. This is a younger version, man. Like, if Connor Ben ain't kill himself to make this weight, this fight gonna be interesting. I think
he's gonna press out Ryan. He's gonna press him out. That's exactly what he's gonna do.
I think Ryan can run him into something though, but if he's committed, if Ryan is committed, he should probably knock him out.
Yeah. The one thing I do see is like, and this ain't to come to the defense of Ryan, because he got a lot of shit to prove. But
damn, he knock out Barrios. I don't know.
I do like the fact of how serious he's taking his career now that he got the belt. I like how serious he's taking it. I think it's a different Ryan. But one thing I will say is, like, when we see him in like doing the living room shit, I think that's when he's most dialed in. Like, he ain't never really like each time I seen him like on some shit like that, to me that's when he's most dialed in, when he having fun. So I don't know, like, and then like for Conor Ben, for me, this is the same shit I've seen for him every time he's in camp. He's always doing that Mike Tyson switch, step to the side, pivot, body, uppercut, slip to the side, go to the other side, body, uppercut. He be tearing the pads up. Like, we always see that. So I think it's just gonna be an interesting fight. I think both fighters are dialed in. I don't think you gotta worry about it.
I just want Ryan to stop blinking when he's throwing punches.
Yeah, I don't like that shit. I know what you mean, bro. I don't like that shit either.
Because that's how you get caught clean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, man. That don't make you biased either, man. Bias is just when you can't speak on both sides, man. A lot of people misuse the word bias. A Like they really be meaning like favoritism and shit like that, or favor. Like it's not bias is the wrong word, people. I've been trying to teach people that for a while now because I just feel like everybody just used the word wrong. It's usually you hear it when somebody say something that you don't agree with.
Right. That's what it is.
Now you bias.
Not everybody has the same form of opinion too.
Shout
So
out to
like,
everybody, man. So last thing I was bringing up was the T.O. changing his tune for Devin again, man. He need opponents. He need guys like that want to fight him at 47 so he could solidify himself. Without it, you can't do it. You can't solidify yourself without these names. And hopefully he really is serious about wanting to fight you. I said it about Ryan when he fought Tank. So he got a couple of ways this could go. He could either get scary pussyfoot or start wanting to fight. You seen a combination of things from Ryan. I don't even say he was scary, but you seen up and down. But he looked like he willing to take challenges. Seeing it from Tio, he lost to Shakur, jumping right back in there with a rollie. It's a risky fight. So it's danger in that. So he might be experiencing his go get it phase because that's how he's talking. So you know what I mean? Told you, man, when I told y'all teachable moment. Go Devin, go. Sound like a little kid. Have Haney better fight than punk ass Shakur Stevenson. Then I told y'all teachable moment. When you come in and you talk like that, you're a fanboy. Why do you connect Shakur's name to him? He's so much of a punk, but they tried to negotiate with him the last 2 months and played with his name. You keep saying this, and it makes me want to block you because we already proved that that's a lie. That's how I know you listen to them dumbass Haney channels. Since Shakur has been a pro, he's had one of the top 3 most anticipated pro debuts in the history of the sport. Go check that. Go look that up. Don't just take my word for it, right? Then, if you really follow the career, he's always done well in terms of being able to sell tickets. Like I've been there on multiple occasions. It's all the same thing. Say no more. Uber on the way, fam. Once you call me a nigga on my channel, oh shit, I bugged out. Once you call me a nigga, it's over with. Fam.
Yeah.
Like you could have came in here and just talk like a regular fan, like a supporter, right? Just come in here and vibe. Like you come in here enough, come in here and vibe.
So this dude day after day.
Picnic.
So
Who sold out
day after
MSG?
day.
Who sold
Day
out
after day,
MSG?
he was in
And
the
who
chat.
struggled actually selling tickets? And for real, who fought Jojo Diaz and struggled to sell 3,000 to 4,000 tickets or whatever it was? I forget.
Yeah.
Like you never know. The only people that push that weird ass shit is the people that hate on that man. But yeah, there you go. You'll be on your way, fam. You ain't gotta tell me twice.
Bro, day after day, bro.
The same shit. You gotta be like a kid. You come in here and say the same thing. You can't draw flies to shit. But then you say he sold out MSG, and he's like, but nah, he can't sell though. Nah, man, get out of here, man. Weirdo. That's Vincent whole ass again back from yesterday. That's what they do. Straight weirdos, fam. I see Norman. There's Keyshawn news everywhere. They got all about Devin, yeah, because they're gonna go on to a real fighter, somebody that ain't about to clout chase and troll for you know what I'm saying, for months. Clown ass dude. He said go Devin go. Like boy, you got your shirt off, bro. You got your Devin Haney thongs on, Devin Haney belt.
But bro, this is what I'm saying, bro. Listen.
Devin Haney shoestrings, you know what I'm saying? Devin Haney what's them joints they be wearing? Them Crocs. You got a pair of Crocs with Devin Haney painted on them. Devin Haney poster on the window, on the ceilings, on your door. You get what I'm saying? You got a Devin Haney blanket. Think about that. You're not a fan of the sport if you come in, build one guy up, and then shit on the other one. You are exactly what's wrong with this fan base, man. Not the fan base, but the fans of boxing. You're not a real boxing fan. You're a boxer fan. And I guarantee you that whole ass dude has never been to not one of those 33 Devin Haney fights. How much do you want to bet? I'm willing to go as even far as if he had to show us his pay-per-view history. I guarantee you he has no pay-per-view history of ever purchasing Devin Haney's pay-per-view fights. Guarantee you this. These are the people that we be dealing with. Their presence on social media, not in real life. You don't run into a bunch of people going crazy above and beyond for Devin. I'm dead serious. They live on the cracks and crevices of the internet where it's no accountability. You can just say stuff And these dudes never go to his fights. They don't support him for real. They just troll the channels. The supporters, they different, but the most of them super fans, it's like you got to be a weirdo. And I mean this. I'm not giving you no breathing room to try to build up either fighter by shitting on the other one. I don't care which one you like more. You got to be weird to be like, yeah, man, Devin Haney, go, man. Shakur's a punk. Or, yeah, Shakur, you the man. Devin Haney, you soft. Like, what? They box for a living, bro. They both beat your ass. Your ass, your punk ass daddy, his punk ass daddy, his punk ass daddy, and all the way down the line, fam. Like, what we be talking about? Yeah, man, he's a punk. Yeah, he won't go to 47 right now. Yeah, even Devin ain't moved to 47 after one fight at 40. But yeah, Shakur better do it because he called him out. Even though we all know Devin was calling him out, but that's how they think. No logic, just dumb shit. Conquest, what it do? Telling you, bro, Boots be shit down, Devin Lay. I'm telling you, piss, shit, earth, wind, fire, hell, brimstone, all that shit, fam. Like, you don't have no wins over no Boots. Getting in there trying to be cute. That shit gonna be bad, man. I'm not changing my tune. He too big, too strong, too much. That's the last guy you need to be in the ring with. We're gonna rock out for 10 more money. We're gonna get to the 6-hour mark. Shout out to everybody still rocking out, man. We had another long show in the books. We'll be back tomorrow for sure, but extra mil bill. Let's see what happens, man. Still no fights, man. I think Golden Boy and Zuffa competing with Top Rank DHP to bring the biggest fights for the big merger, Paramount, Time Warner. I don't. I think what's happening is he might have a deal in place, but I think to make it make sense, you need certain fighters in the ring with you. And I think it's certain fighters that whoever he's in bed with, assuming it's the zone, obviously they ain't going out of their way. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Top Rank did 8.5. Now you got a deal. That situation over with the ship sale. Don't you think they would be putting up money for your fights instead of you having to argue about on Twitter about who asking for too much? And again, I want to know if I'm seeing that wrong. Am I seeing that wrong? Like, and y'all got to do like money talks, right? Missed that we got an extra milli, so some shit just sound good to say, and that's what he do. He's the master at saying the things that he know his super fans and his hoes want to hear. He know what they want to hear.
Just do. I think him saying that really hurt any future negotiations. Now everybody's gonna want 1.5 more, want 2 more, all this other stuff more. Because why would you say that? It's for the public. It is what it is, which is a very watched show. Like hundreds of thousands of people tune into that show alone.
Yeah.
Not to mention casuals and boxing fans. Why would you say that?
Right.
Why would you say this now? Why didn't you say that when the fight was already done, negotiated and set with a date and a venue and all this other stuff? You could have said that after the fact, when all contracts are already signed.
Right.
You say it while you're in negotiations.
Within the parameters of what y'all negotiating, where it would have seemed like it made sense. Look, we was willing to offer an extra $1 million. You get what I'm saying? And to try to make the fight, but I just think it was more about shock,
shock value. He wasn't really going to give him
shock value. Facts, shock value. Like, I don't think it was real substance behind it because, again, that's a very important key piece of information that if you're going to go public and go back and forth with a content creator or explain to him what went wrong, if you're going to be talking to the actual guy, there's no way when he's saying to you about going in your pocket, you don't be like, bro, we had an extra $1 million for you. You get what I'm saying? Like, who logically wouldn't do that if a guy is telling you, well, why didn't you go in your pocket and get Keyshawn what he was looking for? Well, I'm not obligated to pay Keyshawn. It would be Top Rank. Bro, you would have said, yo, I hit him in the DM and I had an extra $1 million. You would have ran that same story. I had the extra $1 million. He didn't want it. Like, you didn't say it because it wasn't real to me. And that's why I don't believe it. It's the way he presented it to us. The same way I never believed fighting a Bash brother, Keyshawn, because he said both of them on the same contract. I call horse shit from the rip.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
That's just bad all around. I don't know if Bill's
a very good. He say ain't need to face the boxer with all these money issues, man. That's what I'm saying. This shit don't make no sense. Don't make no sense.
You can't be
Don't
the face of boxing and only fighting once a year. That's not face of boxing stuff. You need to be fighting.
Nah, it ain't.
2 to
Face
3
of
fights
boxing
a
ain't
year.
going to no purse bid.
Nope.
You ain't gonna have negotiate with 8 fighters and none of the fights happen. You're not gonna be online talking about somebody breaking the bank. You're not gonna be doing open negotiations, killing any potential fight. You're not gonna be talking about extra funds that you got in the middle of fights falling out and negotiations stalling. Like, it's a lot of for him to be a vet in the game, as good as he is at his job, he do some amateur shit too still. And then I think it's done, not that he don't know no better. I think it's done in an effort to entertain. And along with that entertain, you gotta dress it up a certain way. And that's what he's known for. The gifted gab, right? Slick talker, the bullshitter, right? That's what he is. But
not everything's a joke, though. Not everything's a joke.
So I salute them. I really do. But we'll see, man. It's another dope build in the books for the family, with the family, man. Don't nobody build like we do, man. 6 hours in, it's almost 9 o'clock on my way.
Yeah.
We know how we do here. We got about another 6 minutes or so, man. We like
Salute to Just Do Boxing, man.
Just Do. I got an observation as well. I feel like Devin wants the Boots to fight him when he's undisputed, because he feels like the fight with Fedor and Kelly, more so Fedor, will take a lot out of it, and he'll be able to pick up the pieces.
I mean, it's possible, but I don't think he want nothing to do with the 54-pound division. I think all them dudes take something out of him. I don't think he beats Fedor. I think Xander's a tough fight. Josh Kelly, maybe. Boots, no. Like,
I don't think he beats Virgil or.
I don't know when I'll see him at 54. I don't know if we'll see him there. Let me say that, because I know it's this thought like, yeah, he gonna be there for sure. That division gonna be paper thin, like 47 is. I'm telling you, at the top, because it's not gonna have the people that it got in there now if he there. And I just mean that respectfully. I just like, yeah, like, you moved up to 47, people feel like you punching, but I feel like at 54, I don't feel like nobody's gonna think that. Not with those guys up there. I don't feel like they're gonna think you one of the ones that's punching like the rest.
He's gonna have a few more Ramirez performances. Let's just say that.
But shout out to Debo though, man. You know, another day of this bull jive, man, fooling the people. Shout out to everybody that hit the super chat, everybody that hit that like button. Yeah, an extra mil bill, Big Keith. That's what we calling him, man. Said Joseph Parker. B Sample came back. Pablo, yeah, he just came back off the suspension. I think he off suspension now from that positive.
Oh yeah,
Christina, you know that white girl, Christina Aguilera. He liked to play with. What else they was calling it? Britney Spears. All types of names they had for it. That Yola, Chi, get the yayo. You know what I'm saying? They was popping. There's a lot of people that popped. All types of failed tests, cocaine, all types of stuff on this card a while back. I was talking about it. Nobody had brought it up. It was crazy how that whole card went under the radar. So many people was popping left and right. It was crazy.
Yo, we fight. I got you, bro.
They was having cocaine. I'm like, oh, y'all dudes is just partying, just wild out. The bull job, I'm telling you. We fight all night. Say hit them up on Core Radio.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
I got you,
man. Extra mil bill, Big Keith. We try. That's what we was trying to find out today, man. If he really got that extra milli, or is he just being silly for can? You know what I'm saying? To saying anything. That's what I think. I think he's just having some fun, man. Because again, he just really animated guy, and I don't know. I ain't right about everything, but I think I do a good job at judging bullshit when I hear it, or when somebody is like making it up as they go along. And I know for 1,000,000% fact that that's what he be doing. I highlighted it a couple times. I forgot he was saying something, and it was so stupid. Like his response, it had something. He said something about Shakur, but what they was just talking about, it had nothing to do with nothing. And you could tell he just be going, man. And he be on autopilot because he do this shit like it's like second nature to him. It's like breathing. And he'll just say some shit, and sometimes it won't make no sense. Every now and then, you know, a lot of times he's able to catch it and catch himself right before he make himself sound too crazy, right? But some of them times you just got to keep listening. You'll be like, yeah, that made no sense. Or you will listen to somebody, you'll hear somebody ask a question, and he'll completely dance around it. And I told y'all, as a man, if I ask you a straightforward question, I don't mind an explanation, but just give me the answer first, though. Don't give me the rigmarole first. Don't give me that. Don't give me the walk me down to the corner store, to the laundromat, the library. Like, bro, be taking you everywhere. All he gonna have your ass all over Oakland before it's over. You gonna be mom and pop stores. You gonna forgot what the fuck you asked him. Like, bro, Bill, how we get here? Fam, you gonna look up. You gonna be somewhere. I'm telling you, that's what he do with his words. Have you, Bill? You looking to fight Shakur at 144 pounds? What's going on with that? Well, you know, we beat Loma. You know, we defended our undisputed. It's like he'll just start off with some shit that don't got nothing to do with what you just asked him. Like a lot of, and that's what I call fluff. You give me a lot of what I already know and none of what I asked you. I asked you this, you don't really answer, but you tell me all the shit I already know. Yeah, well, you know, we went over to Australia twice, beat George Cambosos. You know, they wouldn't let me over there the first time. And it's like, bro, is you really about to do this? And then, you know, we beat that bad man, you know, for so long, I'm like, all right, man. Then you start going down the line. You know, Regis is coming up. Now you talking about Brian Norman. It's like, fam, you be telling us none of that. We didn't ask you to name your biggest wins or the shit you most proud about. We not asked you. We asked you straight up about 44 and Shakur, and that'd be his response. Well, where's Keyshawn at? You know, what happened with Jay Prez? It'd just be stupid. And he do that all the time. He do it a lot. Damn near every interview I've ever watched of his, somebody asks him questions, he go around them questions and start saying something else. Yeah, Black Boxing King, they shout out to them, but they know that shit ain't true. I think that's the only way they know how to support them, if they push things that appear not to be true. 20 seconds away from 6 hours. If you have not hit that like button, make sure you do. On both sides, I don't care what side you're on, because we wrapping up when we at our mark. 10 seconds away. Shout out to everybody. It's been a 6-hour live stream. We really put the work in over here. No slander, just building boxing. You know what I mean? They took less money in the Turkey era on purpose, man. On purpose.
Hey, Just Do, salute to you, bro. Good stream, man. You always cooking up as usual, bro. I'm going to catch that next one, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to
pop off. You already know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For sure. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Shout out to my dog Radio and everybody, man. I appreciate the love, all the support. Y'all know how we rocking, man. 6 hours in, building boxing up, taking less money in the Turkey era after being promoted that, you know, he's backing you and you signing with him and they got the money for you. Is Diabolical family versus Booster, another Calvary GGG. I'm telling you, Bill ain't doing that yet. It's a bad fight. It's not gonna be no Crawford and Canelo situation where that worked out. Nah, Bill don't see that for his son. He's seen that for Crawford because he know how bad Crawford is. He don't see that for his son. That's just my opinion. Appreciate you, Big Dog Lance. You already know. Radio, the rest of the game, pugilism, my dog. Jordan, man, I appreciate everybody rocked out to the end of the show, man. Shout out to Big Dog Willie as always, man. And I see all the out tomorrow. Another dope build in the book, y'all. Let's see if we get any updates about who's fighting who and see what extra meal Bill come up with tomorrow. It's going to be another narrative at some point that they're going to be pushing. But look, shout out to Team Haney. Shout out to boxing. We love boxing over here, and we just gave it its just due. And with that, we out.
Representing Brick City, Shakur! Finding those levels, too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Make sure y'all subscribe to
Right now, we're gonna give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.